Round one. Fight. Wednesday, September 21st. It's great to be here, guys. I have not seen this movie since I was 10 years old. I saw it the Saturday, the day after it came out, with my brother Abe at Mam Theaters in Rancho Bernardo, California. Jericho and my good buddy Shanth are here to talk about Batman 1989. What a movie. Totally insane. Watched this on the couch with my wife. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. How are you guys doing tonight?
Doing great. Shout out to your brother Abe. What up, man?
Right. Abe he's the one that turned me on to you, Jericho. He's been telling me about this guy that says, "Good morning, Americans." I'm like, what are you talking about? Then I was taught the truth, though. So thank you.
Here we are in an internet three-way. He was right.
That's right.
No, it's an internet three-way, guys. Come on.
Right. Well, I mean, Prince is featured tonight, so
That's exactly right.
Prominently.
There are no rules anymore when Prince is emotions. Everything goes out the window. Where does one body begin and the other end? I don't know.
They don't.
Just a tangle of emotions and passion.
Well, it's been great, guys. I'll catch you guys. No.
Get out while you can, man.
No, hey, listen, I wish I knew how to quit you guys and Batman 1989, folks. And I will say that when we were talking about movies that we were going to do, I think it's because for me, it's got its own place, as a pop culture phenomenon.
Right.
I don't think of it as being an 80s film. Don't think about it as being an action film because it was kind of an anomaly during that time. So when we talked about doing it, it makes sense, especially when you think about doing a movie like Blade, heading down. This is kind of where the dark, hero, that vision of hero found mainstream success.
Right.
And it's wild, man. It's wild. 1989. My God.
Yeah, it's 33 years ago. Right? Yeah, this last June, 33 years. And I was 10 because my birthday's in July, so I wouldn't turn 11 until a month later. So I was between 5th and 6th grade. And, when you're that young, the world is, you don't know a lot about the world. And I'd forgotten this movie. I'd forgotten the plot. And, I remember Jack Nicholson's Joker was kind of funny to me as a kid. But seeing it 2 or 3 nights ago, I'm having a really hard time deciding what I think of this movie because I think visually it's stunning. There were parts I was watching and I was bored. There were parts I thought, okay, that's cool. That's Batman. I don't know what my opinion is of this movie. I feel lost right now. I feel like tumbled around. I feel a bit like Prince's sexuality. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. Do I love this thing? Do I hate this thing? I don't know what I think of this movie.
We're only 4.5 minutes in. And this
right. I'm just gonna keep going in on Prince.
I was going on 9 years old. My birthday's in November. So I was just over 8.5 years old. I remember See, guys, I got to sound like an old curmudgeon for a minute. I remember, because we got to go back before we even start this movie. The trailers that you would catch in commercials
Right.
while you're watching TV. This is back before you could go on YouTube and just enter trailers, and it shows you the trailers for the movies coming out for the next 5 years. This was something special. You look forward to seeing these previews because it gave you a piece of this movie and you were so excited. The two scenes that I remember from the previews or the commercials or whatever was when he picks a guy up in the beginning. What are you? I'm Batman. That
Right.
one. And when the Joker, when they're leaving the art museum and Joker bangs on the railing and he says, where does he get those wonderful toys? Because that was a tie-in to Taco Bell, who probably had the ad and stuff, to a Batman toy that was in the Taco Bell meal or Happy Meal, whoever had it. But those previews, man, those commercials, those promotions, those were something. They just hit you differently because you weren't flooded with everything all the time. And just the idea of a comic book becoming a movie, all this was new. This was before all the crazy Marvel, DC, Superman, all these characters. They weren't coming out every month or,
Right.
one every 3 months, however, and it wasn't every single character. Black Widow, who the fuck is Black Widow? But they all have their movies now. But this was in the beginning. This was the genesis. Now, technically, I think Howard the Duck in '86 was the first Marvel movie. But this was the first superhero, what I've been reading about in comics and playing with on my living room floor. This was the first, or at least the biggest one.
Right.
Batman.
Right.
Man,
I
this was
saw a YouTube video like in the last year, and someone put a little documentary together of the marketing of this movie, and it was one of the most highly marketed movies like ever up to that point, maybe still in the history of movies. And you were right, there were commercials everywhere, tie-ins everywhere, t-shirts everywhere. And I remember going to Man Theaters with my brother, and we stood in front of the theater for like 2 hours waiting in line to see this movie. And this brochure that you're looking at right here, imagine the part that says Batman all the way on the right, that's the cover, and then you just fold this thing back up like a map or whatever. And I remember just poring over this thing for like 2 hours, and
Yeah.
this looks cool, that looks cool. And as a 10-year-old, it didn't dawn on me that it was marketing. As a kid, it's just fun. There's action figures, there's play sets. You could buy a Bob the Goon action figure. You could
Needed
get
it, right?
But there's one item, and we've talked about it twice on this show before.
We have.
There's one item. I have been obsessed with this since I was that 10-year-old boy. This right here, this rhinestone studded airbrush Batman and Joker, like gangster style, like I don't know, like county fair style jacket. Who I want to meet someone that has this. I want to ask them why.
Yeah.
And has it gotten them women, or has it kept women away? Because I feel like there's no in between on a jacket like this. If you got a jacket like this, Jericho, you said you got swagger for days, or you're just a dork. You know what I mean? Like you either have 10 kids, or you've never seen a nipple if you have this jacket. One of the two. There's no in between. Who would have this?
You're either swimming in it or it's a drought. And I respect that. I respect no middle ground with this jacket, because you can't be about middle ground if you put on this jacket. You'd have supreme confidence, or you are headed to some kind of convention.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the two.
I mean,
right.
I was 13 when this movie came out, and I will tell you this: it was the thing, and that's a really interesting time for a movie like this to come out, because you're not quite, you're still kind of a kid in certain things, and you're older in other things. And the thing I remember about this the most was it was the summer of Batman. It was like it covered all media. And the one thing this movie did, and this brochure is a part of it, because everybody tries to market, everybody tries to sell stuff. There was something bigger at play here. There was a hunger for this kind of heroism and this kind of storytelling, and for this character in particular, that led to huge sales of the comics and graphic novels, The Killing Joke being reprinted, Dark Knight Returns, all of that stuff, a lot of the classic Batman stories. But it sold you would walk into any store, there would be a whole Batman section of
Yeah.
clothes,
Yeah.
T-shirts. Everybody had the hat. And I will say, this sounds ridiculous now, but it was the first movie to really do it. The teaser poster that I sent to you guys that just had the bat symbol cropped at the sides, which was odd right there. June 23rd is all it said. That was a bold move because they trusted that they had built this thing up. If you saw that now, you'd be like, oh, what are they doing now? But back then, you saw it and it was like, wow, it looks like they're going to bring this to screen.
Right.
Dark, real, with the texture on it. Boom. There you have it.
This emblem right here, all the Batmans we've been through at this point, it changed with what was the George Clooney one, and then the Val Kilmer one, like it got slimmer and longer. This is it. And I remember thinking, because before this, all you had of Batman on TV was the show with Adam West and the other guy who played Robin. And that emblem was totally different. So this was like, okay, you're recreating the Batman symbol, so this better be good. Because you took something that we had in our minds, this is all we knew, and this is something different. Just that the black on the yellow or gold, I mean, and seeing that, you put that on anything, you can put that on a pile of cat shit, and somebody's gonna be like, man, that's a cool pile of cat shit. Because of that emblem. This was marketing genius. This hit us at the right time, the build up, and it wasn't oversaturation, even though they did put that logo and everything, like you said, Gabe. It just wasn't oversaturation. This should still be shown to this day to marketing execs.
Right.
This walked the line perfectly. This was awesome at every turn.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't collect comic books until I was 13, and I was 10 when this came out. But I had a Batman shirt, and I was drawing Batman, and I wanted Batman, shorts and Batman shoes, and I wanted Batman, and I wanted to pour through this stupid catalog and get all this crap. And there was there was more to it. There were more pages of this you could find with like more action figures and stuff, and it was a good way to fill the time. Standing there in line, just looking at what I think is that actually Bob Kane himself?
It is Bob Kane. Yep.
And he gets all the credit, even though Bill Finger should get credit too.
But that's exactly what they wanted you to do, was thumb through that while you're waiting in line to spend more money on Batman.
Right. Yeah. And I really, it's so iconic. And for those of you that are young that weren't around that, you don't understand, like Jericho was saying, it was everywhere. And it's a masterclass in marketing, because somehow it was everywhere and it didn't seem annoying. It seemed to make sense. You know what I mean? Like, because they can overdo it and advertising something, you're like, that's enough already. But for some reason, it just hit the cultural zeitgeist perfectly. And we can get into that. Why did this hit that beautiful chord? Why did this mesh so well with the late 80s and the early 90s? I wonder what you think of that. But it sure as hell did. I mean, one more thing. So much so that Prince wrote a whole album, not a song, like an album for this movie. Like, that's insane.
Sure
you know? Like Bat Dance. He's up there dancing, like painted like the Joker, and it's totally nuts. I'm not going to play it right now. Copyright.
I mean, if they fill your nostrils and your bank account, then why not? And to this day, could you bring that page back up, the catalog?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me, it's right here.
To this day, would you be mad at that Batman mug? Look how cool that looks.
I wanted the bat plane. I wanted the bat plane toy, and I never got it. So.
Yeah, well, see, now you're in charge of Christmas. Spoiler alert.
That's exactly right.
Spoiler alert to any
Listen,
kids watching, but,
kids, look, it's another thing from that catalog for Dad. That's how that goes. But I have to say, this is the thing. I was looking at Hunch saying, look at the prices on there, and which is a whole nother thing. But this is the thing about it too, which is Star Wars comes out in 1977. Right. And they weren't even prepared for the marketing and the merchandising. 2 years later, and it was seen as a phenomenon. People tried to figure out what this thing was. Or is this scale action figure going to work? Blah, blah. But you get, the superpowers figures and all that stuff at various points. By the time, I know it seems like there was distance if you were living back then between those two. It took that long from Star Wars to this movie to get the merchandising apparatus up to where we understood, 3 3/4 scale action figures, how to get these things out, how to market them. And so this movie came at this time when that apparatus was built, and we've lived long enough to see companies unlearn all of the lessons of marketing this stuff. It's
one thing they didn't do on this poster is they didn't call their fans racists.
It's implied.
Yep.
I am going to live on the air, unprompted. I'm going to call 1-800-4-BATMAN and see what happens. So
just the fact that you had to fill this out and send it in.
Yep.
Like, it wasn't just online. You had to fill that out, send it in, and wait for days or to get your merchandise.
And somebody had to open it. Like, look at this and file it. I mean, man, here it is.
Hold on. It's 1-800-4-BATMAN. Let's see who answers.
Hello. Usually it's like, oh, shit.
Okay, well, I guess there's no one there. The
Damn.
Joker won again.
It's just a warehouse with a small table in the middle of it and a light shining down on that phone. It's just
so now you all know you cannot call 1-800-4-BATMAN.
Damn it.
There you go.
Can we look at some of those prices?
Yeah.
I feel like being sad.
Let's see. This Batmobile model is $25.95.
There you go.
The Batwing is $29.95. The Batcave is $35.95. A Batman satin jacket,
Yes.
$49.95.
What? That's it?
Yep.
Damn.
Batman ball cap, $8, $7.95.
I'll take 10 of them.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Batman action figure today is on Amazon is $15.39.
Damn.
Right. You can get Batman, the Joker, Bob the Goon, each for $5.95.
There you have it, guys.
How much is the mug? I'm guessing
Where's the mug?
$8.
They pay
Top
you.
left to the left. You order any of these, we give you a freaking mug.
Batman mug, $9.95.
Wow.
Pay it, dude. No problem.
Right.
Wow.
That poster's only
Is that like a
$13.
bat? Is that like a bat? What's that hanging thing above the mug?
Banner.
It's like something
Batman
cool.
That's $13.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, man.
$13.
1989. Take me back, please.
Please.
Look at these though. The Batman and Joker sculptures, $495, sold as a pair. Now, I do have a complaint about these sculptures, as masterfully done as they are. They shed a few pounds off old Jackie Nicholson.
They did.
Yeah. They added a few feet to Batman.
Right.
Yeah, because Nicholson's taller than him in the movie.
Yep.
How tall are they? Are they like something that fits on your desk?
Those are 8.25-inch figurines.
Oh.
What? For
Created
$500?
as a collector's edition. Only 50 pairs made.
Okay.
Now we got to check eBay on that. See what.
Yeah, I bet they're worth more than $500 now.
Right.
Jeez.
Wow.
Oh, we got a super chat from Scotty S. Like
Really?
the Avatar. Real weird. Gents, my mom found that Batwing and Batmobile in the attic a few days ago. I think I still have the catalog too. Oh, bless you.
Ooh, hold on to that, man. That's awesome.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow.
They want me to check my email. David Williams interfering with the live show, sending emails.
You got you all caps too. That was all caps.
What is he sending me? Is he sending me something?
Afraid.
What can it be? I'm going to build it up so high that it's just a letdown now. So, what can it be, guys? It could be anything. It could be the most exciting thing in the universe. And it is. It is.
That's you, bro.
It is. It's a link to David Williams in his Volkswagen.
Oh,
Beetle.
yeah.
Oh.
1988, chilling like a villain in his Volkswagen with the red rims and the red bat symbol and the red pinstripe. Just like the 1966 Batman.
Yeah, that's from the TV show. That's a color scheme from the TV show, which was also a nice Batmobile. I respect that one too.
I love that one.
It didn't hold a candle, like a birthday candle, to the Batmobile from this movie that we're going to talk about.
And you can't see it here because it's a little dark. Here's another photo, him and some buddies with his wife, Sandra, on the 1992 Batmobile, I guess. And
nice.
He worked on the Warner Brothers lot for a while, David. This is the illustrator, my partner on Truth, Justice, American Way, by the way. Link is in the description. Go buy that book tonight if you haven't got it. And we also have a link to Jericho's YouTube and Nosfero, a great pulp horror comic from Sean, fully painted. Check those out and get them. And here he is standing on another Batmobile.
Oh my
Oh
god!
man, just
And this is the thing about it. So, and I don't know if I even said this to you guys, but Anton Furst, the designer and art director of this film, who passed away actually the year after this film. That's why he didn't work on the sequel. What he did with the costume, art directing that stuff, and the Batmobile is incredible. But if you look at the mask of my character Nosfero, the lines of the mask are completely inspired by the cowl from Batman 1989, without a doubt. And I have to say this too, is that, when you look at a movie like this, the thing that the couple things that come to mind are, before YouTube, me sitting with a VHS tape, blank VHS tape, watching MTV for the Steal the Batmobile ad contest, just so I could see the footage, and the Prince video, because I was just obsessed with anything about this. I recorded the 2020 special where they go behind the scenes and talk about the production. This thing was massive because we were starved for something cool that took all the technology we had for creature and makeup effects and model building and see that to create a world. And I guess that's the difference between Superman from 1979 to Batman from 1989 is the fact, or is it 78? Was Superman 78?
It was 77
78.
is what I've been told, right?
No, it's not
I think it
77.
was 78.
78. I think it's 78, but I could be wrong.
DC Comics has a comic called Superman 77, so maybe that's a prequel to the movie. I don't know.
Oh, maybe. Well, yeah, we'll see. I could be wrong, man. But this is the thing. They took our world. It was, New York, and it was 79. There you go, from Tamier.
Oh, wow.
So this is 10 years, or 78 from Hulk Smash. Yeah. Do we have a 77?
78.
So 70. Okay, we got two 78s now. So
Tammy says, I don't know.
When you look at
What's
this
up, Tammy?
stuff, Max is listening now. there's trouble in the chat.
We got.
But this is the thing, right? This is what I love about it, is that we had seen them take this world we knew with the telephone booths or the telephone, booths that fall over when the wind blows and everything like that. Real world superhero in it. This was the first superhero.
That's
Damn you,
else.
Admiral Wackass.
That's
Hail Prince. And let me say that this was the first time they took all those special effects and did what Star Wars did, and they built a world. Look at that with the map paintings and everything. That's Gotham. And this movie created what we know of as Gotham. Every other show did average town. Gotham, with its own architectural style, was created by Anton Furst in this movie. And how cool is that?
So is this like a sound stage? Are these like painted boards in the back, a combination? What? Because these are, at least up close, these are like real cars and stuff. It's a real street. So is it a sound stage? I mean,
they built the whole town in London. It's one of the most incredibly detailed sets. They built it up about 2 or 3 stories, I think it was. And then above that is a painting. And the buildings you see, the front of the museum when he comes running out, that was all on streets. You can actually see when they pan around, all that stuff is actually there. Right. It's incredible. They didn't use it for the second movie because they wanted to film in California, and of course all got tore down. But man, it unrivaled.
This was filmed in London, right?
Yep.
This one? Right. Is it,
and even like the wet streets, like it had just rained.
Mm-hmm.
This was, it was just setting you up from the beginning, even back to the beginning credits. When you first see it, you're like, what is this thing? And then you figure out, oh, it's the bat symbol. And even the score. The score is so important in this movie because in the beginning, it's like kind of slow. And then it starts, like moving faster. And then you just see more of the emblem. And then when it cuts to this, like it almost has almost like an Asian kind of, the big symbol kind of bong kind of thing. Then the transition, I don't know how to explain it, but the score in this movie is its own character.
Oh yeah, Danny Elfman, he crushed that. And you think about this: you had Prince's soundtrack, which we all agree Prince is an amazing musician. All three of them.
Total pervert. Total weirdo pervert. Shreds on the guitar.
Yeah,
shreds on the guitar. There you go. And this is the other thing too, which is you then had Danny Elfman's score, which became iconic, influenced the Batman animated series. This movie is like a keystone for Batman. Everything after 89 in the comics, animation, everything and all the movies afterwards takes its cue from Batman 1989. It
Right.
affected everything that came after.
Right. I got a super chat. I got to honor this. Wow. $20 from Hunch the Dirty Roofer.
Dang.
And he's always got good recommendations.
Hell.
One of the best books, Ship Troopers. It is so different from the movie, which I love the movie, but the book is amazing. You should read it for sure. $20 from Hunch. Gentlemen, consider this bribery for next week. Silverado. I think he's wanting us to watch a movie called Silverado, the best Western of the 80s and a must watch. I promise you all will be thanking me after watching it and the values it prescribes too. Wow. Well, Western, that is like my favorite genre is Western. I know I talk about action, but Western has a special place in my heart. And I'll definitely check out Silverado. I mean, we're going to get to all of it, being your Huckleberry and Unforgiven and all the great new Westerns and the old ones too. We'll get to that stuff eventually, but thank you for the recommendation. Definitely going to look into that.
Silverado, I think that's the one with Danny Glover. Greatest 80s Western? Well, I don't know if I can agree with that, sir. Because
does it have a Prince soundtrack?
I was waiting for you to say it.
It does not.
Some weird,
if it did, though.
Some weird.
A country spin on Prince. I'm down. But there was this little movie, no big deal, 1985's Pale Rider, starring Clint Eastwood. So I'll throw that for greatest 80s Western. But Silverado, good one, Danny Glover.
Right. Yeah. So I love your concept here, and I've got a lot of photos. My daughter did a good job, but if I don't start scrolling through them, we're going to be here till 3 a.m. She has like 200 photos she's put up here. But when you say that the 1989 movie set the tone for like Batman and lots of stuff about comics and gothic pulp stuff like this, I agree with you. And then I wonder, what about the 1986 Frank Miller comic? What did that do? And did that lead into this? And I know that's like inside baseball for comic books, and some people here are not into that. But I wonder, because I feel like this overrode the 1986 Frank Miller thing to a degree, at least for mainstream concept of Batman. I think if you ask the average person, they're aware of this. They're not aware of The Dark Knight Returns. All of us as comic book people, we all know what that is. It's one of the greatest works ever in comics. But I think the general public is not aware of what Frank Miller did. What do you think of that?
No, I wasn't aware of that until you just said it. But I feel like Frank Miller would have been darker than what this is.
Yeah,
I think being a newbie to it all, not as into it as you guys are, but I would think Frank Miller's would be darker. He would have the comic you're talking about would be like an R-rated version of this.
Yeah, and I think what it was that was interesting about it is that it's I think it's important, it's influential, and hail Art T-Bear in the chat, by the way. Much love, brother. This is the thing for me about it, is when you see what Frank Miller did with The Dark Knight Returns, much like what Alan Moore and Brian Bolland did with The Killing Joke and all of that stuff, I think those were the works that were kind of the proof of concept to Hollywood that Batman could be cool. I think that's their biggest impact. Like, so those were the books that probably allowed, and I'm actually pretty sure they did, allowed this to get greenlit, because you don't have the flying balloons at the end with the green gas coming out of them without that scene of the Joker sitting on those balloon kids releasing gas that makes everybody laugh and smile in the Frank Miller Dark Knight, Returns. And those were, I don't know what it was called at the time, but I remember thinking those were like Elseworlds books. So they were books that kind of existed outside of, comic continuity, but they showed us what the potential was. And to me, the story of an older, Batman, I just think to myself, can we get Keaton? Can we get him, back and make it happen? Which they tried, but heavens, we'll get to that.
Now, was Keaton a star before this came out? Because again, I'm 10 years old and I didn't watch a lot of movies growing up. But
Beetlejuice might have came out the year before this, or maybe the same year.
Directed by Tim Burton. That's why he got the job.
Right.
And it's not for this, and this is another bit of great history, right? They rushed the trailer with very temp track in it into theaters because there was such uproar over this guy under, Batman's supposed to be 6 feet, 210 pounds, which probably he's been up since now because heights, there's inflation with height. But he was, he was in Mr. Mom. He was
in a few before that.
Oh God, what was the big one I'm thinking about?
Multiplicity, was it?
I think that was after, but wasn't Night? Was it not Night Shift? What's it called? Shoot, that movie he did. Anyway, he did tons of amazing comedies, and Mr. Mom, all of this stuff, and there were people who were protesting him, being because he was a stand-up comic back in the day, and got to start on Mr. Rogers, and so he comes on this scene, and people are furious. Jack Nicholson, everybody's like maybe a couple of years ago, but when they dropped that trailer. That is what and they dropped it very early. Like they still hadn't got most of the movie done because people were starting to panic. Like, is this going to work? Keaton's a joke. Nicholson's too old. They saw that trailer with him in full makeup and him in the costume and the Batmobile. Yep. And they were just like, I don't know what you guys knew. I need a toy of that. Right. I need that shirt.
Dude, yeah, I like the way they depicted these guys because they're disgusting. Sores on their face.
Right, they look like shit. These guys, like
they look like crackheads. How depraved they are. You're gonna stick up a family, hit the dad over the head. And of course, this is setting the table for kind of a wink to what really happened to him, which they get into later. But these guys are filthy and disgusting. You're robbing his lost family in Gotham City, and just pieces of shit. And he gets them. And this part right here, he could have easily chased the dude down, but this is a great opportunity to pull some shit off my belt. And then as a kid, I love that. I was outside trying to go like this, tell my brother to run so I could wrap some shit around his feet and pull him back. This was awesome, man.
Right. Yeah. So, and you get that great thing where they're asking him who he is. He's like, I'm Batman. And it's such a great line.
Yeah. That was again. That was out of the trailer that you'd see on TV, man. I was just like,
right.
I got to see who this guy is.
Since I hadn't seen this movie since I was 10, when it came out, I thought this was Batman's origin. And I was like, I don't remember Batman's origin at the beginning of the movie. And like you said, Jericho, it's a parallel. It's a family getting held up. They don't get killed, unlike Thomas and Martha Wayne. But it's a parallel, and you get Batman kicking some butt. It's a good way to start the movie. Start with a nice action sequence and really establish what's a full character in this movie is the city of Gotham. It's so well designed, the city. 33 years later, it holds up. It looks gorgeous. It set the standard. I mean, it's still to this day when we draw comics, this is what we draw when we draw a Batman book. When we color a Batman book, this is how we do it. This visual language, it was established really here. It was really cemented here.
I think Tim Burton said that his instructions to the art direction team was he wanted it to look as if hell had broken up from the concrete. And I thought, dang, that's a hell of a bit of art direction. But it did. I mean, you were right. I mean, Jericho, these people were clearly had monkeypox. They were sitting up on the rooftop. But I mean, you saw that costume. You got the sense with this. And I think this was probably some of Tim Burton's genius. He said, I thought of a lot of actors who fit the physicality of Batman, but Michael Keaton was the only person I could imagine crazy enough to put on a bat suit. When you look at him, you think, this guy can go and snap and put on a bat suit. And as crazy as that logic is, it was almost like a battle of the eyebrows.
That was serious. That was another character where his eyebrows.
Right.
They got third bill.
Keaton definitely has like a manic energy to him. Or maybe that's his stand-up comedy chops or whatever. And it works because Batman obviously is a lunatic. To do this, to dress as a bat and swing around buildings and beat the shit out of criminals. He's crazy, obviously. He's a good guy, but he's crazy. And I pick up on it. Again, this is me seeing with fresh eyes as an adult. He does have like a little bit of, it's like controlled chaos to his personality a little bit sometimes. And it's really fun, actually. Yeah. So I think it was brilliant casting. It could be hindsight 2020, but I do feel like an animal thing that's right below the surface in Keaton. Maybe I'm seeing something that isn't there, but I can feel it, I think.
I think that comes through perfectly in the scene later where he goes to tell somebody something and he's interrupted by somebody, and I think that craziness definitely boils over, and that also shows his kind of what do they call those, a rom-com skills before they were rom-coms,
right?
Like when he's trying to tell the person, it's the classic interruption scene. I'm ding dong. Hold on a second. You know what I mean?
A little bit of Three's Company kind of crap going on.
Yeah.
Michael Keaton got skills, and he shows it in this movie. And I think it kind of quelled some of the anger from the mob when they actually saw this movie. All right, he's a little shorter than he should be, but he nailed it.
Right. And think how bad this movie could look being 33 years old. It doesn't look bad. It doesn't look cheesy. It doesn't look cheap. It doesn't look fake. It holds up visually. It really does. The only special effect I think that looks bad, and it was just a limitation of the time, is the Joker falling off the building at the end. 3D on that is not so great. But other than that, I think it looks fantastic, the movie.
My son, he goes, Dad, that looks corny when he's falling off the building. But I think also a glimmer, just a glimpse of it was when the Batwing crashes. You could tell it's a model, the cars that are on the street and stuff like that. But just for a second. But, it was 1989.
Right.
Yeah, and you're like, where am I going to get the firecrackers to recreate that with my toys? Right? That was, in the South, everybody had a sad story about that. But it's, some of us didn't make it back. But this is the thing, right? Is, you talk about, to me, I tried to be excited largely because of Under Siege, largely because of his incredible work when Tommy Lee Jones got cast to be Two-Face, which I think with love to Tommy Lee Jones, one of my favorite actors, he did a terrible job as Two-Face, terrible job. But when you saw the way Billy D. Williams played Harvey Dent without any tip to him becoming Two-Face, which is the great thing about the character, that he's actually a supremely decent guy. So he's like, what is it? Something where he goes, but my words will count and so will my actions, with the help of, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a man of few words, but those words will count and so will my actions. Right. When he delivers that line, you really feel like, and throughout this whole movie, they show him on the phone trying to negotiate things and try to deal with the crises, that he is going to be able to move Gotham in the right direction. And if you know what's going to happen, it makes it tragic we never got to see him play Two-Face. Right. It's just, it just drives me crazy this day.
Yeah.
Billy D. Williams.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he was Mr. Colt 45 himself, man.
That's right. Greatest mustache in the galaxy.
That's the face of Colt 45. Dude, if him and Tom Selleck did a movie together, the cameras would melt. They couldn't film it.
Days.
They couldn't film it.
Truly.
You get that much damn mustache somewhere.
I love
how
he hasn't seen his buddy Han Solo in ages.
That's
Clearly,
right, yes.
Han Solo might be with this Leia chick or not, and this motherfucker doesn't care. He's like, truly, you belong here with us among the clouds.
Commissioner Gordon's like, what are these feelings?
Wait, what's happening? It's stiffening up.
And he was a great Commissioner Gordon, by the way.
He was, man. I don't know why he tried to move that 1,000-pound bell at the end, but he did.
Right.
Yeah, that was.
He thought he was going to incline press that.
Why
thing
we need
Batman?
What are you going to do, sir? But yeah, he played it perfectly. He was an important character, but he didn't overshadow anybody. He played his part perfectly.
Right. So what is this meaning about here? It's is it a gala for Harvey Dent because he wants to run for office? Right? Is that what it was?
Yeah. And he misses it. Bruce Wayne misses this because he's out there kicking ass on the roof on those muggers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. And then we go here. The Joker, Jack Nicholson. He's not the Joker yet. He's like second level. He's not the bottom guy, but he may be a second or third level criminal working for Jack Palance. Mm-hmm. What is Palance? Is he Grissom?
Yeah.
Carl Grissom.
Grissom. That's it.
Now remember, Gabe, he is Grissom's number one.
Number one.
A guy. Oh. Now I need Jericho. I need that imitation.
All right.
Remember, you're my number one. A guy. Dude, this part right here.
Just not blocked.
You got to give the people what they want, man. This scene right here, he's looking in the mirror and she goes, "You look fine." He turns around and goes, "I didn't ask."
Right.
He was such a dick. And he was different. He really did change once he became Joker, but he's just like an arrogant dick. And he's like, "I didn't ask." Like, shut your mouth. It was pimp shit. I like it.
Yeah, right. And he's obsessed with his appearance, they show.
Yeah.
So
he was looking in the mirror,
the damage, that's coming, which is really rough. And they kind of speak to that, that it just kicks him over the edge,
Yeah, and he's you know, they don't give motivation other than the normal carnal motivation of this is the boss's girl and he's sleeping with her. That's the implication here.
Mhm.
Which, you know, if your boss is a deadly gangster, this is probably not an optimal idea. But hey, you know, we all make choices, right?
Yeah.
So
And all over a woman. I see stuff like this flew over my head when I was 8.5, 9 years old.
right,
It's over a woman. It's always over a woman. Whether they took
Right.
her and you got to save her, or he's banging her and he's not supposed to, it's over a woman. And this guy, he nailed it.
He's our
Foul.
second Star Wars character
this
in this
is
movie.
Porkins. This is Porkins from the Trench Run.
Yeah, cover me,
I heard-
Porkins. I'm right with you.
I've heard that the new woke Disney, I'm not even joking, I read a thing, could be not true. They want to officially rename Porkins because it's mean to name a fat character Porkins.
Oh my God.
That had
And I'm
nothing
like,
to do
no,
with
probably
the
is
weight,
true.
though.
It's not mean to name a fat guy Porkins. It's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
He
if
probably
you
laughed.
read his
No.
history as a character, he was obsessed with pork rinds. It had nothing to do. Sorry, go ahead.
You know what? This guy probably laughed. And you know where he laughed? All the way to the bank
Right.
when he's cashing those Star Wars checks. He don't give a
Right.
shit about that.
Because he was going to be fat either way, so get paid for it.
Might as well be fat and paid.
Right.
He perfect. He was disgusting. He looked clammy. His voice has a real deep voice. His cigar. He nailed it. I think all the characters nailed it. This guy was disgusting.
Right. So, yeah, he's a crooked cop. He kind of works with the mafiosos a little bit.
Mhm.
You know, and he's good at it. He does play a slime ball, this guy. Absolutely. And oh my gosh, I've seen this movie twice in 30-something years. Why is he dealing with Joker here? I don't even remember why. I know they get in that confrontation, but what the hell is it over? I
Paying
don't
him
remember.
off.
Yeah, he's paying him off. He's on the take, and since he works for Grissom, you know, because Jack Napier is his right hand man, so he's just paying
Right.
him off. But then
Right.
we'll get to that. We'll get to the falling out.
That is
That's
my
the shit right there.
favorite thing in the world.
Right.
I will tell you this, guys. I think that of life aspirations, being one of those two guys, not a bad thing. Being the guy who trusts this dude to be the gun, the quick draw gun over the shoulder, or being the guy, you know, or being the guy who is that dude, where it's like your
Right.
buddy's just standing there and you're like, don't even think
On it.
about it.
1911 to the face. Let me tell you something, guys. A 1911 from 6 feet away, it's a wrap. And every man in the world, you need you a Bob. And I don't mean a man named Bob. I mean somebody who is going to put the gun over your shoulder without you even glancing at them. Someone who
Yes.
has your back like Bob. He didn't even look at Bob. He didn't look at him until Bob was already over his shoulder with the 45. Bob
Right.
was on it. Bob had his back. Bob knew his role. I love
Yeah.
Bob.
He absolutely has it. And there's this great quote that I always loved. And it was something like, you don't need a certain number of friends, but you need a number of friends you can be certain of. And I freaking love
Yep.
it. That's it right there. Jack Porkins standing by.
Yes.
First of all,
3 conglomerates in that picture.
hashtag I am Jet Porkins.
Yeah, I guarantee if they were like, "Hey man, you want a cut of the residuals?" Yes. Call me whatever you want.
Right.
I don't care.
Just write me a check with so many zeros on it. It looks like it says, ooh.
I don't give a shit.
Right. You call me.
You can make
Porkins.
make Porkins' last name fat piece of shit. I don't care.
Right. Whatever.
Put
Just
more
make sure the
zeros
check
on that
goes back.
Porkins.
Make sure you spell it right in those damn checks, George Lucas. That's fun. That's these woke turds. I don't mean to get too far off track, but
No, do it.
that's the thing. Porkins himself don't care. Porkins, the guy they're calling Pork. Cut. Let's do it again. Say Pork. The guy who hears Porkins 1,000 times a day when they're shooting does not care. So why should you? Why are you, Disney, 40 years later, erasing something that the guy who played the part has no problem with?
Do you think that this man was not aware that he was fat?
That's the insult.
Do you think
right
it was
there.
news to him? Like someone called him fat and he looked
Yeah.
at him like, holy shit.
Wait, why didn't somebody tell me my ass was so big?
This is the first I'm hearing of this. Go on.
He's no
Oh,
longer
come
with
on.
us. Think about this. He went to his grave knowing he would be famous as Jack Porkins.
Right.
And
because
like
how
run
is-
beyond the grave.
how
because
many
of that.
people are fat and never make a dime off of it?
Oh,
Come on.
Dude,
I
his
know.
kids
I
are
know.
like, he's like, hey, I'm Porkins' son. Those checks still coming? Let's
Right.
hear it.
Yep.
I don't give a damn.
You know what's wild to think about? Being Porkins, at least once in his life, got him some love from the ladies.
Oh,
That's
know?
because he told them it didn't mean what they thought it meant. Jack's Porkin.
That's a double meaning to this, ladies.
That's right, baby.
He's like, stop,
Woo.
Porkins can't handle anymore, ladies.
That's
Go
right,
away.
right.
The Porkins is tired. Come on, man. These people are stupid. Porkins don't give a damn. R.I.P.
Now, I don't know who Bob the Goon is, but I like him. The actor, he's just looks like such a slime ball. It's great.
Yeah.
And the way he is on this quick draw here, when Porkins and Joker get into the little disagreement, and Sean, that line you said that your favorite is, "You better be sure."
You better be
It's
sure.
so hardcore. You know?
Dude,
You
that's
can
a
make
cop.
a good decision when you try. I mean, he's freaking. But
Dude.
his
Wait a
eye
minute.
flare-
Wait a minute. Wait a
Go
minute.
ahead.
It was a 3X Wayne fighter.
Oh.
Bravo.
Chat.
Bravo.
Hug
Bravo,
smash, you
man.
win.
Bravo, sir.
Take a bow. That was excellent.
That
Thank
was great.
you.
Oh,
Thank you.
throw some red roses at him.
But-
I'm
Dude.
sorry, Sean. What were you saying?
No, I was just gonna say Nicholson's the thing that was great where he says, I answer to Grissom, not to psychos, and he's like, you ought to think about the future. And he goes, you mean when you run things, you ain't got no future, Jack. By the way, Jack Porkins had range. Can we just say that?
Yeah.
You ain't got no future, Jack, blah, blah. You're an A1 nut boy. Grissom knows it. And you see his eyes change.
Mm-hmm.
Nicholson goes from being that calm, collected guy to then just taking his hand, mashing it into his face, and shoving him into a wall. I mean, holy shit. But it's like you can see where he goes too far. Now, a good tell to look for is if somebody's trigger word is calling them crazy, because chances are they might be
a little crazy.
Right.
Dude, the hat when Eckhart, that's Porkins' name in this movie. When Porkins Eckhart is walking toward him to meet him, Nicholson is like hands like this, like in his together at his waist, leaning up against the car. The silhouette of that hat and his trench or his full length coat looks like a full length pea coat or something.
Mm-hmm.
The light kind of coming behind him, so you couldn't see any detail. You just saw this silhouette. That was some cold shit. And Bob was off to the side, ready to play his part. Nicholson nailed it. Pre-Joker, post-Joker. There's when he's sitting there talking to somebody at an art museum.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's not just a crazy Joker. This is the controlled crazy Joker who has a plan. And dude, Nicholson was best for this part. And again, I hope people's minds were changed once they actually saw him play this role.
He actually, when he went there, he had a suit maker there. So he looked at the designs and he actually assisted in and bought and had his own suits made with the collaboration with the art director. And something people need to understand. One, he loved comics. He took this role 100% seriously. And that's the thing that was great. And he worked behind the scenes by starting up rumors. I think he was going around the Academy Awards the year before. And he walked up and someone said, so what do you know, Jack? What's up? And he goes, there are analysts right now, in this room who couldn't guess the ceiling of what Batman is going to be. And he said he told the right people, and by the time he sat back down in his chair, the rumor had come back to him.
Wow.
And so he really worked hard to sell this movie because he gave a shit. And everybody working on it, you take your lead from some of the big stars. Nicholson led the trailer off, not Tim Burton. It was like Jack Nicholson, Michael Keaton, Batman.
Right.
Those were the names.
Right.
He made this movie great.
Yeah, he nailed it. And like I said, even as Joker, we weren't used to seeing Jack Nicholson laughing like that and being crazy like that. He's a very structured actor, a great actor. But to see this, man, there were a lot of firsts in this movie for us as a society, and or as far as seeing these actors and this kind of marketing of the movie and shit. This Batman, this rubber suit, but it has to be heavy. It has to be rubber. It has to make those sounds when he moves his cape. I mean, this was awesome. But anybody else playing Joker, I don't know if it would have the same sting that it did.
Right. Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite movies ever is the 2019 Joker movie, but you can't compare these at all. The performance, and
No.
they're just completely different animals, completely different eras in American and Western culture. So, yeah, I mean, this is par excellence. This
Yeah.
performance by Jack as
Yeah.
Jack Napier come Joker. It's really it's the
Yeah.
performance of the movie for sure.
Nick
So-
Dudman, who did the makeup on Jack, said that Jack has a allergic reaction to whatever that stuff is called. It's a makeup applicator, so they had to figure out how to work around it, and he knew he had it, so they had to figure all this different stuff out for the makeup for him. But he was the one. Everybody else was concerned. We get Jack Nicholson up on the screen, and he was the one who would not have looked like how it looked without him. Kept holding up the comic and said, "Make it look like this." That's an actor with no ego.
Mhm.
That's an actor who cares about the source material, and you see it in everything he does. He's 100% in. He's committed.
That's an actor. That's what an actor should
that's
be.
it.
Dude, but when he was in Wolf in '94, oh my goodness. But
That is, I don't like that movie, but it is the first movie. That's the first date I ever went on with my wife.
Oh, dude.
We went to
Gotta love it then.
Do you want to go to the movies tonight? We went to the movies and looked at like what was out, and Jack Nicholson is a werewolf.
Wolf.
That is the first movie I went to with my wife. So, yeah.
I thought he did well in it.
So,
Yeah.
I don't remember it, so I don't know if it's a good or bad movie, but I figured if I liked it, I'd remember it somewhat. So,
Well, you were on a date though, so
Yeah, you were
wasn't gonna
gazing.
compare.
You were gazing, you were yawning and trying to get your arm around. You weren't worried.
I
about
don't try
Wolf.
nothing. I do, man.
That's
you
right.
You need to know how I do it. You know.
Come
First
here,
date
girl.
with my wife, I remember putting my arms around that bucket of ribs, and she was crying because I hadn't paid attention. But the point is,
You know, ribs, duh.
I was like, this is great.
How you doing?
What do you think
Huh?
about Nicholson, huh?
You look over at her and you're just red with barbecue sauce.
That's exactly right.
Just ribbed up to the max,
Yeah.
man. But hey, if she can see you and you're at your ribbiest,
Yeah.
then
Right.
she can handle you any other way, man.
Okay,
that
now-
was a good idea.
When you eat ribs, and there better be beef ribs, when you eat ribs or you eat hot wings,
Well,
Mhm.
can you, because I can't, can you just eat them with messy hands and not use a napkin constantly? Because by the time I'm done eating ribs, I've got 400 napkins next to me. I can't,
yeah,
I have to keep cleaning my fingers. I can't, it grosses me out.
yeah. I'm responsible
people-
for.
Some people are orange up to
Yes.
their elbow and they don't care. They don't
That
have a
shit's
care in the
gross.
world. There's
If we
licking
go out and
fingers.
get ribs, guys, well, Gabe, I know you've seen Apocalypto. I just don't want to be judged, is all I'm saying. You
Okay.
know, you'll see, like, ribs falling down a large, Mayan temple. I'll be up there shaking the ribs above my, it could get bad.
It
I'm
could,
just
but I'm responsible for a square acre of the rainforest being depleted when I'm done eating ribs. I got a lot of napkins.
All
Because
right.
what if you got to take a drink or there's a utensil involved? You can't just get sauce everywhere. Those people, that's a good way to find out who the sociopaths are. That's how you eat ribs. Because if you don't use napkins, I don't trust you around my family or my valuables.
All right. Zippy the Unicorn, very, very funny guy, by the way. Nicholson was all in because he got a huge piece of the gross sales for Batman. And to quote him, I knew that it was going to be big. He was correct. He made 60 million from Batman.
That'll
Actors
work.
don't even make that kind of money nowadays.
That'll work.
Wow.
But imagine how enticing that was to the movie company. Like, oh, you just want part of the sales? Yeah, no problem, whatever. I gotta
Isn't
cut
that what
you a
happened
check.
with George Lucas and Star Wars? They're like, they don't believe in this. So you can have the rights
Mhm.
to all the toys and the T-shirts. And
What's
He's like,
the name?
okay.
Keanu did that in the Matrix too.
wow.
Yeah.
As part of his contract, he wanted a percentage of the merchandise or something like that. And, that was another stepping off a cliff, not knowing how far you're gonna fall, and turns out pretty good for Keanu.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have this. What is going on with the city? They're going to have like a 200th anniversary.
Yeah, the
parade.
mayor is just like, we get some hot dog stands down here, and balloons are like, sir, this place is crazy. They're gonna get killed. No. You get hot dogs and cotton candy down here. The businesses will come back once they see it. And he just keeps harping on that like through the whole movie. He's all about returning, downtown Gotham to its former glory via hot dog carts.
Right, as one does.
Well, if you're gonna, any good montage has a hot dog cart scene in it.
Yeah.
We all know that.
cut to gunfire, drugs everywhere, and then Shanth in the middle with the hot dog stand. Yeah, can I get a?
Now
You
write
call
this
this
down.
kraut? Come on.
Here, I got my own kraut right here.
Exactly. Let me reach in my pocket. I still got some of those ribs.
Babe, you got the pocket kraut? Yeah, I got your pocket kraut right here.
Zippy says Bill Murray was considered for
Oh,
Batman.
wow.
Alec Baldwin turned it down. Really?
Stop. That would have been horrible.
Bill
Wasn't
Murray
he-
as Batman would have been bad.
That would have been horrible. Or Alec Baldwin. Wasn't he
Yeah.
banging Kim? One of the Baldwins were banging her
Yep.
sometime around now. But this
Well,
right
Prince
here,
was
see,
too.
I had,
Was.
yeah, I had a real problem with this scene right here because it was full of misogyny and toxic masculinity.
Right.
Because he walks in, she has her feet up on the desk with her feet crossed. She's reading the paper, and he goes, "Hello, legs." And then she walks over and she's like, "I've been reading your articles and stuff like that. And I'm a photographer." "Oh, yeah, I know who you are." And then he goes, "We can take," he's like, "I can pose nude, but you're going to need a long lens." I was like,
boy.
"What? 1989? How dare you?" And there's a scene a little bit later with even more toxic masculinity and cisgender male nonsense. And I was appalled and hurt, and I'm still traumatized.
Right.
No, you're right. It was great. And when you
It
when you watched it, I could just see Jericho watching this with smiling ear to ear, just going, "You tell him, Alexander Knox."
Dude, who wouldn't be thinking that? Kim Basinger,
This is-
not Kim Basinger, 1989. Kim Basinger is sitting at your desk. Kim Basinger was smoking hot in this movie.
Especially
Yeah.
in another.
My
movie
son
on-
pointed out to me,
Yeah.
he walked through the living room when we were watching this. He said, "That woman looks like Taylor Swift, and now I can't unsee it. She's got
Oh,
the little
wow.
eyes and the pouty lips and the little upturned nose." And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, they could be cousins or something." I
She
can
shit
see
out
it.
Taylor Swift.
Wow.
That's what I think.
I'm saying there's a resemblance, but yeah,
Oh my God.
she's better.
I can't follow that. So let's just.
So moving on. But yeah, the
No.
toxic masculinity really traumatized me, and I did not like it.
Right.
And this is the other thing that's funny that people don't realize is that, and I think who was talking? I think Nick Recato was talking about this, or it was Cecil, I think, talking about this with Anna, but she's playing life on easy mode, and he has made a commitment to go down in flames by approaching her. Every approach this guy makes is a chance to go down in flames, because she's just basically like, yeah. And she continues, like,
Yep.
you see what I mean? And
Yep.
I miss when they would portray female characters as being nonplussed. This isn't an assault. This is actually a humiliation of this guy who's letting it all hang out. Just getting
he like Groundhog's Day, like it never even happened. He just kept trying, and I respected him for that. And this guy, what's his name? Robert Wool.
Yes.
This guy, 1980 to 89. This guy was another one of those people that was just everywhere and everything. He's the face of the 80s. I remember seeing this dude, TV shows and all kinds of shit. And he played this character well. Every time he's trying to get a quote, a sound bite, he has his recorder. He played that stereotypical, like all he was missing was the hat with the card that said press in the headband.
Smitty,
Right? That's all he was missing, like a beat writer. This dude was constant, like this little chihuahua just humping your leg, and no matter what you did, he just like a magnet. But I'm saying in a good way, this dude was awesome. He played the shit out of that part.
He did, yeah.
Yeah. So far the story, it's not thin, but it's very bare bones. It's the city's having like a 200th anniversary. The mayor's obsessed with this big gala to bring businesses back to the crime-ridden downtown. Harvey Dent's running for office, I think, to be reelected as a district attorney or something like that. And Batman is looming in the shadows, and the two reporters are trying to figure it out. So far, that's what's going on right there. We finally meet Jack Palance. We meet the crime boss, Grissom. And we get a little view into this world here. I like Jack Palance in this. I like that he has gravitas mixed with creepiness. You know what I mean? And there's something unsettling. I think it's the skeletal look of his face, not unlike what's his name, Silva, that rest in peace. He just died a week or two ago.
Oh, Chevy Chase's father.
Right, the guy from Above the Law with Steven Seagal. He has that
yeah.
same sort of skeletal like weirdness to his face that it's you can't look away, but it's a little scary. But Go ahead.
This is like if they made this is like Batman the animated series. And when it came out, what, 92? They had the same kind of Batmobile as this one and stuff. Look at that suit.
Yeah,
it just looks like a drawing, like that would be in a comic. That whole, just the way the jacket is and the way he's standing. And this is where Grissom, this is where he figures out what's been going on with old Jack. And what do you call him? Snookum Buns or some shit when she came in. Hey, sweetie or whatever.
Wasn't it Sugar Bumps? I'm sorry. Wasn't it?
Yeah, Sugar Bumps, because he says it to him later.
I was like, what?
I'm sorry. But hey, Sugar Bumps, can you wait in the other room? And then when she's leaving, she makes eye contact with him. Like, how stupid. You see this shit in movies.
Exactly.
How stupid are you? You're going to look at this woman and like smile, or she's going to look at you like, this guy's a killer gangster. What are you doing? But he sees him make eye contact. He kind of smiles at her. He realizes they're banging. And then the one of two big time double crosses in this movie has now taken place.
Right. Real quick from the great Jared Weaver, patron of mine for some commissions I've done. Can't catch the show live, but we'll watch on the replay. Wanted to give some financial support to y'all for going over one of the 80s top flicks. Thank you, Jared. $5, very generous. Thank you,
brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, as we talk this out, I like this movie more and more. I told you the other night, I liked it. I was bored. I was stunned by the visual. I was trying to remember being a 10-year-old. It was a very weird experience watching this movie the other night. Turn over to my wife, like, what do you think? Like, do we like this or do we hate this? I couldn't decide. But you guys are winning me over. You're winning me over.
You got to watch it with Jericho and me. This is the thing, man.
This is the key.
I love my wife. Oh, all right, let me just put it this way. Let me change that a little bit. And I'm sorry, honey, if you're watching this later, which we both know you aren't. I like my wife, all right? But I love the movie Blade. All right? When we saw Blade, while she enjoyed it because she wanted to stay married, the thing about it is that, because like in Blade, sure beats dying alone. The thing about it is that I saw that movie, and it's the atmosphere of it. This movie is a guy movie. If you're a gal who happens to like it, awesome. But it is just the Nicholson line that sums this movie up, which is, where does he get those wonderful toys? This movie is like a crazy funhouse experience going through it. It's not, as serious and doesn't have, it has actually some great drama, but it doesn't play it as straight as something like Blade does. But you've got this sequence where Gotham is run by organized crime, and this is the story. And you see this in a lot of movies. You even see this in Tombstone, funny enough. It's organized crime, which is to say it's organized. And because of the vanity of Jack Palance's character, he tries to go to war with an utter lunatic, his right-hand man, over a woman, as he points out, which to him is the grave breach. And what ends up happening is the power balance gets shifted to where all of a sudden crime is not predictable. It was bubbling under the surface. It was organized. It wasn't breaking out onto the streets. And now you have a crazy anarchist who has no care for human life, who is completely self-obsessed and wants to kill everybody. He wants to terrorize Gotham. And he says that when we get to that scene, Winged Freak terrorizes. He goes, he's no longer a criminal. It's no longer about the cash. You see this from the word go. He's not trying to make money. These guys are. They're organized crime. He's trying to make mayhem. He is evil incarnate when he comes out. It's awesome.
Right. And I think if we want to know a little bit about Jack Palance, Muttman was saying he did those awesome skin bracer aftershave commercials.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Feel like
let's
see it right
Tango
here.
and Cash, too.
Yep.
I don't need some fancy cologne to tell me I'm a man. I use Skin Bracer. It smells great, but it also cools and tones my skin. Confidence is very sexy. Don't you think? Skin Bracer aftershave.
See? Come on. We need those commercials. We need those. Anything less would be uncivilized. Some football player, wrestler.
Oh my God!
Sounds like he is such a star.
Marvelous.
Calm the fuck down, or something is going on with this guy. Oh. Scotty S for $1.99. The Art Deco decor is just stunning. Yes.
Yeah, those two
the
heads.
The star of this movie to me is not Jack Nicholson. The star of this movie to me is the art design, the graphic design, the art direction, all of it. Beautiful. And I said earlier, it totally holds up. and most of the special effects hold up. It's so well designed, this movie.
Like those two heads outside the window there. There's two big
Right.
silver heads like on the top
Right.
of the building. Yeah, man, it's a home run all across the board, man. I
Right.
like this shit. But that old school commercial, man, that was the shit.
This
Right.
show needs 80s commercial breaks where we play old 80s commercials for products. Yeah, we need Marvelous Marvin Hagler, right?
Yeah.
That's what we need. We need that ad, man.
The what is it? 1-800 call Colette and Mr. T used to
Yeah.
do those, or call ATT or whatever
Yeah.
back in the day, or the who were those Australian dudes? It was like the Energizer Bunny commercial. Oi, there was like a blonde
Oh, right. He,
Australian
was like,
dude.
he looked like Popeye, but he was an Australian guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's talking about
Oi.
the Energizer batteries, like, oi. And that was when the Australian wave hit America in the late 80s.
That's right.
Yep.
And,
Yeah, it was like 88, 89 or something
Well,
like
you
that.
had Crocodile Dundee, you had the Energizer guy, you had like those Ruse shoes, you had the Aussie shampoo, the Aussie whatever shampoo. But if you look right here on the bottom
I'm
right,
serious.
Yahoo Serious, he was like an Australian comedian in this weird
Mhm.
rock and roll adventure comedy fantasy thing. I saw that movie too, and I have no real recollection of it. But
Yeah.
there was an Australian invasion in American pop culture for just a minute there. Not sure
See,
what that
now-
was about.
That skin bracer commercial would be some woman,
Right.
you know, or some Ku Klux trans member. Makes me feel like skin bracer. Makes you feel like whatever you feel like that day. Disgusting,
Right.
man.
Oddly,
Ugh.
the same voice as Jack Palance, no matter what.
You have
You
to-
can't,
What?
you can't read that any other way.
You have to suck through your teeth.
Yeah.
In
What are
between.
the in the
Nothing
script?
wrong with
Why
that.
does it say gasp through nose and mouth here?
Just do it.
One of the greatest commercials of all time is for Paul Masson wine. It's got orchid.
I know one.
Have you ever seen this?
Yes.
I think he's drunk and he can't get any of his lines out.
Yeah, you gotta Orson
We'll watch
Welles.
just a minute of this because I think this is famous, but he's doing terribly, and he's a great actor. But for whatever reason, he cannot handle this wine commercial.
He tasted it.
To the camera. Or one or two, take one. With overlap, action please. Action also.
He doesn't do anything.
No, sorry, cut.
He doesn't do anything.
Ah, the French. Celebrated for its excellence. There is a California champagne by Paul Masson, inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated.
What the fuck are we supposed to do?
102, take three. Action please.
French champagne has always been celebrated for its excellence. There is a California champagne by Paul Masson, inspired by that same French excellence. It's fermented in the bottle, and like the best French champagne, it's vintage dated.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? When he starts to go, nah.
But you missed out showing the edited final, which is that shows you how little you can believe anything you see. But
Is it good? Is the final
Yeah,
good?
they edit it and he's like,
Oh.
Paul was like, it's totally like he recorded it later. But you see people like, drunk.
I love
Hammered.
the first take in that video. He just sits there and stares at the camera and goes, he
Yeah.
doesn't do anything.
No, you're the actor. You're the star. We need
Like-
you to do something.
It's like, I
No.
know this is 30 seconds long. I'd like you to memorize the story though. Okay.
Dude.
If you can memorize the 30-second long script, not be fucking asking me if the other guy has a
He
part.
doesn't read the script. The script reads him.
Don't worry about him. Don't worry about those two no-name actors.
I think
that
Jack
nobody
Palance
knows.
would have killed that commercial.
Oh,
Home
yeah.
run, first
One
take.
take Jake. One take Jake. He's
Oh.
out of there.
Paul Masson wine, similar to a French wine. And I love how he's tickling the bottle too. He's just
Yeah.
like touching it with his finger in a real
Yeah, they're
weird
like-
way.
That was very weird.
Okay, anyway, where the hell were we? We got suspected betrayals. We
Set
got
up.
this crime organization.
Yes.
And party at
Casino
Wayne
at the
Manor.
house.
That's right. So we
I like this scene.
right. And we're
'Cause
first
he-
introduced to Bruce Wayne instead of Batman.
Yes.
Here. Right.
And he kind of bullshit. See, that's what I mean. He always has his recorder, trying to get a soundbite, trying to get a quote, official position. I love that character.
Right.
And then
And
he kind
during-
of talked.
During the gangster scene, they're talking about we got to get down to the Axis. Is it Axis or Acme? The Axis.
Axis.
Right.
Yeah.
It bothers me. It should be Acme, damn it. We got to get down to the Axis chemical factory and destroy some paperwork records because of such and such crime. They don't really go into it, but they got to go down there. And he tells Jack, you're going to do it with some of the guys. And it's, it's a setup from the boss.
Well, he had a plan, and then Napier was like, well, I think we should just go in there, destroy the place and take the papers and call it industrial sabotage or something like that. Industrial espionage or something.
Right.
And then Palance is like, yeah, that sounds good. You go there. And he goes, remember, you're my number one guy. And then so he goes, me? He's like, me? You want me to do it personally? Yeah, I want you to take care of it personally. And then when he leaves the room, that's when he calls the police and gives them an anonymous tip that Napier's going to be there robbing shit. And then it cuts to the little casino night that Bruce Wayne's having at his house.
Yeah.
Vicky Vale comes up to him and asks, which one of these guys are Bruce Wayne? And he's like, I'm not sure. And then it kind of comes back around, in a couple minutes. And then Vicky Vale and the reporter, see, look at that.
Now she's one of those women that can have her jaw there. She can have a little bit of a masculine feature, and she's still good looking.
Yeah,
she looks like Veronica Lake as they played up in Holly, or LA Confidential.
Right.
When one of the greatest lines ever delivered by a guy to a gal, when she goes, "You're one of the first guys I've met who hasn't told me I look like Veronica Lake inside of a couple of minutes," and he looks at her and goes, "You look better than Veronica Lake." And you just go, dang, man.
Right.
Throwing down Russell Crowe.
I think the best line of a man to a woman is RoboCop when he says, bitches leave.
That's true.
That was a pretty good man.
I like
that was your hero.
To me, my all-time line, romantic line from man to a woman is Keith David to Jennifer Connelly in Requiem for a Dream. He says, I didn't take it out for air.
So Keith David's still undisputed, but I do have to say,
I mean, some guys just know how to melt hearts with romantic talk.
They do. Some guys just know how to make those panties turn to steam.
Now, when your friend went down the driveway in what was, of course, a tragic accident, did you look over his shoulder and say, "Can you fly, Bobby?" Like Clarence Boddicker in RoboCop.
I should have. That would have maybe made the pain a little less. Maybe made him laugh, but no, I didn't say that, and it was excruciating.
Thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, it's all right. Oh,
but she's beautiful. And then they go into this room where he has all these artifacts and a really cool knight's armor. And her and the reporter, what's his name?
Alexander
Knox.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know
Alexander Knox. And they start talking shit about Bruce Wayne, and he actually. Right there, he walks up behind him and they're still talking shit.
Has that ever happened to you in real life where you're saying some shit about someone and they're like right behind you or they're
close?
I'm trying to think if I've
close. I was going to, and then I saw the person, but I've had someone who thought they hung up and they were talking shit. Yeah.
Oh shit. Mm-hmm. He said it publicly, so I feel like I can repeat it because he said it on Comics Case. Shane Davis, friend of mine, friend of all the Comics Case stuff. He wrote an email to Larry Gannum, the creative vice president, creative liaison for DC Comics. If you're a creator, if you're talent, you deal with Larry Gannum for contracts and this and that. And he called him a bitch in an email, but it was for someone else. But he sent it to him. And that's one of the funniest things. They apologized, he apologized. And they made up or whatever at the time. But Shane had me crying, laughing when he told that story. So, can you imagine you say, "Yeah, that guy's a bitch," and then you send it right to him.
Wish you could reach in your computer and stop it. No, it's gone.
Shane is a classic. We love Shane. So absolutely, that's I can't think of when I've ever done that. I'm sure I have.
I've got one that relates to this. When I was interning at this comic book studio with this very famous comic book artist working there, who was my mentor, very esteemed comic book artist. I decided for reasons I can't effing fathom when the subject of Nightwing came up, taking shots at the costume. And when I got back from my internship, I told my buddy where I'd been, and he goes, Oh yeah, man, your mentor designed the Nightwing costume.
Whoops.
That, and then I went back to it. All the comic guys around me were trying to throw me life preservers,
Whoops.
you know, but I had learned how to run my mouth in college, and that's when I learned to unrun my fucking mouth. It was like
Whoops.
going to a convenience store, coming home, and then on the news you hear it was robbed 2 minutes after you were there. Like, it was like that kind of terror. And I told that story to my students to put the fear of God in them. I was like, shut the fuck up when you're around professionals. You don't know shit.
Oh man.
Period. Fucking embarrassing.
I think of something that may be close to that. I used to be assistant program director at this radio station. And so once a week we had the street team meetings where I got all the interns and shit there. We got to talk about upcoming events and what they need to do, what may have went wrong at the last one, improvement, shit like that. And so on the meeting schedule, they would print it out and give it to me. And then at the bottom, we have the names of the new interns. You know, it's kind of a welcome. What's up, Jeffrey? Welcome to the street team, shit like that. And then somebody spelled their name. The first name was Eric, and then the last name was Delux. So it was deluxe without the E. So I thought it was Delu. And so I'm reading it, and I didn't even think. I just said it out loud. Like you say things, you think out loud. And I saw the name. I was like, who the fuck is Eric Delu? And I see this dude stick his hand. He's like, oh, that's me. I was like, oh. Shit. My bad. It's Eric Deluxe. I was like, oh shit, man. I'm sorry. It just kind of came out. Whoops.
You didn't change it, and then you didn't go, oh, sorry. Who the fuck is Eric Deluxe?
Now you gotta be like, who the fuck is Eric Delu? And they're like, oh, he sounds really cool. That's why I wanted to know.
Yeah,
that's what I just want to pick his brain about. He gets such a cool name.
Scotty S. again for $1.99. King of the Wicker People. What is this in reference to? Thank you for the money. They're very generous.
Going through the armor, and he goes,
oh, sure.
Where's this one from? And he goes, he must have been King of the Wicker People.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah, he's like, where do you get this one from? I don't know.
Right. So during the party, Jack Palance has called in the cops on his own men, so they'll go there and get him. So the commissioner here, he takes off to take a phone call, and they're wandering around the house. And Alfred comes in and tells Batman that he might want to go look into some things because he's overheard the stuff about the.
So the commissioner left in quite a hurry, sir. Quite unexpected.
Quick imitation though for you guys. Jack Palance calls and he picks up the phone. He goes, "Get me Lieutenant Porkins." That's what he said. The exact words.
Yeah, I didn't say. He said it. You did not say it. That came from Jack Palance.
These are his words.
Yeah, he's telling him, hey, you know, fuck. And then he leaves. He's like, sir, how about we go this way? And he has to go like toward the Batcave slide.
Michael Gow
or whatever.
Great actor.
Right. And I like this here. He's in the Batcave watching all the monitors he has. And it's, I don't mean to sound like a young liberal woman, but it's like creepy. And I hate that they've ruined that word. But it's like, wait a minute. You invite all these guests to your house and you're eavesdropping on them. Like, I understand the utility of this particular eavesdropping. But I just thought, oh my God, he can listen to everyone all the time.
Very weird. Like we said in the beginning, he's a weird dude. He's a weird quirky, dude. He's crazy, you know. And
he looks so 90s. His hair's got that little Jerry Seinfeld puff. He's got 90s thin wireframe glasses. He's really a man of the late 80s, early 90s.
You know what? A couple sentences down in my notes from the top, I have, can we talk about Bruce Wayne's hair for a minute?
Right.
So you're right about that.
What's the deal with Bruce Wayne's hair?
What's the deal?
Jerry. Yeah. He's got wait a minute. He's got Costanza's glasses and Jerry's hair.
Dude.
Deep fake this, please, for me. Deep fake this with him as Jerry Seinfeld and then Alexander Knox as Kramer. Make that happen. I want to see him slide into that room and go, whoa, he must have been King of the Wicker People. How much for it?
Make it happen, internet.
You know, my friend Bob Sacamano has a suit of armor just like this.
Exactly. That's right. My favorite Alfred. Right on.
Oh, yeah, he was great. He was way better. Was it a different Alfred by the time they got to Val Kilmer?
I think it's the same guy in the first three. Yeah, I think he's in the first three. He nailed it, man. He was very good. That very, you know, upper crust, you know, butler. And it's weird though in the George Clooney one where Alicia Silverstone is his granddaughter and she's like 18. But anyway, now I've never seen that movie. Is that movie?
That wasn't weird.
Oh, wait a minute. The George Clooney Schwarzenegger, that diarrhea bowl of a movie. I've never seen it. Is it worth like watching and making fun of, or is it so stupid it's not even funny?
I wouldn't do that to yourself. You
Okay.
can live a
You know
happy life without seeing.
I saw the
It fucking
commercials and
sucks.
I knew not to see it by seeing the commercials.
It sucked.
So I never watched it. So
It sucked real bad. That's kind of a sucky time. What was that? 97 or something?
yeah, that's
You
like
know.
97, 98 when they made that horrible Godzilla movie.
Oh yeah, that was bad. But this scene, it's cool because at the time it was super high tech. It was like, oh shit, he can zoom in and listen and all these cameras and shit. I mean, it was super high tech. So seeing that now, I wouldn't say it was corny, but it's just like it just looks really outdated. Now
Right.
at the time it was
All these
oh,
big,
shit.
thick CRT screens, and you can
Yeah.
hear the VCR tape like rewinding and stuff, and just that's a little bit dated, you know. So
I want
Yeah.
to see the vault of VHS tapes he has.
right.
Just stacks on stacks.
Oh,
So we get to the Axis Chemical Company. They're going to
Mhm.
get into their. Now I don't know why they have to break into the safe. Isn't this their company? Like I don't know. They're going to get into the safe and destroy some records and whatever, protect themselves from something legally. And it's a setup. The cops arrive. There's a shootout. Porkins is there, and he wants Joker dead
Fucking
after the
Porkins.
little confrontation.
Mhm.
You know, he
they're
wants him
breaking
shot.
into fake it.
Commissioner Gordon wants him alive. Porkins
Mhm.
wants him dead.
And there's the officers that they're brought on this particular raid have a real problem listening to directions because the commissioner says on a bullhorn, if you shoot Jack Napier, you have to answer to me. That's the commissioner. He's above the chief. He's like between the
Right.
chief and the mayor. He's the man. Why he would be on a raid in the first place, that's another live stream. But he tells the guys, don't shoot him, and then there's officers shooting at him. But this is where Tim Burton shines. This is 1 foot now and 1 foot in 1942. Because in the last
Right.
scene, you see the guy with the pinstripe suit, the head like, hey, boss, what do you want me to do here? Like, it's very, like in the Warner Brother cartoons, they have the little short guy, he's the boss, and the big, hey, boss, his like henchman. It's very, and he even tells them, we've been ratted out, boys, watch out. It's very, you never take me alive, copper.
No,
So-
hold on. When wasn't Dick Tracy the same summer or the next year?
It was the next year, I think.
I mean,
It was
that's
90.
2 years.
Oh,
Was that
90.
90 or 91?
I think it was
I think it
90.
was 90.
I think it was.
Yeah.
That was Madonna at her hottest. 1984, like a version. Okay. But let's turn that up a little. That was like 7. We're going to turn her up to 10 and a half between 1990 and 1991. Her Warren Beatty, didn't they date or something?
Yeah.
Her Warren Beatty
Date.
phase. Yeah, date.
As it was called in the back in the day.
But-
Dated.
That was Madonna was just, re-entering the Earth's atmosphere hot.
Mhm.
Now she looks crazy as fuck. She looks like a cartoon. Don't look up Madonna pictures.
Do not,
Don't
yeah.
do it.
And the
But-
thing about this too is when you bring up Dick Tracy, because this is something I want you to picture. Dick Tracy, Warren Beatty's plan when he made that movie was for it to be an R movie. So
Oh.
he wanted to make it a hardcore gangster. They added all that kid stuff into it, even though it didn't sell
Yeah.
any toys and didn't help it. But they wanted to do a highly stylized on the backs of this movie because they didn't learn the lesson of this movie, which is take it seriously, play it straight, don't make it light, and go full tilt. And you're right. Dick Tracy was, it had Pacino in it, man. It had all these incredible people.
Yeah, should have been better.
Mm.
But this is how we get the Joker. This is how we get him.
Right.
And
Right.
this is where everybody pretty much sees, well, not everybody, but multiple police officers see that, okay, this Bat dude is for real. So even look at the gun, the revolver, the coat, the hat, very, 40s gangster, which
Right.
it worked perfectly. And there's this, after he's sitting him down, because he picks him up like this, and you see Joker's feet like 4 or 5 inches off the ground. Batman picks him up, and then Bob comes through, puts a gun to Commissioner Gordon's head, let him go or I'll do Gordon. That's when he sits him down,
Right.
and then shoots, what's his name? Eckhart.
Right.
Porkins. He doesn't make
Eckhart.
It's just
Fucking-
think about the future, and you see his eyes,
Yeah.
and you realize that you see the Joker in him before he even becomes the Joker. When that moment, you realize he's a psycho. Like, he's shooting because he knows he's been ratted out. And that was the other thing. They're breaking into the safe because they're staging a break-in. right? They want to make it look like, industrial
Oh
espionage.
God, that's why they're breaking it.
And where this movie shines is something I have not seen anybody do as well with the Joker. Not, they try to explain different things. In this, it's that bullet ricochet that then goes straight through both of his cheeks,
Yes.
like that. And he has to, when it's stitched up, that's what you're seeing, giving him that smile, is that scar, and the nerves are gone, so he can't break it. And that's, they really worked to make this, in this world, a convincing origin of the Joker. Because the Joker, in the movie is not scarred. He just smiles and can't stop laughing. He's wearing makeup.
Yeah.
In, Heath Ledger's Joker, he's got these scars, and, obviously, like the Killing Joke, he changes the story every single time. But with this, you really saw, this is that perfect meshing of a realistic, sense of an immaculate reality. You believe the world like Star Wars. And then in that world, this is a convincing comic book origin story. It's just great.
Right.
And shout out to Batman in this. I think he stole some of his acting chops, or at least his reflexes, from Bruce Leroy from The Last Dragon. Because Jack Nicholson was standing about 5 feet away from him, raises his gun and shoots it, and Batman gets his arm up like this in time to block the bullet, which is traveling pretty fast. Can we agree on that? I know we have 3 separate minds and we think for ourselves, but can we agree that the bullet's traveling very fast? It bounces off of Batman's arm, ricochets off of a tank or something, and then that's when it hits Napier through the cheeks. And then he falls into the chemicals. But how do they do that? Like, because when he falls in the chemicals, it like zooms in on the tank, and he's like gone. There's no bubbles. He's just almost like it sucked him down. I guess it did because it spits him out. Later, and you see the hand come up, and the cards come up first out of the water. And then the hand, that green nail, that white skin now. That was a powerful image, for my 8.5-year-old brain.
Right. Yeah, that is very cool how that works, where you see the white skin and the green fingernails. Since your fingernails and your hair are the same material, so I guess that's keeping it in its own logic of its own science. So.
Believe the science, guys.
Right.
The science.
You got to, no matter how many times it changes for politics. You
Keep believing it. Keep believing it. But yeah, look, hair in a ponytail, glasses. Stop it, Kim Basinger. All right? Stop it right now.
What's she up to now? She been in anything lately?
I don't think she might have been something. I remember seeing something recently where I thought, damn, she looks old now.
I don't feel sorry for actresses when they get old and then they complain they don't get roles anymore. It's like, you weren't complaining when you were hot. Plus, men deal with this better than women, because look at the NFL. One of my favorite players, Champ Bailey, former Denver Bronco. He's a Hall of Fame NFL player. He doesn't play anymore. Now, if he was acting like a Hollywood left-wing starlet, he would say, the NFL discriminates against 47-year-old, slow, formerly fast athletes. Can't keep up with the young bucks anymore. It's like his body has gotten older and he's just dealt with it. These actresses, they're hot. They get older, they're not hot anymore. And then they wonder why they're not getting, it's just obnoxious.
She's 68 now.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool with Kim Basinger. Unless she plays like an older woman role.
Yeah.
But if she plays a role of like a grandma or something, okay, but you're not going to get no let's go on a shopping spree pretty woman shit anymore.
Right.
But and also Champ Bailey, a man in that situation, is going to be more realistic. Do you want to put your 47-year-old body out there on the field? How do you think you're going to feel? There ain't an ice bath out there big enough to take your aches and pains away after you get your almost 50-year-old ass out there. So he understands and accepts it.
When they put, which was to me, it was a crime when they put Holyfield in the ring that last time for the exhibition. Don't be doing, guys. Whoever sanctioned that, don't be doing that shit.
Dude, Tyson Roy Jones Jr., don't ruin my memories of those great fighters, man. That shit, it's sad.
Yeah. But it's, at least their cases, they were past their prime. Holyfield was stepping in for a fight De La Hoya was supposed to do against a guy who was, younger than him by, I think, maybe like 10 or 15 years. Just don't be doing that. He's a national treasure. Let him be,
Yeah,
Good
man.
Lord.
I want to see him get beat
I
up
want
like
to see,
that.
someone like Jake Paul pound his head in to prove some point. It's not my thing, but
Weird,
yeah.
Man. Another hot picture of Kim Basinger. That that's undeniable. I don't care. Everybody has a type. What they like, but you have to be able to respect beauty when you see it, no matter it's color or shape or whatever. That's a beautiful woman.
Right.
Well,
I was just telling my wife the same thing about Lizzo this morning. You know.
yeah,
thought
same
you-
thing.
I thought you're not supposed to lie to your wife because that's
Yeah,
a
well,
lie.
you know,
What was it? Ari Spears said she looks like the poop emoji.
well, dude, I mean, well, we were talking about
Nailed it.
shit, you guys are killing me. We were talking about of course, our gorgeous starlet in Action Jackson. We were talking
Right.
about
Vanity.
Tia
Vanity.
Vanity, and we're talking about our darling actress. I know hopefully we all know the names if you've got red blood in your veins. We're talking about our gorgeous actress from Showdown in Little Tokyo. We were talking about, I can go
Tia
down the
Carrere.
list of
Right.
actresses that inspired, different characters I've drawn. And beauty is one of these things that transcends, just like star power is something that transcends. And it's weird because you would think that there would be a much more narrow definition in aesthetics than there would be in athletic achievement, where it's so much about the physicality. You see this in MMA, but weirdly, it's the same thing with beauty. It is the same thing. You don't know why this particular person is going to catch fire. Like someone explained to me in the history of sports, why, if could you put a slide rule together and say why Michael Jordan is Michael Jordan? He transcended it all. Like the sport that like Mike, if I could be like Mike, that was every kid, not kids in Chicago. That was kids all over the country. He danced with Michael Jackson, for God's sake.
Right.
And, when you see these people, she did a great job in this role. And I think she was really great in LA Confidential, too. Incredible.
Speaking of that he danced with Michael Jackson. I remember that video. It's called Jam.
Yeah, of course.
Michael Jackson featuring R.I.P. to Heavy D.
Yeah,
he did the rap. But I remember watching that video as a kid, and you could see where Jordan is doing his thing, and Michael Jackson's like, oh, he can't do shit. Jordan's just all over him dunking. But then Jordan tries to dance, and that's when Michael Jackson just shits all over him. And that was probably the one and only time you saw Michael Jordan looking foolish on a basketball court. It was just like, oh shit, Jordan, he's human. Like he can't do everything great. And Michael, he schooled Michael Jackson, but Michael Jackson schooled him when he tried. And Michael Jackson wasn't even trying. Neither was Jordan. He was like fucking around. They like put the basketball on his head. Like he was playing around. And so was Michael Jackson. But it was just cool to see like, okay, Jordan does bleed red blood and puts his pants on, one leg at a time, even though he might have his tongue out like that when he does it. But
it's crazy too, because we talk about the visuals of things like that. God, those were great times, guys. And it's not nostalgia. People are still wearing Air Jordans. People are still playing Michael Jackson and covering his music.
Right.
It is what it is. And we all three of us love Prince. That goes without saying.
Right.
But the thing for me about it,
what I love most about Prince is the ambiguity with him. He allows me to enter into realms that I'm not usually comfortable with.
That's right. And so, but when we look at this sort of thing, what I love about this movie is that sequence we were just looking at, or looking at the beginning, where Batman lowers down with his arms out with the case. There's absolutely no reason to do that other than theatrics to put fear into the crime, but mainly for the audience to see that. And this movie really gave a damn about the audience. The movies of this time knew you were watching them and gave you the ride of a lifetime with all the action and excitement, the Batmobile chase. I mean, let's go.
You just hit on something that's so important of why everyone knows it here. I'll never back down from it. The Marvel movies are shit, and if you like them, I'm sorry. That's just embarrassing. You shouldn't tell people. Here's what you're talking about, Sean. These movies knew you were watching a movie, and they were not afraid to be vulnerable and say, this is fun. Come on, everybody, come in and have fun. And what the Marvel movies do that pisses me off is it's too cool for school. They're afraid to be vulnerable and just be what they are and embrace what they are. They're just that Marvel humor we make fun of. I thought you said you knew these guys. It's all this weird, sarcastic, insincere, narcissistic bullshit. I can't take it. And you have this stuff where it's just they're wearing their heart on their sleeve. It's very authentic. What you see is what you get. And that's the thing about the Marvel stuff that drives me nuts. And it's pervasive in modern art because you have art being made by a bunch of childish narcissists. So, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. The Bible says that, right? What is in you is what's going to come out of you when you express yourself as an artist. So I think if you have a lead, and you worked in academia for years, you saw the narcissism that goes on in our culture now
It's sick.
vis-a-vis art. So you see the kind of art that produces. It's awful. So you're totally right about this thing. It knows you're watching a movie, and they embrace the hell out of that.
They sold me on Bruce Wayne in this movie with Michael Gow helped sell me on it. When they get to the point to where she's like, "Do you like eating in here?" and they end up at a smaller table
Right.
with Michael Gow's Alfred and with her there, and he's telling this charming he's in a sweater, he's casual, and he's telling the story. He goes, "There was young Master Bruce with on his something pony with me on its back, covered in mud and nursing a whatever ankle." And he's like, "I think I embarrassed long enough," and you get the sense of there's this history in this charming anecdote. You can see how much that character is, and you don't need an hour of it to sell you on the relationship.
Right.
And he's Batman, so she's like, you can tell he loves you very much, and he says, yeah, and he's kind of playing it off his humanity, but it's great.
Right. And if it was a Marvel movie, it would be all snarky, and Alfred would be insulting and trying to humiliate Batman, and it would be all insincere.
Yeah.
That kind of humor from the Friends TV show, which I also hate, because how the fuck are those people friends? Because they just hate each other.
Yeah.
And they're just like insincere and weird with each other. And I really find it disgusting. So, I do like the humanity that you see here because it feels authentic. It feels real.
Yeah. If they got their hands on it now, Bruce Wayne would be this snobby, rich prick, white guy, white privilege, all that bullshit. And Alfred would be more like the butler from The Nanny, the TV show. Real snarky, talking shit to his boss. Ain't nobody who works for me or whose universe I provide going to talk to me like that. But he would be like that. It would be like, because it'll be all these cisgender white male jokes and shit. But what you were saying about them being snarky and Marvel being too cool for school, they can't do what they did in these movies and be woke. They can't because to embrace that would be to say, yes, men are stronger and masculinity is okay.
Whoa. What do you mean, man?
I know. Cut my mic off whenever you're ready if I go too far. But
If
men have a tender side. We're not a bunch of pro-rape jock boys constantly drinking from a keg. We do have a tender side. We do love people. We do care about our family, but we're here to kick some ass. So Kim Basinger, get behind me while I go fuck shit up. I don't need you standing next to me. You're not as badass as me.
Right. And real women that are grown and mature, they love that.
Yeah.
They love a man.
Let me play my part.
And solving problems.
You men go out here and hit each other and bleed. I'll be over here kicking it, lighting a pumpkin spice scented candle because it's fall now. Everybody played their part. But
I was talking to my wife about the gender roles of the husband and the wife, and she's very traditional. We get along because we share those values deeply. And it's kind of like we're in the village and the attackers come and I go out there and kill them and you stay home and you just keep sharpening new swords for me. You just sharpen a sword. I'll come and get another one. I'll come and get it. But you're not coming out here and fighting with me where it's bloody and deadly. No, you're not doing that. That's my job. You stay back here. You make me lunch. You sharpen the swords. You do whatever you need to do. Bind up my wounds, but you're not coming out here with me. That's fucking insane. And it's
be my Bob. Be my Bob.
Yeah.
That's right. My wife.
Be my Bob. Know your role better than what I know your role should be. Do your thing so I can do my thing. When you do your woman thing, that attracts me to you. That keeps that flame burning for decade after decade. Right. Just be woman. That's all you need to be. That's what sends blood to the right parts of my body.
Right.
Be
you're terrifying, woman. Hunch, one of our great fans. He cannot handle your bigotry, Jericho, and he needs his safe space. I want to picture him holding his head. And
I mean, when you guys see me, like when I'm out and about and people are shocked by this, sometimes I'll have a conversation with somebody and they'll be like, "So Shant, are you hungry?" And over my shoulder, my wife with a handful of ribs, just like Bob. Right. And I look at him and I go, "You better like ribs." That is what it is. That is the whole sequence.
And when your wife comes over your right shoulder with a bucket of the ribs of your choice with the perfect amount of sauce, if you're a sauce guy, where does the blood go from your body? Where does that blood
It actually leaves my arms, my legs, most of my brain, tiny bit in my heart. You know what I mean?
Just enough blood in your heart to keep the lights on.
Like it literally is just this horribly anemic, sad, like
it's
desperate.
It's like a hibernating bear's heartbeat.
Heartbeat relocates.
Just to keep his jaw masticating, just enough brain function,
The heartbeat of a hibernating bear. It slows down because you don't need all that blood pumping. I get it.
Right.
It's so easy. Play your part. I play mine. And this marriage is going to be.
Well, that's the thing that's confounding. We'll get right back to the surgery for the joke here. But what's fucking confounding to me about leftist SUW postmodern morons? They claim to believe the science. And not to me, science is observation, hypothesis, test, conclusion, right? You learn this in fourth grade, scientific method. Well, having a society and living as people for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, that's a test. And it's giving you results, and the results are your conclusion. So we say to ourselves, we have the nuclear family, we have all this stuff and hard work, fathers marrying women when they get them pregnant, or hopefully marrying them first, and then raising their fucking kids. We've tested it maybe trillions of times. We know what works. Yep. And the postmodernists are like, history started this morning. You dummies with your hundreds of thousands of years of written experience and success, I'll do it my way. And they start from zero. And when you start from zero, you're going to have a lot of trial and error and a lot of failure. It's like, why reinvent the wheel? I don't get it at all, man. It's so dumb.
Not understanding the difference between information. You have as much information on Twitter in a day, if you were to read it all, enough words, let's say, than would fill a couple of sets of encyclopedias. So you don't have any knowledge, but you have a lot of content in your head. And the thing that people tune into our channels for and tune into Jericho's channel big time for is wisdom and insight. It's context. It's somebody thinking out loud and then explaining, funny enough, what Jerry Seinfeld used to say was the key to comedy, funny enough, which was, in that case, it's taking a fatuous premise and proving it through rigorous logic. What you do is to the news of the day, the cultural stuff of the day, or even when we talk action movies, is you go after what we're talking about with rigorous logic. I think we all do. We're like, look at her. She is a beautiful woman. Let me explain why. I could write a thesis on this and defend it to a sane person. I could convince a jury of my peers this is the case. Right. And we use that logic. Now, even if we're coming at it from different directions, someone governed by logic and not, governed by, that motivism, which I think Shapiro was talking about the other day. They are informed. They're participating in the conversation. Their minds can change. A person who's got their objective, their ideology, they can't do that. So their wisdom is inaccessible to them. Do you get what I mean? So if something makes you happy as a woman, but it goes against your ideology of what should make you happy, let's say having kids, let's say anything feminine, then you are at war with yourself. But nobody but yourself or whatever is imposing that on, or how do I word this? Nobody else is responsible but for you to learn how to listen to yourself and through logic find out what it is you're supposed to be doing, what gives you a sense of purpose, and why are you here? And there's enough to do it if you don't let yourself get distracted.
Right. But so many people have fought and lived and died and struggled and suffered to do the testing to show us what is generally true. And people want to ignore it. And to me, that's so disrespectful to their sacrifice. Yeah. I don't know how to purify the water that comes from the mountains to my house. I just relied on decades of people doing it before I got here. And I just don't fuck with what they did because it's working. Yep. You see, I don't go, I'm not going to drink the tap water. I'll go get my own water and figure out how to clean it. You guys are all dumb. Like, why would I do that? Why would I take thousands of years of progress and act like it didn't happen? Narcissism and immaturity is why you would do that. Mm-hmm. So let's get back to the fun, though, unless you had something to add, Jericho.
Real quick. Today, I was going to say this on my live stream this afternoon, but I'm glad I didn't. I'd rather say it here. I was on a hike this morning with my wife, and we're going through this forest, and I asked my wife, who, if I'm not home, she has every light that we own on in our house. So I asked her, I said, would you spend the night out here in the middle of this forest for $25,000? And she was like, "Oh, do I have a tent?" I was like, "Yeah, you don't gotta like lay on the ground." I was like, "Yeah, you got a tent." She's like, "All right, cool." So then when she started talking about how she used to camp with her dad and how her mom and her were afraid to get up in the middle of the night to go pee because it was pitch black and they have to walk to the outhouse and shit in the dark.
Oh,
and
wow.
I was like, yeah, I said, because women, when you pee, that's a very vulnerable position to be in. I
Right.
was like, men, we can piss on the run. We can piss,
Right.
walking, running, standing, because it's almost like we have to be ready. We pee different because we have a different role. We have to be ready to go. We don't know which direction the saber-tooth tigers are coming from, and we got to be able to react on a moment's notice. Women, it's a little more vulnerable. You can kind of take your time.
Yeah.
You don't really got to look out for shit, because the men are there for you. And it kind of, I kind of had that thought process for a couple of minutes, but I was like, yeah, it's even in the way we are. We pee different and do everything different because thousands and thousands of years ago, we started to learn, oh, this is the way it needs to be.
Yeah. And just a quick question about this image real quick to get back to film. So now, where are they in this scene?
I don't know.
He's been, while she's been eating dinner, with Bruce, he's been, because remember his hand came out of the goo, out of the chemicals. So he's been retrieved. He's been taken to this surgery center that has a lot of neon lights outside of it, and they're getting to working on his new look.
It's like an illegal underground mafia barber. I want him to be a barber surgeon, like in the old cowboy days.
A virgin.
Yeah, they would
cut,
be like a
cut
barber.
your.
They would pull teeth. They would cut off a gangrenous limb. So I hope that's who this guy is.
But they should have had it say then on the sign, secret underground mafia surgery.
Right.
Yeah, that guy, by the way, let me just say this. Every evil surgeon apparently has a German accent.
Right.
I don't think I didn't catch that. He's like,
What's
look at what I have to work with. This guy escaped somewhere. I'm just saying.
Please,
He
Air
looks like
Joker.
Yeah, oh.
He looks like he just sharded.
He looks
Yeah,
like
where
his neck is swollen.
Give him his neck back. What happened to that?
Oh, here you
And
go.
the first night, this is why I lost a little respect from Miss Vicky Vale.
I thought the same thing as
All
a kid.
right.
Come
Yeah,
on,
Batman.
girl. And I totally, that went over my head as a little kid. This is the first time I watched it. I was like, oh yeah, did she give it up on the first night? Damn,
Right.
girl. Sure did.
Yeah.
You got to leave a little bit of the mystery, Vicky Vale. Come on now.
Nah, she's like, no, mystery tonight. Here we go.
And then he seems a little different in the morning, almost like we've learned nothing.
Yeah. Come on, Vic. She's human.
I
though,
remember
guys. She's
I
human.
saw this movie with my brother, 10 years old. My brother was 11.
Yep.
And my parents didn't go, my stepdad and my mom. But, we were religious, and we didn't listen to dirty music. We didn't watch TV. We didn't see too many movies. Growing up, I probably saw 5 movies or something at the theater. And this was one of them. And I remember being confronted by my stepdad and mom because they had read some article about it in a magazine or something. They're like, and my stepdad, I remember he was confused because he grew up with Batman. He was like 40 years old at the time when this came out. He's like, I'll never forget him asking me, he's like, did Batman go to bed with that woman in that movie? And I'm like 10. I'm like, I don't know. Like they had dinner and then they went upstairs or something and they were laying in bed. But
Slumber party.
they had their clothes on.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like I'm 10. I don't really know. I think I know, but I don't know at 10.
I mean, look, you're how old do you think Batman is here? 30?
He's like late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah, he's a young man. So how would you be able to handle in your house up against the wall Kim Basinger looking like Kim Basinger with Merlot on her breath? How good of a chance do you have to repel that?
Right.
Not much.
None.
None.
He's
You're
cooked.
Kim Basinger looking at this, moderately attractive guy, but with money. Like she
He
can't
has a
resist.
building. He has
I
a
know.
building downtown.
He has a castle that he just hangs out in.
Dude, yeah, he's like,
Right.
hey, you want to sit at my 90-yard dining room table? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
She gave it up. Oh,
Yeah,
son
Vicky
of a
knew
bitch.
she was in the presence of Alpha BDE. That's true.
Yeah.
With
He has
all
if
his
you look-
gadgets, he had to have bat condoms, right? With the
for
logo.
sure.
and
They had the
everything.
logo on them. It was a black condom with the logo of the bat symbol on it. And if you look in the bat suit, you can see there's like a little department, a little compartment
Mhm.
for his BD to fit in. He had to, like,
Did
go
the
off
theme
to
music
off to
play?
the side.
When he takes out. Da-da-da.
Magnum. Hey, good for him.
Oh man.
Good for him.
Yeah.
So then Jack Napier returns to see Boss Grissom.
Oh,
You
you're
know,
alive.
Put the two heads out the window there.
You're
That's
alive.
fantastic.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
Right.
See, this was a scary scene.
Right.
Jack Napier's coming in the room. He's in the shadows. You can't see his face. He gets a little closer. You can kind of see. You're starting to remember the previews that you saw. Okay, I've seen him with the white makeup. That's a little white. I can see it. He takes a few more steps. He's not coming in the lights. The build up, and then he does, and you're like, oh shit! Because before this, he's in the secret underground doctor with the neon finger going right here, and he takes. That's when he said, "Oh, I'm sorry, so I don't have these tools to work with," and all this shit. And he's like, he's not taking them out. He's just like ripping, like Christmas morning kid ripping these bandages off of his face because he's so into his looks. Remember, he was in the mirror with the girl. You look fine. I didn't ask you, bitch. You know, he's very vain. He's all about his looks. So he wants to see what happened to my visage. And then he sees it. He gives him a mirror. He's like, mirror, mirror. He didn't want to hand him the mirror. He thought he was going to kill him if he saw what happened to his face.
Right.
And then he sees it and he breaks the mirror on the corner of the table. And that's when he snaps. That's when he just starts that maniacal, who's that? Mark Hamill in the animated series.
Yes.
Right.
That Joker laugh. And that's what's missing from the Heath Ledger Joker. Like that, insanity. He was obviously insane, but he was a different kind of insane. But that
psychotic.
Laugh, dude, that laugh. Come on, man. That was
We'll go back to that last shot because this is something that I kind of noticed a few times as a kid, didn't think about it, but this haunts makeup artist Nick Dudman because of the makeup they were using on Jack, which was very alcohol based. It could do things like absorb. And the scene before this, when they were cleaning him up, where they got the perfect take, they forgot to check his makeup, and it picked up the purple from his coat where his neck had touched it. So that purple mark right there in frame on the side of his neck is color that came off of the coat and got on the makeup.
What that was.
And Jack and the makeup artist Nick Dudman, he goes, I see that shot, the reveal of Joker, and I go, makes me feel any better. Everything else came off so well, and that he did makeup wise. Nobody, you know what I mean? It's one of those things only the guy who did it would notice.
Right.
It's dang, what a reveal indeed. That's the comic book. That is.
He steps out of the shadows, and you finally, you've been watching the previews, you've been sitting there in the theater watching the movie, and finally we get Joker, and he is fucking insane. He shoots Jack Palance a bunch of times behind the back, through the legs. He's just nuts on every level. Like after he sees his face and puts on that makeup, it's a totally different, it's Joker now. It's not Jack Napier anymore. It's Joker, and he is nuttier than squirrel shit. And everything he does, like the way he shot him, I wonder if he improv that. Because he was like behind, he shot him first, straight on, and then he just starts getting crazy, shooting mirrors and shit. I mean, and he must dump his body because you can see in the next frame, his legs up on the desk. He falls back in his chair. And that's just that crazy Joker.
One of the I know I talk a lot of shit about DC Comics because it is shit right now. The leadership there is terrible and what they're doing with the wokeness. But the reason I talk shit about them is because this stuff matters to me. The 3 years I worked at Wildstorm on staff here in San Diego, for whatever reason, DC Comics would have me and a few of the other people coloring and a few of the other office employees. We would work the San Diego Comic-Con DC Comics booth. We would stand there and hand out Green Lantern rings and posters and stickers. We would actually work at the booth. I'm a very big guy, very strong guy. I'm 6'4", I'm a lot of muscle. I'm a very imposing figure. So when they needed something tough done, they would have me do that too. So I did crowd control for the Watchmen actors, holding people back. And one of the, things they need some physicality for was pushing this man around in his wheelchair. They asked me to do it. And this is Jerry Robinson. And he created the Joker along with some other stuff in Batman. And it was, and the reason this stuff is so important to me is because I got to walk into an industry and have a career. I didn't have to make up Batman and Spider-Man and all these things. And I understand, like I was talking about heritage before, I didn't figure out how to clean the water that comes out of my sink. I just get to enjoy it. And so because people died and suffered to give me things, I understand I need to pay it forward. That's why what DC and Marvel do, I make fun of it, but it's very serious disrespect to me. I take that very, very seriously. And when I was pushing this guy around, I was taking him from the DC booth over to Artist Alley. He was going to go talk to someone. And he reminded me of my grandpa, who I just love. He was a World War II vet and everything. So I stopped pushing his wheelchair, got in front of him, bent down because I'm tall, and I just looked him in the eyes and I thanked him. I said, thank you for all the people like you that made this business, created these characters. I know you guys didn't make a lot of money up front. And I told him what I just told you guys, so I could walk in here and have a career. Thank you. So to me, that was such a special moment to meet this guy, hang out with him for the afternoon, and be able to thank him like man to man, like from a foot away, and just tell him that. So yeah, whenever you hear me shitting on the mainstream, there's a heartfelt reason for it to me.
Because they're shitting on our cultural heritage.
Exactly. And this man and all the men and the women that they did not get rich making this stuff, and we got careers out of it. And then just to shit on it, man, fuck you forever. Seriously. Anyway, I'm not mad.
No, you just love it.
I talk about a lot of social and political shit on my platform, and that's akin to people who say that the race relations needle in America has not moved. Yeah. So all of these people who were attacked and beaten and hung and admonished and all this shit, arrested in the civil rights movement, they did all that just for you to shit on it. Shit on the blood that they spilled and the sacrifices that they made. I wouldn't blame them if somebody went back in a time machine and told them how they're going to shit on what they did and they decided not to do it. I wouldn't blame them at all. I'm going to go through all this just so 60 years down the road, you can thumb your nose at it and say you're sitting in 1952 all over again. That's utter disrespect. That's disrespectful to every person in this country who was old enough to live through that shit. To say that this is a racist country? Are you kidding me? You pick up the phone, you'll have 9 lawyers at your house ready to defend you if you can legitimately prove that someone discriminated against you or was racist to you.
Over a French fry order at McDonald's.
Well, those days are over because people lived through the real racism, the segregated everything for these people to fucking cry.
Right. My grandpa, born in 1918, Mexican guy, but born in America. He couldn't get like business loans or home loans or anything like that after World War II. And he had worked on this lady's ranch as like a cowboy and just a ranch hand and all that. And she had money in town in the area where they lived and all that. And she, a white lady, I think it was Miss Davis. They told me about her. She went down to the bank and she said, you give Tim Duran any loan he wants, I'll sign for it. But because he was Mexican, he didn't have an education, didn't have any money. The bank is like, get the hell out of here. And all my grandpa did with her help and the loans is open a tortilla factory and a Mexican restaurant that went on to be the biggest tortilla supplier from Colorado to the West Coast in the 60s and the 70s. And that was, I remember my grandpa telling me that when I was a little kid. He said, they'd say there's a lot of racism and the white people are the devil and this, that. He said, but we wouldn't be shit without the good white people. I remember him telling me that. And telling me to not fall for this racist nonsense stuff. Like, it's all nonsense. So I'm really glad he disabused me of that stuff as a young man.
Yeah. And you know what the interesting thing about it is, and what these people will never understand, never, not once, is that one of the biggest things that breaks down these barriers between people is a respect for excellence and a respect for all these different things. So what a lot of people don't know, if you watch the biography of Jack Johnson and how Jack Johnson, they went after Jack Johnson the same way they did, back in the day. And while Jack Johnson was getting his career going and everything like that, there was this white sort of business guy who wanted to work with him and put on his fights because he was a fight fan, because he was a boxing fan, right? So everybody knows the story. Jack Johnson is going to be put in jail, so he flees, so he doesn't have to deal with it because it was a bullshit thing anyway. It was ridiculous. He was Johnny Depp, essentially. And so, but when he comes back, he then comes back to this country and he has to do time, which he was former President Trump pardoned Jack Johnson with Sly Stallone and all those guys there.
Right.
For fight fans, right? But what people don't know is that when Jack Johnson was in jail, the white guy who was the huge fight fan and put on those fights ran the prison. So Jack's cell was open he could walk around, do whatever it felt like doing. Guys like Jack, do whatever you want to do. This is the crazy part of like what was going on when you understand history. That, you know, there were always assholes, and it's been less and less acceptable to be an asshole. But most of the success in history, whether it's George Harriman, who was biracial and is the creator of Crazy Cat and Ignatz Mouse, whether it's any of the great artists, the Mexican-American artist who was the sculptor who turned down the job in 1933 twice because he's like, I want to be a real artist, to do the sculpture for the miniature for King Kong in the 1933 King Kong, was a Mexican-American artist. People don't know this stuff because I want to make a movie about them called Incurious Bastards. Like, that's what they are. They're not curious. They don't know the history of any of this shit. History to them started 5 minutes ago on Twitter. And with us, it goes back to the classics, it goes back to the myths, and it certainly goes back to the Declaration of Independence. And I think that's the thing that's so fascinating to me about all this stuff. And so you see these characters. Yes, it's the man who laughs in all those great flicks played by Conrad Veidt that, you know, influenced the look of the Joker and how he looks. Jack Nicholson said that what made him excited about this role was his fascination with the history of mask performing. These are people who love their craft. They don't look down their nose because this comic books was a low art form in the US at this point. Printed on cheap paper. No, to him, it was a living, breathing, anti-postmodernist work of great art. And they elevated this with this movie. It's just beautiful to see this stuff. And we're here together because of a mutual enjoyment of all of these things. It's great. Oh, audio, you're muted.
I hear you.
I must have touched the front of my mic, that little button that mutes it on the front. To bring Jerry Robinson up one more time, talk about the Americanism and why that's so important. People forget comic books are an American art form. They were invented in this country about 100 years ago. They were not invented in Europe or the Japanese manga. All that came after. Comic books are American. We own that. We get to claim that. Jazz, rock and roll, television, like our culture has been so great and given the world so much amazing abundance that we can make great entertainment that inspires. And that's why I get so pissed at what they're doing over there. So I'm glad before he passed away, I got to tell the man to his face, thank you, because I owe him that. And the other thing I owe him and all the other people that came before me is to do what I did a year ago, is to say to DC Comics, if you're going to keep doing this shit and you want me to do it, go fuck yourself. Do it without me. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do that in Jerry Robinson's face, in Stan Lee's face, and John Ramirez's face. I'm not doing that to them because they built me a world of magic that I get to live in and work in. I'm not doing that to them. So, but let's get to the show because this is a very prickly subject for me. Oh boy, don't like it. So what's going on? Oh yeah, so Joker comes back and
great reveal.
Grissom.
Yeah, so he was in the shadows and shit.
Right.
That's awesome, man. And again, that silhouette, the hat, the coat, the 3/4 length coat. Shit's awesome, and they nailed it.
Jericho has that coat.
Yeah, I wish. I'm gonna
be like, that's the coat.
I'm gonna get a purple 3/4 length pea coat.
Not the one from Stone Cold.
Even though he's like in his 50s here, or whatever, Jack Nicholson, he's a little paunchy, a little bit. He still has swagger. What you were saying, Shant, about him getting the suits and working with the costume designers, and you could see like when you go back, I'm not going to go back because I'll get lost in the images. Those mafioso shots earlier on, he just looks so dapper. It's fantastic. So it's chilling that he looks good, but he's completely unhinged. I love it. So here's the part I got scolded about. Did that Batman go to bed with that woman?
Yeah, she got that.
I guess he did. Listen, I was 10. I didn't really know how it worked. I had theories, but I didn't know. So,
if anybody's feeling lonely or depressed in the chat, just print out this screen cap, put it right in bed next to you, right in the middle of the bed. When you wake up, roll over and see this. And
perfectly normal, very healthy, normal behavior.
Yeah, exactly. You should have told your dad that. I got theories, but I don't know.
So it's like after seeing Basinger's face, I haven't been able to think about much else.
That's right.
You know what's funny? What I hate in these movies is so unrealistic. When they have these scenes, it didn't happen here because he was already like up and in a suit. You know, she was still passed out. He must have really done his thing. But they'll have.
You think the bat signal went off or something? Or?
Yeah, that's right. Some went off.
I think a bat signal came out of her when he was done.
No.
But when they're laying in bed, obviously been sleeping all night, and then you roll over 3 inches from each other's face and start talking to each other. That's never gonna happen. I will take 100 bullets for my wife, but we can't do that.
You don't like hot dog water breath?
Oh man, no.
Dear God.
No,
Now
thank you, sir. That makes the blood drain from my penis.
Now I know why they were afraid of you seeing this movie.
That'll make your dick soft.
Look at that, guys.
Right.
That is like a nightmarish, beautiful comic book panel come to life, man.
Yeah.
That is iconic.
And when he wipes the blood because Palance's blood spatters on
Yeah.
the newspaper, and it reminded me of the scene from Menace to Society when his cousin Harold gets shot inside of his car and they're carjacking him. They pull his body out right in the middle of the street, and the guy gets in and wipes his blood and brains off of the windshield because the guy's in the car and he just boom shoots him and it splatters on the windshield, and then he just takes his sleeve and just wipes it off and gets in the car and takes off, like just so callous. He just wipes the dude's blood off with his glove and is like totally focused on the newspaper and just disregards the fact that he wiped someone's still warm blood off of the newspaper.
Right. Completely unhinged.
He takes the throne. He takes the throne.
They're going their separate ways. And then what's going on with this lady?
It looks like my wife when I tell jokes.
Right. So she comes in, she meets Joker, she faints because he's got a new look. I do like his Africa Bambata hat there.
Yeah, I was that's like a dashiki. Or what they call a kufi. I was thrown off by the kufi. I didn't understand.
This is the CB4 crossover. I'm black, y'all.
They wanted to get the urban audience. That's why they put this scene in there.
I wrote a joke for my daughter does stand-up comedy professionally now, and I wrote her a joke about all the woke comic book stuff. I can't remember, but it was something about like how they're changing all the characters to black or they change them to gay or whatever. And oh fuck, it was something about the Joker, but you can't call him that. That's their word. You got to call him Joker. You know what I mean? You can't do the hard R at the end of Joker. Yeah. She said, I don't remember how the joke goes, but she told me it does well on stage.
My Joker.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but it's Jack Nicholson, so you really, you don't question his fashion sense. I just went.
What if the Joker was a black guy who fell into that goo and turned white? That would have had a whole other dimension to it.
Actually, if you guys are curious, that was one of the aspects of what they were going to explore, and I'd love to see how that happened with Billy D. Williams as Two-Face. They were going to deal with the idea of him getting the same or similar acid put on him that changes the color of his face right up the middle, and they liked the idea of doing something that was really, again, like that kind of green bleach toxicness, but off of something that's a different color. Because if you think about it, and you saw this with Tommy Lee Jones, you can go green on one side, but you know what I mean? And you can do things like that. But on a movie, what they did with Joker is they actually gave depth to the white makeup. Do you see what I mean? Like some things won't film without being too cartoony. So they were actually going to play around with that aspect of Billy D. Williams. And they were going to, because they would have had to change the makeup. And in fact, Billy D. Williams' casting carried over into their depiction of Two-Face for the animated series. That was before Tommy Lee Jones was ever on it.
Wait a minute. Was the Two-Face in the cartoon supposed to be a black guy?
It was supposed to not be particularly one thing or the other.
Okay.
Because he was darker skinned, for sure.
He was a little bit darker. They drew his lips a little bit bigger, but he wasn't dark enough. What's that called, Jericho? High yellow or something like that?
Yeah, red bone.
Yeah, okay.
Well, they also made him, I'm pretty sure what color was half his face? Because Tommy Lee Jones, they did some crazy.
It was like purple. Half his face was like purple.
He was like purple pink or something weird. Like
he was horrible.
Yeah, Two-Face in the animated series, I would have loved to have seen Billy D. Williams with. Look at the mouth on Jack Nicholson here. I'd have loved to seen that creepy teeth exposed they did with Two-Face in the animated series on Billy D. Williams. He would have crushed it, man.
Right.
I think Jack Nicholson and Jim Carrey are the two best
villains in a Batman movie, but not to sneeze at Danny DeVito or Michelle Pfeiffer. They did great, but Jim Carrey saved that movie if it could be saved. He was the one. He was the best one in it. He shit all over Val Kilmer as Batman, which shouldn't happen in a Batman movie. But if it weren't for Jim Carrey, I shudder to think what that movie would have been.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't remember that movie, Batman Forever. I saw it the night my brother graduated high school in 1995 with my wife and my brother, and I don't remember it. I love Val Kilmer, though. I think Val Kilmer's great.
Tommy Lee Jones played the 60s Batman Joker. He did not play Two-Face.
Okay.
Two-Face is fucking terrifying. Two-Face is, and you got a little glimpse of it right in the Nolan Batman. They had no one fucking survives with that shit exposed. Like, right. I mean, that was insane. You can't refuse life-saving skin grafts, just in case anybody's wondering. It's not, they don't let you weigh in at that point.
Yeah.
But
it's out of your hands.
It's not in your hands. But the thing about it was with Two-Face, what was so interesting about him is Two-Face was a character who Joker he had his own sense of justice, I guess is the best way of looking at him. He's a former district attorney. And it was about, you didn't know which person you were going to get. In fact, somebody who is essentially playing Two-Face in a movie is, what do you call it? Oh, God. Anton Sugar in No Country for Old Men.
Right.
That's Two-Face, the coin toss.
What time do you close?
Yeah.
Now? We close now?
Now is not the time. What time do you close? You live in that place.
I've told you before. My favorite American author is Cormac McCarthy.
Yeah.
I've read everything he's written. I think it's amazing. I can't believe how good it is. My favorite book, I think, is Blood Meridian. Mm-hmm. Wow, that is messed up, that book. So, but I love Westerns, right? And then it's also creepy and bizarre too. He writes in a way that sounds like the King James Bible. It sounds like epic and foreboding. It sounds terrifying the way McCarthy writes. If you haven't read it, check out some Cormac McCarthy. That's No Country for Old Men,
Legend,
Road, The Plains Trilogy, Blood Meridian, Sutri. Sutri's a masterwork. What an amazing book that is. So.
Yeah, and his Joker outfit here too. And I have to say that one of the coolest things about it is that what Nicholson set up with his style wasn't completely incompatible with what he shifted to his Joker. It was just a more extreme version.
Yeah. Because
you know what I mean?
That scene where Palance sets him up, he's wearing a purple, not as bright purple like that, but he's wearing like a dark purple suit, so that Joker fashion is always there. But they definitely turned it up after he got in the dip.
So he goes to a meeting with the local mafia bosses from the different families, and he tells them how it's going to be now, and he's running things for Grissom, and and he ends up killing that guy at the head of the table. But as a kid, I got this and thought it was so clever that the way they wrote this movie, the Joker wears flesh-colored makeup because he's really white because of the freak chemical accident, and that blew my mind as a kid. That I thought that was such a neat idea. Because do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, maybe it's a small detail to most people to see this, but to me, that was so neat. What a concept, to have to pay attention to something like that.
And I think it helped it look more natural because being that they had to cover his entire face, they could just kind of get away from his actual skin color so you wouldn't see the prosthetic, the makeup and all that. You could just cover everything this one color. So I think that helped make it look, because that looks real.
Right.
That looks like his face really does look like that. You can't see the stuff that's trying to be blended in and all that kind of stuff. I think it looks great. But this guy, the guy at the other end of the table who gets the business, is because he tells him, what's with that stupid grin? And embarrasses him in front of everybody because he told him, look, homeboy's out of town. I'm in charge now. I'll be running shit. Everybody else was kind of like, oh, okay. But that guy down at the end, and I guess he must have been somebody of note because he was sitting at the other end of the table.
Right.
But he goes, what's with that stupid grin? And then he walks over and he says, well, what if we don't want to do it? He says, well, we'll just shake hands and go our separate ways. He's all, that's it.
He says, and that'll be it.
That's it. And he shakes his hand and he has his buzzer. And while he's electrocuting this guy, he's being fucking hilarious. He's like, woo, looks like Anton got what he said. There's gonna be a party in the old town tonight. While he's shaking his hand.
I've got a
like,
live one here.
Yeah, like, we got a live one here. Flames coming out of his collar and shit. And he's like, it looks like Antoine got a little hot under the collar. And he starts making all these jokes, and he's like, now get out of here. And all his boys come in one of the leather jackets that I want, the Joker Crew leather jacket. I'll take one. And they all come
I
in.
love
with
how the Joker Crew jackets have the Joker's logo and face.
Yes.
Hey,
Like,
marketing, man.
Where did he
Marketing.
order those from within 2 days of getting that face?
Acme Chemicals.
He knew Jeff Bezos before he got Amazon off the ground, and he got that
That's
shit
right.
to him quickly. But the guys come in with Tommy guns again. A nod to the old timiness of it. Tommy guns. Who the fuck using Tommy guns?
Right.
Yep.
But they run everybody out of there, and then what's funny is, and then you get to see more of Nicholson's skills, is he's talking to the skeleton that's still smoking. He's like, asking, what do you think I should do? Should I give him time to think it over? No, I shouldn't. He's like, man, you're a tough son of a bitch. I'm glad you're dead. And he goes, ah, ha, ha, ha. And he starts laughing. He's like, oh, I'm glad you're dead. Like he's killing him. He's like, oh, I'm killing me. And he starts laughing, dude. He
going.
just, oh, man. I
I
wonder if
love
that
that. I
was
just
improv.
love the part when he says, and this is the thing about, because he came from the Roger Corman school of low budget filmmaking, Nicholson's instructions to directors is, when you get what you want, I deliver the line, let me keep going. So the line where he said, I didn't ask, was improv. And his reaction was, in The Departed, where he looks down at this lady he just killed, he goes, huh, she fell funny. These are all the ad libs that Jack Nicholson does.
Oh.
And I love the part where, he's like, maybe we ought to give him a couple of days to think it over. And he's like, no, you said grease him now?
Yeah.
And you
talking
just
to him.
are like, fuck.
He's nuts. He's by himself and he's nuts.
He is like the sanest person in this room is the corpse. Okay. This shit's off the hook.
He tightens his tie and you hear his bones crack. He
Oh,
cinches his
that's
tie
right.
up to his neck. Dude, he's by himself. He's fucking insane. And just think how hot somebody would have to get to look like that, to just be completely charred. I mean, dude, he was fucking crazy.
I had forgotten about this scene, and when I saw it, immediately it's homaged later in 2008 in the Heath Ledger one, when Heath
Yes.
Ledger goes in and he slams the guy's head on the pencil. That's an homage to this scene. It has to be.
yes.
You know what I mean? Like, of course. So,
He just goes, woo! And he starts smoking. That
Yeah.
shit is so funny, man.
damn.
So
Now look
funny.
at now. This is the kind of thing where she's got the hair back and the glasses. Those glasses are coming off, and she's gonna
Yeah.
shake that hair out.
I'm sorry I was late returning my book to the library. What are you gonna
Right.
do? What are you gonna do to me,
Right,
Miss
right.
Librarian?
Yeah,
any of those will work.
Are you mad? Are you mad at me or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if she, just had violent diarrhea. Just clean up a little
Wow.
bit. We can get something.
We got to have standards somewhere, Jericho. Come on.
Your standards are at a
Jer-
different place.
Articulating standards right now. Okay. He's laying out his constitution.
My standards are clear,
That's right.
very clear. And of course, that was filmed in London. Look at that mossy,
Yeah.
old manor.
Right. And
doesn't exist
so
in America.
she's still trying to figure out what's up with Bruce Wayne, what's up with this
Yeah.
Bat character, all this stuff, and she's peeping on him like a little creepy lady, and she sees him laying flowers down, and like, what? Why? And obviously that's where his parents got
Mhm.
smoked by
Right there.
by
And
a
then-
certain Jack Napier years ago.
When it pans out, you see all this trash and shit everywhere. It looks like we're living in Gotham City right now. The businesses have been run away. They need to bring them back. The crime is out of control. There's trash everywhere. It looks like shit. We are living in Gotham City. This is almost like one of those things in Family Guy or The Simpsons where they predicted some shit. This is exactly what our New York looks like for the most
Right.
part.
Yeah. And this is the thing too. One of my favorite bits, there are certain times in movies, this happened with Star Wars, this happened with a bunch of different stuff, where and it's weird too, because I was thinking about, there's scenes that people don't notice. In Empire Strikes Back, there's this really weird cue when Lando Calrissian is bringing Luke in through the roof of the Millennium Falcon when they just rescued
Right.
him. It's a cue it's within Star Wars, but it pushes you just outside, and you've just been through the ringer. The moment where it's da 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 gets soft, then you hear a little bit of a ding as he drops the flowers, and then it gets loud when he's back up. It's like dun dun, like it's freaking gothic glorious. It's a great bit of score work.
Dude, Danny Elfman. I'm telling you, that is one of the characters. That's part of the cast. Is because it takes you, it lets you know, right? It lets you know exactly how you're supposed to feel at every second in these scenes. And then like when he starts fighting, then it picks up and you get that, you hear the flutes in there, like it starts picking up, like, you know, we're kicking ass now. And this scene right here, another scene that went over my head as a kid. I understood that he kills this guy because he's one of the guys from the boardroom that they were meeting in, because, you know, the skeleton told him, no, grease him now. So he's, you know, they're smoking all these people, right? But I didn't get that Bruce Wayne is figuring out who he is. That's why he's standing there while all this shit's happening. He gets grazed, or at least a part of his coat gets hit by a bullet. He's standing there in all this chaos, and he's just focused, laser focused on the Joker, and even walks up to the window, and the Joker waves at him like that. But he walks up to the window, the car that the Joker gets in, inches away from him and stares at him, because he realizes, you're Jack Napier. You're the guy who killed my parents.
Right.
And that's when shit changes. That's when he starts being a little more distant to Vicky Vale, and he's more focused. He goes home and tells Alfred, and he's all pissed off because Batman's stealing his thunder and shit. That's what he's talking to Bob about.
I love that.
Yeah, right there. He's all pissed because he looks on the news and he just shot up a bunch of people and stabbed somebody in the neck, and they're talking about Batman on the news. So he's like, okay, I'm done fucking around. I'm gonna take the purple gloves are coming off. You're gonna be fearing me now. You're gonna be talking about me now. Fuck Batman. And then Michael Keaton goes to Alfred and tells him, hey, I just found out that Jack Napier's still alive. So let's go. Time to get this fucker.
Right.
Yeah. Oh man, such good stuff. Such
Right.
great stuff.
And our little reporter, she's putting some stuff together. She wants to know what's up with this guy. What's the significance of this area? Why is he doing these?
Oh, I'm sorry, Gabe, real quick.
Yes.
At the end of that scene with Bob, he says, this town needs an enema. That was a great line.
Yeah, and I missed this because I saw this on VHS when I was watching this as a kid. Shout out to, I have not seen this guy probably since, I must have been like 7th or 8th grade. But John Todd Love II, that's why it helps to be on the spectrum. You can remember the whole name of people. John Todd Love II, his dad was working in a store that sold televisions, and they would sell VHS tapes of the big movies in there as well in the mall. And his son bought me the VHS of Batman 1989, but I'd only seen it cropped. So when I saw it letterboxed for the first time, I realized he is so entranced by the fact that Jack Napier's still alive. When they're shooting and it kicks off, a bullet grazes the shoulder of his jacket, which I never noticed, and it just breaks the fabric, and doesn't even budge, and it's so great.
Even when Vicky Vale is standing there staring at him like, what the fuck are you doing here? Because you were supposed to be out of town. He's like staring through her. He doesn't even see her. All he can think of is that this son of a bitch is still alive. And that's when the movie changes and it starts to pick up a little bit. And then he tells Alfred he's still alive. Then her apartment, I was thinking, does she live in a 5,000 square foot loft?
She's doing okay.
And then I miss that. She's sitting there with pictures. All of our pictures are on phones now. We don't hold physical pictures. She's calling someone, hey, find this out or tell this person for me. I miss those times of, there being steps between us and the information, or us and what we want done. Like she had to pick up the phone and call, and she had to wait for those pictures to get developed, and just shit we don't have to do anymore. We don't have to wait for nothing. There's no more paying extra for 1 hour photo and waiting around the Longs or CVS until it's ready. Now everything's so instant. So it was nice to see this throwback.
Right. Oh, goodness. So then we what do we cut to? Bob the Goon is just happy to be bad.
Bob's,
I love the jacket though. I love that somehow he has embroidered patches within 2 days of ending up looking like this. Like
on a crew of like 100 dudes.
who's the illustrator that did the design?
Guys,
Where's the factory? How did they turn these around in like 36 hours?
I hate to break the flow of things and talk shit on the show, but Jericho and I have been texting about when are we going to get the double impact jackets with your face on them,
Right.
and that spiral, so we can say, hey, listen, we're on Gabe's channel. Can't you tell from our fucking jackets?
And we're gonna need you to get those out in 36 hours.
Right.
Because if they can do it. They can do it in 1989. What's your excuse in 2022?
Jokers, but here's another crazy thing about this scene, right? You guys know where they are, right?
No, where are they?
They're in Axis fucking Chemicals.
God.
All those curtains.
Oh, they
that are
changed
hung up
it?
in there. Yes, he actually has got curtains. He's in Axis Chemicals.
You can see the valve right
You can
behind
see the
Bob's
valve
shoulder.
and everything. This guy
Right.
is barking at the moon mad. He's crazy.
Joker said, I need 150 jackets with my logo this time, day after tomorrow. And I need 400 yards of purple plastic and crushed velvet. Purple crushed velvet. Stat. And they did that shit.
Right.
I don't know, it's 'cause
And
they
look
were
at that.
scared
That
of
ain't a
him.
cheap jacket. That's leather that Bob's wearing.
For a crew of 100 dudes.
That's expensive.
Everybody's
money.
in uniform in a day and a half. So
Right.
we're gonna need those jackets real quick, Gabe.
Right.
Yeah, and my email is actually, it's not Joker, it's partyman@gmail.com if you want to send it my way.
Yeah, so Joker's not too crazy, just a little cutting
Just
out
a-
pictures
oh,
of
and then-
people and
Another great line where he Bob hands in the picture. I can't shout out Bob enough. Bob does everything.
We love Bob.
Bob's a great
He
photographer.
says, "Who is that loss?" When he sees Bruce Wayne, and then he's like, "Oh, it's Bruce Wayne." He goes, "Who's that loss?" And then he starts
Bad tie.
fucking cutting him.
It just goes off.
Oh, and I think this is the scene where he goes, "This town needs an enema."
Right.
Right on.
Dude, fucking.
So then he falls in love with Vicky Vale, sort of, in his own
Yeah.
way here, looking at a picture of her.
in his own psychotic way.
Here it looks like someone like goosed him or something. I'm not sure what this is.
That was Bob. I told you, Bob does everything.
Right.
But he's telling the guy, he's yelling down to some scientist that's standing at the assembly line, all these hundreds of
Oh,
bottles
that's
of,
right.
Joker 101-H or whatever. And he goes, "Did you send out 1 million bottles?" "Yes, sir. Send them all. Send them all." I
right.
still couldn't get the line that he said, "We're going to something a whole new
We're going
some
to
shit."
take him out a whole new door.
Yeah. That's what he says.
Yeah.
That's the
Right.
scene
So
where
what,
he's like,
what the Joker's doing at Axis Chemicals, making poison, but it's a
Mm-hmm.
multi-part. Like you ever buy that epoxy glue where you have to combine the two chemicals and then it turns into glue? So
Mm-hmm.
he'll put half the poison in like pancake syrup and the other half in the butter. So when you make your pancake, you die. You know what I mean? Or half is the shampoo, half is your aftershave, whatever. And that gets figured out later. But there's this grim scene. This woman's jacket.
yeah.
What is she like? Middle linebacker for the New York Giants here. This is Lawrence Taylor's understudy, apparently. That is
So
quite a jacket.
That was the
She,
80s, man.
She gets Jokerized.
She starts
she-
laughing.
Live on the air. She gets Jokerized. by
Yeah,
the
she
chemical.
starts laughing hysterically. And then at first they like let it slide, and then the producer's like, "What the hell is wrong with her?" She's like, "Ha ha ha," and she falls over. And then while she has like a bunch of people around her while she's on the ground, while she's doing that, they cut to Joker's commercial that he cut and somehow got tapped into all the TVs in Gotham City. Yeah, and starts doing this shit, which was fucking hilarious.
I think this is great. The weird low budget Joker commercials. I think that just fits right in with his madness. I really like that touch. And
Just
they
nuts,
revisit it in
man.
the animated series too. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, just crazy as shit at every turn, man. And then again, back to the files and the papers and stuff. This is all hard copies. Like you couldn't just tap into the police database.
Right.
Alfred had to somehow, meet in an alley somewhere and get an envelope with all this shit in all with Joker's criminal record. And he finds out how he's been a piece of shit for a long time.
Forever, yeah. He's just a world-class piece of shit.
Long time.
One thing I love, so they cut to like the news reporters like the next couple days, and they're reporting on the poisonings going around town. They can't figure out what's going on, and how disheveled the two reporters look
Yeah.
because everyone is afraid to touch
Yeah.
their shampoo, to
Dude.
touch their toothbrush. Nobody's probably wiping their butt. It just must be a city of rank ass, disgusting, not good, not smelling.
It's suboptimal.
Right.
Not good at all.
people are
Unsat.
showering in the backyard under the garden hose, and even that could be potentially dangerous.
But yeah, you got to do when there's an insane psycho killer kingpin on the loose, you might have to modify your hygiene routine. You got to do what you got to do to stay away from the poison.
Maromi says that Detective Comics 475 has a multi-part toxin. That could be true. I don't know that, but thank you for that. Maybe that's where that comes from. So that concept. But I thought it was a good touch. A good touch that the reporters the next few days look like hot garbage.
They look like shit.
So then we get the Chum and Billy D.
You don't want to, even an angry Billy D sounds good.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, what is the deal? Like Billy D. Williams, he's kind of like they're like going, I need these people. That guy, great politician, by the way. He did a great imitation politician. He's like, I need people to figure out what's going on, and Billy D's like, we're working on it. He's like, well, all right, Billy. I mean, if you say you're working on it, a little,
we're working on it.
A little too smooth, Billy.
Why don't you sit down? Why don't you have a seat and drink a nice cold Coke 45?
God
whatever you say, Billy D. With that mustache, whatever you say.
That dude's such a liar, though, because he led us all to believe if we drank Colt 45, we would become Billy D. Williams. Everybody's like looking at that going, how do we sell sand in the desert? Get Billy to do it.
Get a velvet voice Billy D, man. Don't worry about it. They'll buy the shit. By the time they realize they don't need it, it's too late.
By the way, remember Brian's song? Like, I mean, this guy is just delivering on all levels, man. He's
all
the
shit. Time.
Oh.
So then Joker, where's he headed out? And his girlfriend
to the art museum.
He's done something terrible to his girlfriend. So you think of the whole character arc here with the Joker here. He gets turned into the Joker because Grissom tries to bump him off, but Grissom's mad because Joker's stealing his lady, and now he's bored with the lady. And now he's in love with Vicky Vale. So that was all worth it, I guess.
Well, she's she's a science experiment at this point.
Right.
She's all jacked up. The master here, where are you going, honey? Like, she's all fucked up now. And once you see Vicky Vale, come on, get out of here.
Yeah, she also got his ass nuked. So let's be clear about that with her going, hi, baby, He's like, bitch, I'm like in the middle of a meeting. He's right there.
Think about that for a minute. She got Grissom killed, and she got Jokerized. This woman is a menace.
Get rid of her.
She is.
Oh, jeez.
Get rid of her.
Amber? Was it? Never mind. Go ahead and let's.
All right. So Vicky Vale goes to the art museum. This is a weird scene in the movie. It's before
this, doesn't Alfred get a call or something? And he tells him, "Oh, she's going to meet you at the art museum." And he's like, "Wait a minute." Right. Oh, she called and said she's going to be 10 minutes late to the art museum. And he's like, "Wait a minute. I didn't say I'd meet her at the art museum. Oh shit, must be Joker doing Joker shit. Let me get down here again." An ode to the olden days. He couldn't call her on her cell phone. Vicky, don't go. Yeah. Didn't have that shit back then, so he knew he had to go down there and show up and save her ass and make her moist for Batman.
And there are scenes, and by the way, this whole dance sequence, all this stuff, everything is designed beautifully. They looked at a Japanese architect, I believe his name was Takamitsu, who had that big boilerplate that was on the front of the building. That was his architectural style. There was artistry in this, and the interior. They built all of this stuff, but it is setting us up for one of the great scenes of the gas coming in the room and all of that stuff. And one of the great entrances, the great reveals of a villain to her and what he's about. Damn, this scene is good.
Purple gas, nonetheless. Purple.
Yes.
He's got to stay on brand. It had to be purple or green.
It's purple or green or nothing. I can't do it.
But even the little gas mask filter he gives her is themed.
Yes.
Green and
playful.
orange.
It's playful. It's colorful. And the handwriting.
It came from the same factory as those jackets. He just had to turn around. He could just turn shit around fast.
If you're getting me 100 leather jackets with patches in 36 hours, I can't go with anybody else. You're amazing. I have to stick with you. And if I need a mask at a moment's notice with a childlike handwritten note attached to it that says urgent, put me on now, I'm gonna stick with you. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right. So Joker and the crew, they come into the art museum to meet Vicky Vale and poison everyone else. And there's this weird thing where they just deface all the art. And it's just, I don't know what the rhyme or reason is other than just like hatred, I guess, for the city, hatred.
What
for
did
the
I
people.
say though, dude? These are postmodernist Marxists. The
Right.
painting that they leave alone is called Carcass by Satine, if I'm not mistaken. So they're
Right.
attacking, like, Gotham is rotting from the inside. It is this once great city. This is the 80s in a nutshell. Post Jimmy Carter, post all that shit. So this is the collapse post 70s. And that painting right there, Carcass, I believe it's called, behind him, is the one he says, Bob, I kind of like this one. But he kills the ballerinas. He kills everything, funny enough, that is classic. Because he says that I'm going to be a part of the avant-garde of the new aesthetic. And what is his latest sketch masterpiece he shows? A postmodernist commentary on beauty, which
Right.
is to say desecrating it. Fucking genius.
That right there. So this is what
That's homegirl there.
postmodernists do to things that men like
Beautiful
this
things.
create. Men like this suffer and create beauty, and then postmodernists come and wipe their ass with it.
Yep.
You know.
Well, I must have been a bit of a postmodernist as an 8.5-year-old because I wanted to go in there and just paint on shit that I wasn't supposed to. Maybe that was just the child in me.
Right.
That was the frosted side of the mini wheat for sure. But
No, but
I
dude,
wanted
that's
to go in there and
different.
paint shit.
But you didn't have a PhD in art. That's the
I did not.
difference. And they point out, by the way, that his aptitudes include art when they're going over his psych profile.
Right.
And I went, we know what kind of art he studied. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah, and she throws like a glass of water in his face, and he's like, or after he tries to squirt her in the face with hydrochloric acid. That's
Right.
not nice. But even after that, she throws the water in his face. He's freaking out. You see her come over to him and like pat his back, like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry." Like again, showing that feminist, that soft, caring, nurturing. Even though you just tried to hydrochloric acid in my face and make me look like homegirl over there, I feel so bad that this water had an adverse reaction to your weird face. Let me see how you are. Then he turns around and says, "Boo." That's another part. Because in the previews they showed this, and then that's when Batman comes through the skylight, and he comes shit that was in the previews too. And then Batman shows up, points one of his cool guns in his face. But I just picture this again as something that went over my head when I was a kid. So he points one of his cool bat guns at Joker. It splits into two and shoots a wire to the left and to the right. Then he puts it above their head. It lifts. He grabs. Again, he grabs. You can't do that now because she did not give you consent to save her life. So you just can't grab her and pull her next to you, Batman, and save her. You have to leave her there to die with the Joker. It's stupid shit. But he grabs her by the waist. Get over here, girl. Let me get you out of here. And it lifts him up, and then he slides on the wire out of there. But I just figured it out. Since the gun splits in two and you got one wire to the left and right, how does he start sliding down it? Because there's nothing to connect the two wires.
No. Leave it there. It was cool.
It was.
Here's the crazy thing about it. The guys who made these props actually thought that stuff out, and they designed it so that there's a pulley system that goes down and tracks into that handle.
Oh, okay.
So they're connected below. I remember seeing this and went, I never had, that wasn't a question I had. Like, I'm glad they put the thought into it, but they even made a Batarang that would pop open that he could store on his belt. So when it pops open, everything's practical.
See, these are the discussions that get the women hot and bothered.
Well, the problem is, this is the second best skylight entrance in cinema. The first being Stone Cold.
Right.
Well, I would also throw in Action Jackson, the Ghost Crew.
Hell
in the
yeah.
very beginning where they kick the shit out of the psychiatrist from Lethal Weapon. They come in through the skylight.
Right.
I think it came out a year before this one. But yeah, that entrance is cool as shit. And if you are able to bust in through the skylight, grab a woman by her waist, zip line out the front door and throw a smoke bomb, hold on a second, Kim Basinger. Let me give you a towel to sit on.
Right.
I know you're ready.
You do that, a woman's already pregnant. If you do something like
She's
that,
all Batman. I got something to tell you.
Mhm. That's right.
He saves her like that. They run down the steps. They get in the Batmobile. He looks over. She's knitting booties like an
Yeah.
old
Yeah.
cartoon.
He's
She's
like,
sick already. She's throwing up. What's wrong with you, girl?
it's
Oh, morning
50% of
sickness.
your income, Bruce. Now listen.
Dude, but on the way out, and I just noticed that for the first time when I watched it today. When they land outside the door, he throws down a smoke bomb, and you can hear the
Yep.
glass break. That's when it cuts to Nicholson, and he's saying, "Where does he get those wonderful toys?"
Right.
And then here comes the Batmobile.
Right. The Batmobile makes its debut in this scene, right? We haven't
It's the
seen it yet, right?
reveal. It's such
Oh.
a great car. It
Dude.
took the win. If they hadn't shown it in the trailer, although it is what it is, they had to make sure their investors weren't going to panic. But man, I remember saying, "What the hell did I just see?" after that trailer. But when you see it in this movie, they give you a Dutch angle shot
Yep.
of that car opening up, and you go, "That is the greatest thing I've ever seen." It's
Yeah,
awesome.
It's such
And
a
this
great
is
car.
a Chevy Impala.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the
Tricked
frame
out.
that they put on. But this shit, this car, the chase ensues. More cool shit right here. There's like a bat thing that shoots out.
Hold on. We got Joker jackets, Joker gas mask, purple gas. We got Joker cars.
Yep, that's right.
He is like the most industrious villain of all time. How
The
does he
paint's
do
still
it? So,
wet.
wait a minute. He says, where does he get all these wonderful toys? I think he was talking about himself.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's him.
Where did
How?
I get these wonderful
When you
toys?
find out that Batman is buying all of his shit from the Joker, it's disappointing. He's kind of like, I know why he knows everything because
Yeah,
he's
but-
selling me all my shit.
Quality products, good prices, nobody can say no
Right.
to that shit. But
That's
yeah,
right.
then that's the cartoony element, the yellow or the green and purple cars. I mean, it was awesome. And then like he shoots out like a cable that wraps around the light post so we can take that turn really tight.
Right.
They can't.
Yep.
So they, stereotypical cop chase scene, they go all wide and crash and shit. And when they take off after this, they get ahead of him. Then he gets out of the car and they start running. And he says into his little microphone thing, "Shields." And the
Right.
Batmobile is, the wheels, everything covered in this armor. There's people standing around it like, oh shit. And it's covered in this armor. Now everybody sees Batman running down the street. Now the whole city knows Batman is real. And then more misogyny right here is a trigger warning. Okay. I'm still traumatized by what I saw here. He goes up to her and says, "How much do you weigh?"
Stop right
100
there. That is hatred. That
By
is
the way,
hatred.
glorious when she says that and pay off later.
Yeah,
Really
that's
beautiful.
But she tells him 100. Now she's a great woman in great shape. She's clearly lying. She says she weighs 108 pounds.
Yeah,
No,
I'd say
she
120. And I'm not mad at that 120 either at
Right.
all.
Right.
But she says,
I'm
that-
disappointed. She can push it further. Let's get you to a
108.
135.
Yeah. Hey, again, we're just starting at 120.
Right.
So
How do you feel about ribs?
Do I hear 130?
wait, before you ride this cable 10 stories up in the sky, I gotta ask you one question, girl. What's your rib game like? Huh?
Right.
Pork or beef? So
And she tells him, well, as the Mexicans say, the bone is for the dog, the meat is for the man.
so he goes about halfway up with her. He goes up halfway with her, says, "You see that thing on my belt? Grab it. Whatever you do, don't let go." He falls down. She keeps going up here. This is where she gets to safety, hops over the rail. Why wasn't there a camera on the other side? Anyway, so he falls down, sacrificing himself so she can get away. He falls down, lands in the garbage, and he's out like this. And then he gets up, kicks a little ass, and they shoot him, and he falls down. And then, he's right there whooping ass. You can see the bullet, stuck in his armor. They're trying to get a look at his face. Again, another action movie trope. The woman, she doesn't deliver the final shot, in the bad guy's back, but she leans over and takes a picture. So that stops them from, lifting up his mask and seeing who he is. Then at that point, he hops back up and finishes kicking the shit out of everybody, throwing guys over cars and all that kind of shit. And then he goes back up there and meets her, and he says, "You weigh more than 108 pounds." And I was like, you son of a bitch.
That's right.
How dare you weight shame her? How
If it
dare
was
you
me,
body
I w-
shame her?
I would have told her she was lying, and then I would have pinched her right on the side. You know, I would have got me a hunk of that little bit of meat there.
Hey, Toots, 108 pounds, my ass.
You look like you like cake. I'm
You need
just
to back
saying.
off the gabba
The double impact version would be, if you want to get your hands on this money, you're going to need to weigh a little more than 108. Hands are some ribs. This is the Shaw director's cut.
Oh yeah, Hope Smash is pointing out when they have him out cold. Check his wallet. Like this motherfucker has a wallet in his bat.
He has a pocket. He has a
We-
back pocket on his
Right.
back pants.
Wait a
his
second. We
wallet.
forgot to mention the most important 80s theme in this movie, which is out of effing nowhere, unless I missed it. A martial artist flies over that fence right there.
Yes.
That's
This
the guy
one-
with the swords.
Yeah,
yeah.
He has the two katanas, and
Sean.
Yeah.
I think he was a man of Asian descent.
No, they go,
Think he
they
was?
look over the shoulders. You guys must not have the director's cut, and they go, Sticks.
Right. I was gonna say, he reminded me of Sticks from Out for Justice.
Swords.
Swords.
If you- Sean,
Oh my gosh! I just thought, guys, Steven Seagal is Batman in 1989.
They were.
Well,
I
that would have
actually
been
was con- I
the
heard it was
most-
considered.
That would have been the most insane movie of all time.
Guys, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I don't care if I'm by myself. That could have been all right. That was pre-hubris,
Right?
full of himself. Seagal, he has the height, he has the size, he has the "I'm Batman."
Right.
You know that whisper. He can
Right.
kick ass, no
Under
problem there.
contract at Warner's. So
You know, I mean, I would like to see that. Sure, if I'm an investor, give me a little, short 10-minute video of, show me some screen tests of Seagal as Batman, because I might buy that. I would
Right.
probably be sad in the parts where he really needed to act like Keaton did in here. But as far as Batman himself, the parts where he's in this costume, I wouldn't be mad at a Seagal Batman. Better than George Clooney and Val Kilmer. I'll tell you that much. My goodness, that was a
And-
running
we
shit
received
sandwich.
a little clarification here. It wasn't Sticks; it was his cousin Blades.
Blades.
right, that's right.
I knew they looked familiar. I knew it was some kind of elongated, hardened weapon. But yeah, if you're Sean, let me tell you this, man. If you're gonna build a criminal empire, and
Yes.
I'm not assuming that you don't know this already, but you got to keep an Asian dude on the other side of the fence.
Right.
No,
If
man,
you're gonna
I'm
be
not
taken
taking.
seriously.
I'm not taking any more of your fucking advice. Jericho told me, this is the truth. Jericho told me that if I would ever took somebody hostage, to stand in the window, chest out, right, and
Yes.
put
Right.
the person I was holding out of frame. And I'm like, all right, Jericho must know. He's an expert on action movies. And sure enough, they put 3 center masks right there. I barely made it to the show tonight, Jericho. You got me killed.
Hey,
Yeah.
but you're here, aren't you, Sean?
That's
All
right.
man.
And,
Yeah.
and I
but-
learned a valuable lesson that when I take your advice next time, I'm gonna, consider it could go wrong, but I'm still gonna take it.
Right? That's just sound business.
Hey.
Sean, if you do start a criminal empire again,
Yeah.
the first thing you need to do, you got to get a jacket guy. That's
Absolutely.
a number one. That comes
Rule
before,
1.
right?
These are
Before your
called-
Asian stick fighter, you got to have a jacket guy. So
For the
just,
younger, influential people in the chat, I want to explain something. These two gentlemen here are what we call enablers. So that if
Yeah.
I come to them and say, hey guys, I'm thinking of starting a criminal empire, giving up this comics thing, they're like going, I know a jacket guy. Like
Right.
that's their advice. Is to
Right.
Dude,
point
rule
me in the
number
right
1.
track.
You gotta walk before you gotta crawl before you walk, man.
When you
And
rob
the
a
first thing
bank,
I do,
don't
Let's
wear a
get it.
mask. For God's sake, put your name on the jacket.
right.
God, for God's sake, man. Yeah, a jacket guy, that's number 1. And if he knows a car guy who can turn out some funny colored cars for you,
Right.
Amen.
get him too.
All the
Yep.
better. Package deal. That's what my cousin did. We got both.
This shit right here, this is
Yep.
one of the coldest scenes of the movie. When that Batmobile is coming through those leaves and they're all blowing around the
Yes.
car because he's going so fast. And the
Right.
trees, I was trying to look, I was like, no, those are real trees. And again, look at the light back there.
Right.
Like that light from behind, the werewolf on the top of the hill, silhouette kind of thing. And when he comes through there in that Batmobile, that shit is awesome.
Right. And then the color theory here, you have 3 tertiary colors. You got your purple, you got your orange, you got your green. So you're creating your layers there. Very Halloween-y, those 3 colors.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
And
That's
guys,
to me, that's that. What's his name? The main set design guy, Anton.
Anton First.
Right.
Yep.
So it's him and the power of Tim Burton combined. Tim Burton could do no wrong, in my opinion, visually. I think his movies are always stunning looking. Even if the movie's not great, they still look amazing.
Yeah,
Dude, how much of a fucking role was Tim Burton on from this to Edward Scissorhands to
Even
Batman
Ed Wood, even, you know.
And I'd say Sleepy Hollow is a freaking great Halloween movie.
Batman Returns? Yeah, I mean, Christmas Story. Or not Christmas Story.
Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yes. I mean,
Right.
dude, I bet companies were just here. We'll sign the check. You fill it in later. That dude was just hit after, and so many people try to bite this style, this
Right.
Tim Burton style. You can't even call it anything else.
Right.
This scene going back to the Batcave with Vicky Vale is right after this scene. Like, there's a scene where the Batmobile speeds past the camera, and then you just see that Rolls Royce jet engine in the back, and here, whoa, go by. I mean, man.
And guys, this is the thing people don't understand about this stuff, right? Banger after banger after banger. You're right. Is that when too many young art school students and artists in general.
Beetlejuice too, yeah.
Yeah, Beetlejuice, man.
Right before
see
this,
Tim
yeah.
Burton.
I never seen Mars Attacks, but I know they go,
Yeah, all
That's
gothy.
That's when I talk about Kamala Harris, that's her.
My daughter, the stand-up comic, she has a great closer in her thing where she goes, I do lightning impressions. And she does like some impressions and she's good at them. And she just does like a 1 or 2 or 3 word impersonation of famous people. And her final one is Kamala Harris. And she goes, nah. She's
That's
hilarious.
pretty good.
My daughter.
That's pretty good. If I close my eyes and hear that, I'd be like, yeah, that's Kamala.
Yeah, I mean, and you
That's
guys, this is the thing too. I don't know if anybody has ever found themselves somewhere on an open highway, put the pedal to the floor, and heard the music from this sequence where it just builds, and that car comes whipping by. If you don't find yourself absolutely thrilled at that shot of that car going by, you don't have blood in your veins.
Like
this is the coolest shit.
Your foot gets heavier when you hear that, and when they're coming up, it crescendos where they're coming up, look like they're about to slam because she keeps looking at him, trying to look under his mask and see who he is, and he ends up turning the light. Yeah, he turned the light like, bitch, quit trying to see my face.
Right.
And right when she looks back, it looks like they're about to slam into this huge boulder, and it opens up, and then she looks behind her, and you see it close, and it's all red from like the brake lights from the Batmobile, and then they go through it. He stops, and they get out, and it pans out, and you see like he's on the edge of this huge like cliff. Like if he went an inch more, he's about to just go right over and die. They just that's just how cool and how practiced he is in doing this shit. And he brings her, to the Batcave and shit. And before this, she goes, is there anything else that you need? He's like, yeah, you do have one more thing that I need. And then he puts his cape up and blocks it. So you're like, oh, is there like a vampire element to this fool? Because it's like, I'm going to drink your blood. And like puts his shit up. So you're like, oh, it's like some weird, like drinking her blood or some weird shit. And then next scene, she's face down on the bed. I was like, oh, he gave her some of that bat dick again. But he didn't. He gave her like, some medicine to knock her out or whatever.
Some bat Rohypnol.
some Batnol. He gave her that Batnol. And so she wakes up. The first thing she does is grab her titty, which I have the ultimate respect for, because if I was sleeping with Kim Basinger, it's the first thing I would do when she woke up. But she grabs, she's like, oh shit, he got my film. So this picture she took when she saved his ass from them looking at it under his mask, he took the film from her brassiere. I wonder, did you, because Bruce Wayne's a stand-up guy. Yeah. Do you think he touched her titty when he was getting that film?
No, not because he already hit it and quit it.
Yeah,
but did he feel some kind of, since he already hit it, did he feel some kind of like, I hit it, I can grab.
Yeah.
I grabbed his titty.
I don't know.
He could have been like going, now that I'm sober, was it really that good? Let me just take a look.
I've always thought it's funny. There's a national chain of strip clubs called Deja Vu. You know, we
Yeah.
have it here in San Diego. It's all over Vegas.
Probably-
it's
I've
everywhere.
probably been to
I
a
think it's
few.
across the country. I'm almost certain.
Yeah.
But je parle français. I speak French. And if you know what déjà vu means, it's quite insulting to the women. What déjà vu means is I've already seen it. Déjà would be already and vu, seen. Déjà vu, I've already seen
Thought
it.
it meant like stinky clam or something.
No, it just means,
Could be worse.
yeah, I've already seen it. Thanks. But
No thanks.
Exactly.
Seen them all. Seen one. Seen them all. Next.
no.
Oh my lord.
So I
yeah,
probably in my Navy days, I probably helped that company.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did
probably.
notice this is a Navy town, San Diego. Those establishments are right next to where the Navy and the Marine boys are.
What?
It's almost like you've been on a ship for 6 months and you ain't seen a woman in a while.
Not a good one. You remember like Jumanji when he got sucked into the game and like his hands like turning into like sand and being sucked into the game? That's
Oh
what
my
happens when you're a young man in the Navy and you're near a
Oh.
strip club. You can try to fight it and you can run the other direction, but you're gonna get sucked into it.
Wow.
That's how it happens.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hope my mom doesn't see this.
I was about to say, it's like on it again. You see, you're just gonna get off of this stream and say, you know, this guy Sean said the craziest shit on the stream.
Let me
I
tell you.
disavowed.
Well,
So
hold
if you
on,
hear
hold on,
anything-
Jericho. I'll give you a second. You could just say psych mom.
Mom, I was just I was kidding. That was part of the show. We talked earlier, came
There
up
you
with a
go.
bit. I would never do that.
Right.
That's right.
She knows.
Not my little Jericho. He's an angel.
Now, you know what my mom called me one time? I was the only black kid in my school, in my grade. And so when pictures would come out, she would call me Spot because I was the only black kid in a sea of white kids. Isn't that nice?
There you go. That explains a few
Thanks,
things.
Mom. Thanks, Mom.
My mom never called me. No, sorry.
Oh,
Ah,
oh.
Sean
So
had to
tragic.
be real.
That's right. That's get
No, that was not good.
now I hide my feelings with ribs.
You can't
Well,
hide
thanks.
behind those ribs forever, Sean.
I know,
I'm gonna
exactly.
try. So far, so
Crying
good.
gravy. It's just tragic.
So deep put her ass to sleep. Ice
That's
Cube,
it.
Ice Cube would have been proud of this one.
Dude.
This is a grown
Batman.
woman with the teddy bear. I have questions, but I'm
That's
gonna leave
weird.
We do have questions. Yeah.
it. Yeah, that's. I'm not in the dating world. I've been married for over 25 years. But if I were dating and I
Oh.
went to a grown woman's house and she had a teddy bear, I don't know what I would think. That'd be weird for me, I think. I don't know. That's just
Well,
I don't know.
after I've done what I needed to do, then I would leave. But I'm not gonna let the bear from the Snuggle Soft commercials throw me off my game.
what if he's like looking you right in the eyes?
I
though?
know. That's the thing you got to think about.
Hey, better take
And then
some
you
notes,
Google-
bear.
And it's a picture of her family. You know,
Hey,
and you're like,
Bear.
ah, shit.
It ain't my family. Watch this, bear. You ever seen this before? Yeah, dude, it's gonna get fucking weird. All right. So turn around if you don't want to see it, bear.
Oh.
She turns the family picture to the wall of Jericho turns.
But
So-
yeah, let me
in
hold
the-
it.
In the
Let me hold
80s,
it.
there was a cartoon and a toy, Teddy Ruxpin.
Oh
He was
yeah.
he was a toy teddy
Oh
bear.
my god, yeah.
And you could put a cassette tape in his back, and his mouth would move, and he would tell you stories of adventures of Teddy Ruxpin.
Yeah.
And when I was about 11, I was obsessed with getting an NWA tape and putting it inside. Teddy Ruxpin.
No, he
I
don't know
never
those
did it.
words.
I didn't own a Teddy Ruxpin, but I wanted to find someone who did it because my
No.
friend Joji had the NWA tape that we would secretly listen to.
No,
I hear a dream coming. We can make this
No,
happen.
man. Teddy Ruxpin, he couldn't play those tapes. But if you wanted nightmares, watch Teddy Ruxpin blink at you.
Oh,
That shit was weird. Like that doll, like blink. That shit was weird.
Here's a weird one. You remember the Teletubbies, the yellow and
Yes.
blue? We bought my daughter one. My daughter's going to be 26 in March. We bought her one when she was less than a year old. It's in the hall closet. It still works. 26
cow.
years later, if I squeeze it, it'll go Tinky Winky or whatever. Like, these are the greatest batteries of all time.
Well, you know,
It's
Chinese
insane.
Chinese kids make good products.
I
I'm
guess.
Can I
sure.
just say this though too. If you do happen to turn it over and there are no batteries, kill it, Gabe. kill it immediately.
Kill it now for the
These
safety of your
batteries
family.
are great.
I'm going to grab it. I'm going to be right back. 2 seconds.
Oh no,
Dude, if he turns it around and that battery compartment's empty and there's no wires
then-
at all,
we're left here for the next 2 hours wondering why he never came back.
Somebody in the comments call 911. Send him to San Diego. It's all bad.
What do you never say in a horror movie, Jericho? I'll be right back.
Never.
Classic.
All right.
That means you're not coming back.
Here we are, 26 years later, same batteries. Let's squeeze it and let's listen.
Oh my God.
Still works.
Damn.
Is it me or did it just say helter skelter? I don't.
Yeah, you're sending out. It's time. You're sending out some kind of dog whistle to the other.
I just activated the sleepers.
Look what you've done. Look what you've done.
Oh man, it's the end of days now.
Okay, so what the hell's going on in this movie? She's got knocked out. We're back with Newsboy.
She's got the info.
She tells him. She says, "Can you? If I bring you something, can you get it on the evening edition or some shit like that?"
Right.
He's like, yeah, barely. And then she gives him a list of the products that the shit is in, and then they go on the newscast, the next scene or whatever, and explain, stay away from this, this, and this.
Oh, it's right there in the paper. Deodorant with baby powder, hairspray with odor eaters, and that'll.
Hey,
that's what? Yeah, combo.
let's play the same game that we did. What movie was that where we zoomed in and read the article?
Oh yes.
Let's see what that shit really. City Council asked Congress to investigate meat prices. Okay.
There you go.
City Council accepted yesterday a prohibition asking Congress to investigate soaring meat prices throughout the nation at the same time. Okay, so that's legit.
That's legit. What about the 2 firemen killed in a boat explosion?
Oh my God. Where was Jack Napier when that shit went down?
9 other persons hurt when Speedcraft burns and blows up.
Damn, it's legit.
So yeah, so these are real news stories.
They took the time on this.
Not like Stone Cold, where it was just endless boilerplate.
Yeah. They didn't have the money for it, man. They spent it all on those squibs.
Right. And they spent it on Iggy's food too.
Yeah, and the power. That's you, bro.
Do you know how much caviar beluga a monitor lizard can eat?
Dude, tons, as much as you feed it.
That's
You
right.
share that?
Hey.
Straight from the Black Sea there. You know?
Iggy, that's you, bro.
I
That's
know
you
we
right
share
there,
that
bro.
with the crew. Our meme that we've got for.
Oh yeah.
You,
Let me grab that. That's
I
one
think
of the
they've
greatest.
earned that.
That's
So-
you, bro.
So last week we did Stone Cold with the boss, and he has a pet
Which was
monitor
something else,
lizard.
man. If you
And we theorized that in real life, the lizard's still alive, and the boss and the lizard watch Stone Cold at home. So Shant created what that looks like.
hey, got you, bro.
This is what goes on during the week.
Dude.
Guys,
We
you don't
send each
know.
other messages like this.
Double
Man.
Impact is a 7-day show that you only see a couple hours of.
Yeah, you guys only get the last hour of it, last few hours.
Right.
This is ongoing. But if you like men in G-strings and monitor lizards, you're gonna love Stone Cold.
Oh, it's the best horrible movie I've ever seen.
It is, yeah.
Yep.
He accomplishes nothing.
Right. When you're done watching this,
Nothing.
go back and watch last week's Stone Cold review.
He saves no one. He stops nothing.
Right. I think he made it worse.
He did make it worse. If you met Stone Cold, he ruined your life.
Yeah, if he would have stayed out of it, I think more people would have been
The
alive.
girlfriend wouldn't have gotten killed.
Yep.
Yeah,
She
she
got
got
killed
smoked.
directly because of him.
She got
Yep.
smoked.
Same with the Cuban snitch guy from New Orleans.
Yeah,
Yep.
he gave him. He told him what they wanted, and they still
Right.
killed him.
And the
And the
motorcycle
whole-
buddy.
The entire committee of judges on the bench. A lot of people died.
That was the
Because-
Supreme Court of Mississippi, all dead.
Dude,
He was
all
terrible.
because of Boz, or what was his name?
It was
Huff?
like John Huff or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some shit.
Someone
But that was
up
his.
some shit.
I don't know. I don't remember his undercover
It
name.
wasn't Mason Storm, I'll tell you that.
It wasn't that cool. But he
Wasn't
basically
John Hatcher.
destroyed. He just John. That's John Hatcher.
That's-
Right.
He destroyed the state of Mississippi. all
Yes,
by
he did.
itself.
Good God.
All right, so Batman tells everyone what's going to poison everyone, and now he's having coffee for some reason I don't remember. Is he heading over to Vicky Vale's apartment? That's right.
Yes.
So he goes over there to talk to her about something. I don't know, her impending pregnancy or something. And
No. He's going over there because Alfred goes, well, sir, why don't you tell her who you are? I think it's time that you tell her who you really are. Chad."
Right.
So he goes over there to tell this woman that he's known for 3 days, but he's already been sack deep in it. He's going to tell her that he's Batman. And
Don't
then we get
follow
into
ladies.
then we get the Michael Keaton rom-com chops.
It's
You know,
great.
the awkward, hey, he brought her like 2 flowers. This dude's worth $100 billion, but he gets 2 carnations to give her, hey, here, you know, girls like flowers, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. And then she goes, can I come in? And she just turns and walks, like, leaves the door open. He comes in, hey, I'm sorry, you know, I didn't call you and all this stuff. And then they walk over, he puts the flowers on the table.
She mentions that she regrets jumping in bed with him.
She goes,
which is disempowering to queens everywhere.
see, this is the misogynist 80s flying in the face of 2022. She is disappointed in herself for giving it up too quick. She's like, I never do that. I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I slept with you because I never did that. Then here's where his toxic masculinity bubbles to the surface. He pushes her down. He assaults her. He pushes her down and he says, look, you're a nice girl and I like you. But right now, shut up.
Ooh,
Bruce
told
Wayne, you don't talk to her like that. I am woman. Hear me roar. Numbers too big to ignore. You can't talk to me like that.
Yeah, and let's also a couple things. First of all, important line here when he walks in, he says, "Nice apartment, lots of space," which is going to get echoed.
5,000 square feet.
You're right, and I want to add one more thing into it. Is there a more cliche line from a certain type of woman than "I've never done this before"?
I never do that. I believe
I never. This is the 10th time I've never done that.
I swear.
My retort to "I've never done this before" has always been today. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
And cut over to her. Cut over to her bathroom.
Listen, Toots, I know I ain't Columbus. This is not discovering a new continent.
Hey, don't you fucking lie to me, Toots. I see your bathroom trash can in there, overflowing with Plan B boxes. Yo, whore.
And rubbers and Magnum rubbers.
Look at all the rubbers tied off with all the juices in there.
Jericho's going blue, man.
We know what's in those things.
Jericho never talked this way before Double or Bats. If your mom's watching, I just want her to know.
There's all this rib talk. It gets me
I don't like your new friends in this country crock.
Country crock, bouillabaisse.
We have a bouillabaisse sighting finally.
There we go.
It has
but you know, honestly, if you remade this movie, there would not be a scene where he pushes her down, like, and it's not like he shoved her. It's like, hey, shut up for a second. You're getting too womany. You're not listening to me. So he shoves her down. She sits and she doesn't start going off on this third wave feminist bullshit. She's just like, oh, like what? What's going on? He got her attention.
Right.
And then he says, you're a nice girl and I like you, but right now, shut up because I'm trying to tell you who I am. And then he gets the, you know, when, you know, he just can't figure out how to say it. And then she goes, oh God, you're married. No, I'm not married. And then she goes like, it's okay. You can tell me. And if this were now, he would be telling her that he's gay. She'd be like,
exactly what I was.
You can tell.
She wouldn't have said, oh God, you're married. She would have said, oh God, you're gay, is what she would have
and he
said.
would be like, yes, I am. But he tells it, and he's like, and then boom, boom, doorbell rings, classic constant interruption scene where you just can't get it out. And then this guy comes through the door thinking that she's all by herself. And he goes in, and then his Batman shit kicks in. He goes in the other room, takes that tray with her makeup, puts it inside of his suit because he knows this fucker's crazy. And he grabs, doesn't he? Yeah, I think that's what he just puts the tray in there.
Yeah, he puts like a metal tray as like a ad hoc bulletproof vest, basically.
Yeah, and he comes out, and then as a kid, I was like almost a little scared, like, oh shit, he's just gonna get up in the Joker's face, like, because you know the part where he realized who he was, Jack Napier's still alive, that went over my head. So I'm thinking this Bruce Wayne doesn't realize who this guy is. Another thing, shout out to another Joker jacket, but
that's the purple one. Bob's was black.
Well, maybe Bob's higher up. Maybe the low level guys are purple.
You start off at green, go up to purple, and you get to black.
He started on fries, right? And then
I'll be on fries, and that's when the big bucks start rolling.
Greatest line ever, man.
So I think he only ordered one black jacket because there's only one Bob.
Right.
And But when he gets up in Joker's face, like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, this guy's crazy. He's
Right.
up in Joker's face. This guy's a psychopath. And
And
he
it's a
is.
great line too, because he grabs the fireplace poker, I think, and he like smashes it and goes,
Yeah.
"You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." You know,
And he's like, he's like,
yeah,
freaking out. I'm like, oh shit. And then he's all, you ever dance with the devil by the pale moonlight? And he pulls a gun out and he's like, what'd you say to me? He's like, it's just something I say to all my prey. And then boom, shoots him. He slumps
And-
in the corner.
Big thing here. Joker is all fucking comedy, right? And what is the thing that switches him over? Funny enough, in the kind of exact same way, the hint of craziness.
Mhm.
He starts pushing on him, going, this guy, there was bad wiring, had a head full of bad wiring, and he goes, you want to get nuts? Come on, get nuts. And that's when Joker's comedy stops until
And
he's
he gets
done.
dark.
He gets dark. He goes, tell me something, my friend. You ever
Yep.
dance with the devil by the pale moonlight? Freaking darkest shit, man. It's just like, what the hell did I just watch?
Dude,
Beautiful.
terrible.
Kevin Mies, that henchman looks like Greg Capullo, one of the greatest comic book artists of the last 30
Yep.
years. Greg Capullo,
Yeah,
currently
Greg.
working on a Batman Spawn book, I think, for DC. Love Greg's work. I thought the exact same thing.
Yep.
Greg did a little time as Joker's henchman. Look
Yep,
at
he
that.
did.
Look
Yeah.
at that.
He was washing lettuce. Then he was one of Joker's henchmen. And now he's drawing Batman. So, kids, it can happen to you.
Yeah.
You can make it.
Yeah, so he shoots Batman,
Yeah.
and Batman pretends to die, but that metal tray in his jacket has saved him. And then
And she turns around and he's gone.
right, he's gone. That's
He's
right.
gone. He's
Joker leaves that present.
Yeah.
He leaves the flowers, funny enough. And he comes in with the nice apartment, lots of space. And this
Yeah,
is the
same
thing smart
thing.
writers used to do. These guys are not that different in certain ways. It's just how far they go.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
Ah.
mean? And they both have a dark, crazy side. And that's what I loved about that, man. It was just crazy. Highly effective.
And now
Right.
he's starting to have those flashbacks, PTSD,
Great scene.
and relives that. And that was startling, that scene where it
Mhm.
shows what happened to his parents. That was very like, oh
Rough.
shit.
Is that
And again,
next, or is that do I not have that, or
I'm sure she
I think it's coming up. It's after he
Coming
does
up.
the,
Okay,
his
I thought I
speech.
missed
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Right.
Good audio.
So then they're talking about canceling the parade,
Mhm.
the mayor and all that. Like, it's too dangerous. Joker's out of control. The poison, the violence, the shooting. Then Joker does that thing where he comes on, takes over the broadcast again, says, "No, we're gonna have the parade, and I'm gonna give away $20 million that day. I'm gonna be throwing the money out like Drake at a strip club, just throwing it everywhere."
Yeah.
So he the medium is the message. He takes over and gets that out there, and people are excited about it. So, which is stupid. This guy's trying to kill people, and then they're going to take money. What could
Yeah.
possibly go wrong?
And you
Yeah,
see how
but
they're go ahead,
ahead.
Sean.
No, I was gonna say. I said this is my my moment where I start going. Is there a little nod to Marxism in this? You know what I
What do you
mean?
mean?
It's like, come on, everybody, free money. What could go wrong?
Yeah. No matter, this guy's a psychopath, but he's giving out free money. And my son, he said something like that. I
Yep.
said, he's like, what's he doing? Dad said he's handing out free money. And he's like, don't they know he's a bad guy? I was like, yeah, they do know, but people will forgive a lot if you start handing out free money. And so
Hey, do you think
here,
we're going to get any more stimulus checks, dude?
Yeah, exactly.
Why would you bring that up?
Exactly. He's, no matter what, he's killing, he's they already went on the news and said, stay away from all these chemicals and shit. He's a psychopath. He's about mass murder, but he's handing out C notes. So fuck all that. Let's go get it. And this scene after this, when he's sitting there in that turtleneck, shout out to Steve Jobs, because he got that black turtleneck on point.
Right.
And then, he challenges Batman, like, hey, I took off my makeup. Why don't you take off your mask and let's do this. And so, being that he knows who he is, he almost gets Batman to break his character, to break that calm, cool shit, and like kind of take the bait. You kill my parents, fuck that. You wanna challenge me? Let's go.
Right. And so then Batman goes on memory lane here,
Mhm.
and we get the famous scene that's been done over and over and over in comics and movies, leaving the theater with his parents. Now, I've been told the movie they saw was Zorro. That was the movie
Yep.
they saw. I don't know why that matters, but you
Yeah,
know.
because the movie they saw was Zorro because it was just a nod to the influence that Zorro had
Sure.
on the creation
Cave.
of Batman, which was
Cape and the mask.
the cave. You know, that he lived in a cave and that he, you know, came out of there. They used a lot of Zorro influences on this. And Zorro's hideout and all of that other kind of stuff was the, Bill Finger influence on this. So yeah, it was a nod to that.
So as a 10-year-old, when I saw this, I didn't get this scene here because as much as this actor looks like Jack Nicholson, I didn't get that it was supposed to be the same guy 30 years earlier. As an adult, I get it clearly. They found someone the best they could that looks like a young Jack Nicholson, but I did not get that as a 10-year-old. So after I saw this movie, I wondered who this guy was, like a little bit when I was little. I do remember being confused by that.
Hey, speaking of Zorro, shout out to George Hamilton.
Yes.
Remember that was Zorro in the Gay Blade?
Yep.
I never saw that.
That movie was the shit. His gay cousin or something who was covering for him because he was hurt or something. He had like different colored Zorro suits every day, like purple and yellow and shit. He would just wear black. If Tom Selleck and Billy D. Williams are known for their mustaches, then George Hamilton has to be known for his tan. And his
he looks
mold.
like rotisserie chicken from KFC or something.
But beautiful rotisserie
He is
chicken.
so
That's
golden.
right.
He looks
Dude.
delicious.
Dude,
George
and that
Hamilton.
mole, like, come on. If there's a mustache Hall of Fame, there's got to be a tan Hall of Fame, and it's called
There has
George
to be.
Hamilton Hall of
Right.
Fame because that was no bullshit. But
He's
the when he's remembering his parents being killed, it's that echoey, like their footsteps are
Footsteps.
echoing. Their
Yeah.
voices are echoing. It's in slow motion and shit. And again, the lighting, the light being behind him and him stepping out of the shadows to reveal who he is. Like, that's some scary shit right there. But look, the guns haven't changed from when he was a kid versus now. That's the same gun that Joker had when he was Jack Napier, basically. And, you can't see his face because of that light behind him. And then for him to say, hey, kid, you ever dance with the devil by the pale moonlight? And it's all, he's like, whoa. That shit is scary, man. And like you said, Gabe, before they overuse and hijack the word creepy, that was some creepy shit.
Well, I would say as an illustrator myself, this is what you're trying to do a lot of times when you're trying to get a moment of horror, noir, crime. This is so visually, this is perfection. You got the guy in shadow. What is shadow? Shadow's scary, mysterious, what's going on. Then you have this rim light, and then it has that light bloom on it. I've used this trick color in comics, and it looks so effective. It looks so dramatic. It looks so dangerous. This is fantastic, this sequence.
It is. And it's a great what a lot of people think about or don't think about probably that we're missing right now in film and in cinema and all of the stuff that we're seeing is you talked about, Jericho, the rom-com element of that sequence. We could talk about the Batcave coming up and being straight horror Dracula with the bats flying and everything. You've got this, which is very noir, crime, mystery, suspense, thriller. And this movie had different genres in it. Like, it gave you a full meal of an experience. Not every dramatic moment had to have that through line of jokey comedy. In this kid's parents got killed. It was serious, but they show that there's a full life outside, which makes it terrifying. If every scene is this dark, this scene doesn't hit you the same way.
Right.
Right after the com scene, this is right after the Joker scene. Like, so things can go really sideways in a real way, and there are maniacs on the streets. It's brilliant, man.
Yeah.
And look at this guy's eyes, just so intense.
Yeah, even seeing his breath. Seeing his breath, like it's a cold night. He's cold. It was great, man. They really nailed it on every single level. And then I think in the next scene is where she figures out he's Batman.
She's
right? She knows for sure.
She just realized she's carrying Batman's baby.
That's right.
Alfred stopped her at the door. She's like, Alfred, she hold up her pregnancy test. Oh, right this way, madam. And she had to take him down there and fucking, Master Bruce, you've
Today she would
done it now, Master Bruce.
Today she'd walk in and go, well, all this shit's gonna stop when I have the baby.
We're gonna put lights over here, and that's where the nursery's gonna go.
Exactly.
He's like, Alfred, what the fuck?
I can't have my friends over if this shit's gonna be here.
Can
I
we
told
can we
you,
talk
Master.
about? I mean, we keep talking about the design, how great the design is,
Yeah.
and the photography. The bat suit. This is the best bat suit.
It's the
of
best
all
one.
bat suits in the. They go to like too many things now, and all militaristic and straps and buckles and metal this and that. And this one with the cloak, with the neck where he can't really turn his head good. It doesn't have to function well. It has to look cool.
Yep.
And this one looks great. And I love the yellow. I really do like the yellow.
Yeah, and he has all the gadgets and shit, but they're hidden. It's a real clean look. They're all on his belt, and that shot of the empty costume. So my eyes are really dark in the mouth, so you don't know is somebody in that costume or what. But then you see it's just kind of in its closet or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's all those shots are awesome. And then they put the makeup obviously around the eyes to make all that look dark too. But Keaton, he nailed it, man. He did good, man.
Yeah,
really good.
I don't like the modern Batman designs where the suit is black and the logo is black. It's like, I want to ask him, are you embarrassed of this? Because if you are, then don't do it. I feel like they're embarrassed to show the bat symbol or something, like they kind of make the costumes such like military uniforms or something. And they don't want to embrace the colorful zaniness of almost like a pro wrestling look. I was told by some people I work with in the business, I forget who, that the reason they have the underwear on the outside of the costumes in the old comics is that was from Mexican lucha, the look of the wrestling. And if you look at luchadors, oh yeah, that's right. They wear tights and then they have the colored underwear on the outside. And it was kind of like a zany kind of costume there. And to me, when you have the yellow emblem, you're not embarrassed of Batman. But when you have the black one, I think you're a little embarrassed that it's a comic book. I do.
I felt that same, what you're saying, that kind of embarrassment. I know it tied into the story, but in Batman Begins with the first one with Christian Bale, at the end, or no, it's not the end, but he has the bad guy on the spotlight and it shows it in the sky and it kind of looks like a bat signal because of the way he is.
Right.
But I'm like, why didn't you just have the bat signal? Like on this one, he says, well, where'd you get that from? Oh, he gave it to us. He gave us a bat. He's a fucking billionaire.
Right.
He gave it to us. So why not have a real live bat signal to where you look at him and say, that's for Batman, not what's this bat-like looking, no definition shit we're seeing in the sky.
It was a little weird though at the end though with that shit though, because when the Commissioner Gordon looks over and goes, if Joker had won, we'd all have fucking jackets. That was a little. I was like, guys,
that wasn't necessary. It really
weird.
wasn't. But he was.
But have you seen the jackets? It's good leather. It's Italian.
We would have had fucking bouillabaisse from here to here.
But he shouldn't have said that. But he's right, because if Joker did live, yes, they would all have jackets. And not only would they have the jackets, they'll have them by tomorrow.
Right.
That's right.
When you definitely need a jacket by tomorrow, the Joker's your man.
Dude, he's
Joker
an
goes
asshole.
I like this.
Sunday.
He's a murderer, but
he gets into the Beast, the Batmobile, and he drives over to the Axis chemical plant, and he smokes dudes.
Yes.
The Gatling guns come out, bombs come out, and he fucking blows that. He killed a bunch of dudes.
well, he has two Browning 50 calibers. I don't know if they're Browning, but they're 2 50 calibers that come out of there and shoot the line across, so the Batmobile goes right in. That was some smooth shit.
Right.
Then he goes in. Those guys are, he has the shields up. They're all shooting at the Batmobile. Then these little things come out, drop these little bombs, think right at their feet, and they look down. The Batmobile takes off, boom, blows all these dudes up. The scene where it's leaving and there's all the fire on the side. But he wasn't even in the car, was he? He just sent the car in there on some remote
And they
control
established it. That was the cool thing.
See, I forgot to say that. When they're on the run, when him and Vicky are on the run from the art museum, he says shields. And then after they do all that shit, she goes up on the wire, they come down. The Batmobile, and he tells her, like, come and get me or some shit. And the Batmobile is speeding toward him, and she's standing off to the side, being a woman, letting him be out in the street, do all the violent shit. She's off to the side. She thinks it's about to hit him. She screams, and he goes, stop. And it stops, like inches from it. That was some cold shit. Yeah, that kind of laid the
the groundwork for this. Like, okay, it has remote control capabilities, but that shit was smooth. And he said, "Stop." And that shit went, stop right before him. That was tight.
Oh,
That
it's
was so
best, man.
tight.
It's the best.
So we get to the Joker's parade is about to start.
Oh,
Late
I'm sorry,
in the
Gabe.
evening.
Can you go
And-
back to the scene where
Oh.
he's leaving the factory and that it's a shot of the Batmobile from behind? That right there.
Yeah.
That is the best Batmobile from any movie. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes,
Even
it
is.
that
It is.
ATV fucking SUV thing he had in Batman
Ah,
Begins.
The tumbler.
That's a Batmobile. Yeah, fuck that. That's the Batmobile.
The tumbler is so stupid looking.
No, I don't need a Tumbler. I need a
Yeah.
Batmobile.
Right. And again, more great iconic shots, basic
Yeah.
color theory. You have your warm in the back, your orange, so you put a blue light in the front. Very basic color theory, but it's strong. It works. It's fantastic.
He's tough. It's almost like seeing Superman stand there. You almost hear truth, justice, and the American way. You know, back when it was.
Not
Oh,
anymore.
what about? Well, yeah, I'm saying, what about? I think there's a variation on that, truth, justice, American way.
All
That's
right.
But-
right. Great comic coming out.
Yeah, it's supposed to look like, you know, his cape's blowing, the lights on him. I'm Batman. Fuck you. Good versus evil. You know, that's a great scene right there.
Yep.
You're right. So then we get to the Joker's parade. He's going to poison everyone while he's throwing out money. And I love
Yeah.
the Tim Burton designs on these balloons. Fantastic. They're
That's
going down
us.
Main Street and they're throwing money. He said he's
That's
going to give out
us.
20 million. I'm sorry, say it
It
again.
is.
That's us. They're
Yep.
poisoning us and giving us money at the same time.
Yep.
That's the
But-
sweet and sour sniffles.
What did you say
college,
though?
Free health insurance, free college, free everything.
Yeah.
Jericho,
While we're
what-
killing you.
What is so funny is that that people don't get in this movie. Why the fuck, if this is dangerous, why would these people come into these streets? And then you go, look at the kind of city the citizens are allowing to happen. These people, the goal is not to be Gotham. Right? The goal is not to be a Gotham citizen who's throwing your trash on the floor, who doesn't care, who's like, you look at the denizens of Gotham in these opening scenes. Hi, honey. You know, the prostitute to the
Yeah,
kid.
she touched the little boy.
Yeah,
It's
prostitute talking to a
freaking
kid.
nuts. Yeah.
Well, first
Why
of all,
did his mom knock her unconscious?
right. You know what was most disturbing to me about that prostitute in the opening scene?
Hmm.
She was dressed more modestly than
Yes.
like women I see at the mall.
Yep.
Like, what is happening to the world? But that's a whole other
And
story.
she's a hooker.
Right,
Mhm.
right. More modestly than stuff you could just see on your way to Jersey Mike's.
You're
What is happening?
less modest now than a 1989 hooker in Gotham City.
That's right.
Horrible. Probably got a nicer clam. Oh,
God. Jericho's making it happen on tonight's stream.
That's right.
I like it though. I like where your head's at.
Oh my god.
but this was us during the pandemic.
Look at that.
This was
There it is. Free money. Thank you. Free money.
while you're being killed.
Yeah.
Crazy. But yeah, this was just the depravity. Like,
And
look
that's
how
what
they
it is.
act when he throws money. I mean, they're just wild animals, and they don't
Yep.
even notice that he's about to gas all of them.
It's bread and circus, man, is what it is. It's
But
fucking nuts.
he says the best line: "Hubba hubba hubba, money money money.
money.
Who do you trust? Me? I'm giving you free money, or the Batman? Yeah, man. And the Batman's trying to clean it up. He's trying to do the right thing. I'm trying to help you guys, trying to fix you. Nah, that's okay. Who's this? Let me hear about this free money you're talking about.
Right. And the Batmobile was iconic and it can't be
Mhm.
replaced. But as a kid, I just love the Batplane. This is not a great shot of it. I'm sure
Oh,
we'll get
yeah.
one. But you have this sequence where Joker's going down in the parade, throwing out the money. He's about to start
Mm-hmm.
poisoning everyone. And Batman's kind of dipping and flying around and assessing the situation, I guess, from above in this Batplane. And for 1989, the special effect works pretty well. It doesn't look too fake or anything like that. So
Yeah. And they actually did a refurbishment of this model, and it all worked. So they had a slight moving puppet inside the cockpit for the miniature, but they also, the doors opened, the lights worked, the guns came out, all that stuff. It was a huge miniature, so to speak. So it was like about 1/4 or something scale. It was giant. And that's why it looked so good when they filmed it. And they actually refurbished it, and it's on whatever the guy Adam Savage has tested. So they show the actual prop, and it is
Oh, wow.
glorious, dude. That's
Wow.
craft
Yeah, I mean,
right there.
That bat plane was awesome in the scene. I hope she grabbed the one where it goes up to the sky.
Hmm.
I
Before
hope
it
so.
comes
With the
down.
moon. With the moon.
From the moon.
Yep.
That shit was awesome. They showed that shit in the previews too.
Right.
You just see it come out of the clouds, and it's on
Yeah.
the moon for like a one beat, and then it comes back down, and that's when he takes that final dive, and he's just,
Right.
we'll get to that. But
Yeah.
she sees the tanks with her, photography skills, and her and what's his name start putting out the word to people like, oh, they're trying to poison you. The reporter Knox, is that his name?
Yeah, Alexander.
Right.
Knox.
So he goes in his trunk and gets a baseball bat, starts whacking people upside the head, whacking Joker's guys, which is great. But he takes like this little 3M, little mask with the rubber band to go around your head and like hold
Right.
it over his nose. Again, mimicking now. You mean to tell me this piece of paper is going to keep some noxious fumes from killing you? Okay. But he puts that thing over his face, gets to whacking, and then Vicky Vale.
I just keep thinking the mask on the corner. They should assumed it said made by the Joker. This guy makes everything this.
Like, you can't, everywhere you turn, the Joker's screwing you
Yeah.
over.
Where did the Joker get these balloons? Do you know how much a fucking balloon like this would cost?
Because it's like the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade. He has there's a baby, there's all kinds of different balloons.
Right. Well,
He
he's
just-
got his balloon jacket factory. I forgot.
About 80 years of mob money stored up over time. He's
Right.
liquidating it on his shit.
And where do you get the cake that he's
Yep.
riding on? The cake float. Where do
Right.
you get that? How big is his crew? Because he has float makers, he has killers on his team, he has drivers, he has pilots, he has a damn helicopter. And after Batman blew up the factory, he told him some shit from the helicopter. Joker's dude, he got people, man. He has he employs people like Amazon. He must have thousands of fucking employees.
The
in
leading
Gotham City.
employer of Gotham.
Guess who?
They
The
killed him and
Joker.
everybody was unemployed.
They're like, I know he was murderous, but now our unemployment's at 25%. That's fucked up.
How dare you? So the bat plane comes down and has like these big scissors on the front, and it's able to collect up all the cables for the balloons.
I remember I watched this today thinking, why did he put giant scissors? Because that's in the middle. That's in the middle of the airplane. So it's almost like they were built around these grippers.
Alfred, I might need scissors one day.
Master Wayne, I finished installing the bat shears on the bat plane.
Can we make the cockpit smaller and make the scissors bigger? What the
Of
fuck
course.
are you talking about?
He says, "Excellent, Mr. Wayne."
Of course, Master Bruce. I will install the giant shears on the bat plane.
I think that boy's a little bat shit.
Hello, DJ Close says, "My balloons."
My balloons.
Joker
He took
does
my
know that.
balloons.
Yeah, Batman, he absconds with the balloons and launches them up into the night sky.
After he clips them,
Right.
which I'm sure were steel cables, and he went ahead and clipped 10 of them with his bat shears. I
I
think
can
there's
just
like
see him the next day. He's all, remember, Alfred, when you made fun of me about the bat shears on
Yeah.
the plane?
use them last night.
Laughing now.
Dick, who saved the city from the poisonous gas? Dick. Huh?
You don't have to rub it in, sir.
He's all next time I fucking tell you to put something in the bat plane, you're gonna do it, aren't you? Yes,
Elder
Master Bruce.
abuse.
Yes, Master Bruce. Don't make me repeat myself. Fuck out of my face, Alfred.
Right, and then here, the
Dude,
man who stood by him through everything,
Come
the
on.
man who is his right hand, gun over the shoulder in Porkins' face, he just aces him here. Somehow this is all Bob's fault.
terrible. He goes, Bob, let me see your gun.
So
Boom,
good.
shoots
Shoot
him.
Bob. Shoots
You
him.
shoot one of those other idiots standing next to you. Shoot one of the guys in the purple jackets. Why are you going to shoot Bob, who's been there with you from day one?
Right?
I didn't like the Joker after that, man. That was
And then he just tosses the gun aside, which is so heartless, you know? It's like, here, like, hands the guy the gun after he kills Bob.
Bob.
Oh, my daughter got it. The
knew
iconic
it.
shot of the bat plane from the moon.
Glorious.
Yeah, it comes out of the clouds because it's trying to get up as high as it can to do that final, that what do they call it? Strafing.
Right.
And he's trying to get that height so he can come in hot. And he comes up and that was the shit right there. That's a great
Yeah.
shot.
It was a great shot. So many great visual shots in this movie. Amazing. 33 years old. It still holds up visually. and not just holds up, it looks great, this movie,
Mhm.
you know. And I love this. Batman's coming down from, thousands of feet in the air, flying down the street, gonna shoot his 50 cals at the Joker, and the Joker pulls a pistol out of his waistband that's like
Giant pistol.
5 feet long. It's hilarious.
Like Dirty Harry is jealous. He has
Right.
gun envy right now.
Mhm.
He pulls it out, extends it, and he has a minigun on the bat plane. And he has the missiles, he's giving him everything he's got. He's giving him the missiles, he's giving him the minigun, and for some reason, straight shot, everything's lined up. For some reason, he just can't. He even puts down his, bat scope glasses, can't hit the damn Joker. And as he's flying over him, the Joker gets one shot with that big ass shotgun looking pistol. Boom, brings the Batwing down. The corny little scene I mentioned earlier, where you could totally tell it's a model, and it slides up on the stairs of that church, and Joker's already inside. Or no, he crashed, then he takes her inside. Batman then a couple seconds later kicks the doors off and follows him.
Yep.
Right. And then Batman or Joker calls his helicopter guys to be ready to come and get him in like 10 minutes from the roof of the church.
Funny little multicolored walkie-talkie. He's thought of everything as far as merch.
Right.
Yeah.
He's thought of it all.
Batman crawls out of the destroyed plane, starts going upstairs.
Well,
Joker,
the scene where he falls, he's all fucked up from the crash, and he falls into the pews, and the pews just boom, boom, like dominoes.
Yes.
They all knock over. He's in this this huge cathedral, like an abandoned church or something. This huge cathedral, and I thought that was great imagery too. And then he gets up there, sprays his flower acid on this bell. This bell is 8 feet tall, 20 feet in diameter, probably weighs a ton. And Commissioner Gordon, he's like, oh well, boys, can't move this. Better go around.
Usually that works.
Of course you can't move it. You probably just gave yourself a hernia. What are you talking about?
Right.
Bob got killed for smaller mistakes, dude.
Right.
Fucking Bob, man.
So Batman fights his way up the church, and he fights a few guys. This black guy's a tough guy. They really have a good fight. He ends up beating that guy. One of the only black guys Joker had employed. I don't know. They would say it's racist now.
He might have been the only.
Right.
Listen,
For sure. They would have colored his crew for sure if they remade this now.
Let me say this too, though, because this is a big part for me in terms of one of the things I thought was just so cool. It's total comic book stuff. Because why would Batman have these gadgets? Like, they're ridiculous. The triangle shootout spatula, right? It catches that guy. But I will tell you this, if you're a kid and the idea of a guy doing a couple of flips and then jumping up in the air and having blades shoot out from his feet as he's coming at you, I thought that was the coolest shit I've ever seen. Yes, that dude, whoever the Tumblr martial artist action, stunt guy was who did that shit looked great on film. And that was combined, by the way, with this amazing classical dance music as the Joker is dancing and you're seeing him through glimpses. And I got to say this about this scene because it's one of those great things. They looked at this movie in the editing room and they were like, this ending isn't good. We need something better for a showdown. And Anton Furst, with no budget, took an empty stage, which is what all that wood is you're seeing around, threw a couple of columns up in a balcony and made you think it was the top of a cathedral. It's just an empty soundstage. How freaking cool is that?
Wow.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. This whole scene, and the black guy was whooping his ass pretty good. You can see
Look how nasty those knives are with that hook built into them.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can't even pull it out.
Jeez.
It was awful, man. And I didn't like that. I didn't like seeing Batman get his ass whooped like that, like a kid, because he puts it on him. But ultimately, he acts like he falls because there's 2 bells up there. He acts like he falls. The guy's looking down. He brings his legs up and grips the guy around his neck, and then slams his head into the bell, and then throws his ass down. Must be 1,000 feet down below, and kills him. And then, unfortunately for the Joker, that just leaves Batman and the Joker, and Batman fights way better than the Joker does.
Now here's a scene I don't like, and I'm being serious, where Kim Basinger uses her sexuality to distract the Joker. She starts kissing him all up the arm, and then goes down with her head ostensibly in front of his crotch.
Yeah,
And to me, it's like, no, that's
that was
too
a
much.
bit much. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
too dirty. What do you? Come on, I don't get that stuff like that.
Just
Kids
and
like
just to go
Batman.
back,
We don't need to have my stepfather asking me, "Did she blow the Joker?" Like, I don't want to think about this. It's
Yeah.
Batman, damn it.
what she would have said though? If I wrote the script, she would have looked at him and she would have said, and I just want you to know, I've never done this before.
I've never
Guys,
done this before.
I remember one time I was with some guys and we were working underneath this little industrial area, and I hit my head on a metal pipe, and that thing peeled me, man. That shit was hard. And when I watch this scene and I think about the weight of that thing and your head hit it, you aren't screaming on the way down.
Nah, you're
The
out.
weight of that shit, like we talk about the grate in fucking Under Siege.
Right.
Your skull catches that thing even lightly on an upswing. Fuck it, it's over.
Dude,
Period.
that dude's
Done.
eggs would have been scrambled. He wouldn't have been saying
ugh.
shit. Yeah, he timed it. The bell was swinging back, and he pulled the guy forward. Bong! Hit his ass, and he was gone, man. But then he starts kicking the shit out of the Joker, which was awesome. Because you like to see, like you get that with Seagal.
Yeah.
He's not getting his ass kicked by anybody. He's beating the shit out of whoever he fights for the final
Right.
showdown, and that's pretty much what happens for the old Joker here. He fucks him up,
It's not even close.
and he uses his line against him. He's like, "You ever dance with the devil by the pale moonlight?" And he's like, "Oh, it's just what do you mean? I was a kid when I killed your parents." Like, oh, you were, dude. You look like a 25-year-old man. What are you talking about? You were a kid, and that's gonna make him forgive you? Nah,
Yep.
man.
Right. And then we
Batman
get one of the
wouldn't have
all-time classic tropes of the end of action movies is the hanging precariously off of a building.
Yep.
The very last note that I took was, seriously, how long do you think you could hang on to the side of a building? Because right here, he thought he threw Joker over. I like that too. I like he wasn't that, oh no, I'm going to turn you into the authorities. No, he knocked Joker's ass out over the ledge. He thought that was it. So they're looking over the ledge. He grabs both their hands, pulls them over. So at that moment, they're hanging off of the bridge. So then you get the Joker dancing around. Hey, Batsy, stomping on the ledge. They're holding on. He slips and falls. The helicopter comes. He hangs onto the ladder of the helicopter. Batman shoots some shit around his leg that connects him to this gargoyle statue, which has to weigh like 500-600 pounds. Joker's, and all that shit happens. And this whole time, Batman and all his gear and a woman, Vicky Vale,
108-pound woman.
108-pound woman. She's shown no affinity for fighting, working out, CrossFit, nothing. And she's hanging there with him for what would you say? 2 minutes?
At least, yeah. Now, I just have to point out, all of that is going on. It is how the hell could you hang there after fighting, being beaten, and the bricks coming on the loose? But we are having men show up to get the Joker in this helicopter, which is fully themed again. It's
And
got
the hats.
it's got
These
an
guys got
illustrated
hats.
decal. The decal on the helicopter matches the hat and the jacket. This thing is so branded that the spotlight isn't even stuck. They even painted the spotlight green.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Hey, when it
Joker
comes to
does it again.
when it comes to helicopter painting, you paint everything.
Right.
You don't
That's
leave
right.
anything out. Nothing's left unpainted.
Right.
If you're a dedicated helicopter painter, you're gonna paint it all. And that's why I'm saying he needs an army of people to get all this shit done in that short period of time. He needs an army of people. He's got
Right.
painters, pilots, seamstresses. This dude has everything. Who's sourcing the leather for the jackets? Who's
Right.
checking the patches?
Amen.
Are they sewed on? Are they glued on?
That's
What are we
real
dealing with
Corinthian
here?
leather, by the way. A lot of people don't
What-
know that.
What are we dealing with here? The Joker just has a really big empire going, and this empire must be up and running in 48 hours.
Right.
That's right.
Oh, that's the
Wait.
look of oh shit.
Yep.
Because he's getting away on that ladder from the
Mhm.
helicopter, and his leg is tied to what's got to be 700, 800 pounds.
Yeah.
guardrail. How
just
it didn't pull
concrete.
his leg out of the socket like a chicken bone, I don't know.
Like, how did his
Everybody
head,
above the waist in this movie is jacked. They can just fucking hang.
but how did that not dislocate his hip joint? That
Right.
thing was heavy as shit.
Right.
And then
Yeah, so Joker
happens?
falls to his doom in the worst special effect of the movie. It doesn't look good.
yeah, my
And
son also
then,
pointed that out.
Then
Might have
Batman
been
and Vicky
hand-drawn.
Vale. Batman and Vicky Vale fall, and then he's
Mm-hmm.
able to save them with his bat grappling hook or whatever.
So what
Yep.
kind of how much cable does he have in that thing? Because
Enough.
they're falling for a good few seconds. Like he's
Right.
got to have a couple hundred
Propulsion
feet.
on that thing,
You know,
by the
it's-
way,
it's
to go
funny.
up and falling.
It's funny when they fell, my physics class from high school came back into my head, and I'm like, okay, so 9.1 meters per second is the speed of falling. So in my head, I'm trying to figure out how fast they're going when they stop on the
Dude.
thing.
So
Both dead instantly.
Dude, his arm, his joints must be of legend because not only is he stopping himself, but he's stopping an extra 108 pounds. So let's say
Right.
Michael Keaton was what, 165,
At
175?
least, but with his gear, he's over 200.
And he's got a half a mile worth of cable. That's got to weigh something.
Right.
And he has his chick with him too. And I mean, he stopped it with one hand. And
Right.
then this is after hanging for 2 minutes up top, and then they're swinging again from this cable. Does he climb? Did they climb back up? How did he get down from the cable?
No idea. No idea, but that's why he's Batman.
Yeah.
I think John may have cracked something wide open here. So all the helicopters, the jackets, the hats, John is positing that all of Gotham City worked for Joker. And now something makes a little bit more sense to me. This was not, in fact, the Joker trying to kill anybody. What this was payday. This is payday. Everybody works for the Joker at all his factories.
Yeah, and all the banks are closed because they're
Right.
here at the parade. So he's just like, here you go.
Right.
Whatever you pick up is what you got.
Right. So that's a good theory. I like it. Let's see. So we go back. Sorry, I got to scroll back down here. Okay, so
This is the thing for me
there you
about
go.
this, though. This is the story about the evil Batman who was the number 2 business in town, trying to close down the number 1 guy, the Joker, just because
Right.
he had unorthodox
Yeah.
business.
This is a business disagreement. This is a business war. But I do like the part when they were up on the bell tower where he told him when Joker turns around, he puts a glass on. You wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you? Boom!
Glasses.
Knock the shit out of him. Like, yeah, if that guy killed my family, yeah, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, I'd hit him harder. How's that
Dude,
sound?
he kicked the Joker's ass. I love that part, man.
Yeah.
What is
And he
this,
earned-
John?
This is something I just did on my trackpad while we were here. I
Oh.
went in, grabbed Billy D, and I just went in and did a mock-up of what I was hoping to see, something to the effect of if we ever got a sequel with Billy D as two.
Oh, man.
That's awesome. That's way better than Tommy Lee Jones.
Do you guys see what I'm talking about with the zombie-esque half of the face
Oh,
and
sure.
the yellow eye from Batman animated series?
Yeah.
How good would that have looked with that cold-blooded, smooth killer aspect of Anton Sugar on the other side?
Right.
We could have gotten this Billy D. Williams, for people who don't know, not only was he a movie star, he was, and even in God, what was the movie with Stallone? Holy cow!
Nighthawks.
Nighthawks, thank you. He was excellent as the partner. He's like, you should have taken the shot.
Right. Oh,
We're
that
talking
hurt.
about
That
somebody
hurt.
of a particular pedigree of actor, right?
Mhm.
And that takes us outside of all of I mean, Star Wars is like Star Wars. That's not him, going full tilt. It's like thinking of Han Solo in Star Wars is Harrison Ford's best acting. Not the case.
Mhm.
Look at this guy and imagine him. Now, it would have been better makeup, obviously, but imagine him, Nick Dudman doing his magic to do what he did with the Joker with
Right.
Billy D. Williams. We were robbed of that, man.
Yeah.
It would have been
And Billy D
awesome.
was a sex symbol.
Yes.
On top of being a great actor,
Right.
every man wanted to be him and every woman wanted to be with him.
Yep.
I mean, and we joke about Colt 45, but that was legit. He was the face of Colt
Yep.
45. I don't think anybody bought one can before he was the face of it because he was just smooth ass, cool ass
Yeah.
Billy D.
Surely you belong here with us among the clouds.
That's the line. That's the line.
Like
you-
this motherfucker, you don't even know if they're together. Like what?
Jericho, I don't know if you've seen Nighthawks, but I will tell you, Stallone and Billy D. Williams
Awesome.
are partners in this flick, and Stallone is trying to get over, this, fear of taking the shot, and they give you a brutal bit of your best friend being harmed because of it, and going, you should have taken the shot, and you just go, damn. I mean, that was a great pairing. By the
He
way,
tells him that from the gurney when he almost got killed by the guy who wanted Stallone to shoot.
Brutal.
If you guys want to see the review of that, Shant and I did it a few months back, like 2 months back. It's on. I have a playlist of Double Impact, this show, and it's Nighthawks with Stallone. Check out that review. That was a lot. That's a good movie. Nobody watched it for some reason, but it's a good movie. And it's got Rutger Hauer as this horrible terrorist.
That's right.
I think that was a weird place for Stallone. That was like Stallone's version of Kiss when they did that album with no makeup. It was just weird to see Stallone. Didn't he have a mustache in that movie?
Yeah, he had a beard.
He was trying to keep up with beard. That's right. I don't think people were ready for the facial hair Stallone. And I think that I've never seen the movie, but I remember it being around and shit like that. And I think that people weren't ready for a serious Stallone yet. They still wanted a Rambo. What year did that come out?
That was like 80, 82, 80, something like very early 80s.
So that was before Rambo.
Right.
But maybe Rocky. They were expecting maybe something more like that. Because with a cast like that, Rutger Hauer, Stallone, Billy D, that has to be good, right?
It's good. It's really good. So Joker falls and ostensibly he dies. I remember as a kid wondering if he died or was this a fake out? He'll be back in the sequel.
You fall from that far.
Ground
your ass is dead.
He might be all right.
little Robitussin. Is that Chris Rock?
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Robitussin.
Get that Tussin get to the bone, boy. Joker's gone. He's out of here.
Right.
Billy. Damn it.
Yeah. So then we have the denouement where we kind of wrap up some loose ends.
Mm-hmm.
The officials talking. Things are better now. The Joker's defeated. We got a press conference with Billy D saying it's all clear. The bad man's gone. And then we get this great closing final image. It's I don't have the whole thing, but
and you can see it waving like it's almost projected like on a projector, like a screen or something. You could see it like waving, but it looked great. That's what the bat signal should look like, not that shit that they did in that Christian Bale one.
Right.
But the scene before this, that's Billy D. Williams. The full-length coat, the scarf, the red carnation, smooth. That's Billy D.
There it is.
Yeah, that's the shit.
And by the way, that is Billy D. Williams being set up for the sequel.
Right.
Let's not forget, like he is center stage reading that dialogue and the whole idea. Look at him, the light around him. We're on good footing now, and this is one of the leaders that's going to help us get there.
Right.
Kills me, man. You don't understand, because when these movies came out and they said there's going to be a sequel, as a kid who got super into all this stuff, I'm sketching Billy D. Williams as Two-Face, trying to imagine what it looks like. And then they're like, and in the next movie, it's going to be Catwoman and the Penguin. And I was like, what? Like, they're not even in this, even hinted at.
Yeah.
Where's Two-Face?
And that took, 3 years to come out?
Yep.
That came out in 92. I remember we were doing a road trip cross country. We got to Louisiana, got to New Orleans, and I went to New Orleans movie theater in 92 and watched Batman Returns, and that was the shit.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if it's any good or not, but I know the art is gorgeous. DC Comics has had a series for the last year called Batman 89 with Lando Calrissian as a Harvey Dent. So it does exist, but only in comic form. But it revisits that whole universe, Batman 89, the comic book. Mm-hmm. And it's a brand new comic book, beautifully illustrated by Joe Quinones. I think he has a really pretty style.
Yeah, there's that gargoyle that took the Joker down.
That looks like a John Ostrander illustration there. Mm-hmm. But so if you're curious, I haven't read it, but maybe check it out, read reviews, see if it's worth getting. So it's out there for those that are hungry.
Right on.
Yeah. But and I think they're also doing like a Batman 1977 series or something. There's a comic of that.
It's interesting, guys. And it's not for all the hatred they throw at old school fans, they are still fallen over themselves to make merchandise, products, and things that nod to Batman 1989 specifically, not
Right.
Tim Burton's Batman, Batman Returns. They go back to this movie because this movie was a moment. And
Yep.
people who think, with all due respect to The Dark Knight, if you think that was like a moment, people don't understand. This stuff moved merchandise like it was the first Star Wars movie.
Right.
Like this thing was huge. You'd walk around and you would see, people with the Batman symbol on hats from all ages. People had it, man. It was awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I do think Batman is the king of superheroes. He is the most popular, and he has been for at least a quarter century, if not longer. And I think to a lot of people, he's my favorite hero, besides ones that I've created. But to me, what I like about him and what I dislike about Superman is that he's relatable, and I don't relate to Superman. It's just he's too fantastical. And Batman, even though it's completely ridiculous, like how could you do all this? But at least it's based in reality. You think maybe if I trained hard enough and had enough money and blah, 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 probably not going to be swinging from buildings, but at least that's possible. So I don't know. I relate in that way. I think it's cool.
I agree. I think Batman is definitely one of the coolest and most iconic superheroes. And this movie was just awesome. This goes into the canister that's going to be opened in 100 years. What was it? What was this about? What was entertainment? That movie has to be in there.
Right.
Yeah.
This was right time, the right place, the right marketing, the right everything, the right actors. And it was 1989. This is the last year, the Pepsi decade. We're going into the 90s. What's that going to hold? But this
in the 90s, if for those of you that weren't there, 1990 seemed like the year 4 million. It seemed like the far-flung future. You couldn't believe that it was going to be a number that high. Like 90 seemed so insane.
Yeah, in 1999, oh my goodness, the
gosh.
millennium,
Right.
the world's going to stop. We're all going to die.
Mhm.
Really,
Turns
people
out
are
nothing
crazy about that shit. Yeah, 22
Right.
years into it, nothing.
But yeah, this was the summer of '89, so you're just bearing down on the '90s, and it was a cultural moment, man. This thing, it really was. It was a perfect moment.
You weren't there. You just cannot understand what this meant because your attention wasn't pulled in a million different directions. There wasn't all of this entertainment, all of these places to get shit. It was the TV, it was commercials. You had to wait to see this trailer. You had to wait till it came on, hope it came on the TV so you could see it because you couldn't wait to see these cool scenes again. And the buildup, there are limited places to get your entertainment. So it was rare to come across them. It was a big deal to go to the video store, go to the movies. Like it was, oh shit, there were no streaming. We didn't have every single movie ever made at our fingertips in our living room. You had to go out. Like Gabe said, they had to stand in line. You had to wait for shit. There was buildup. There was anxiety, or not in a bad way, but there was an anxiousness about it. Like, oh shit, this is huge. Look at this shit. Look at these special effects.
Yeah. I think in this world of on-demand overabundance of entertainment, it takes away any positive emotional tension you could have. Because to see the commercial for this, you just had to be in the right place at the right time in front of a television. Now, trailers come out, I can pull it up on my phone, I'll look at it later, whatever. And it's not impossible, but it's almost impossible to appreciate things that you could just have.
Mm-hmm.
There's something to be said for longing, right? Because the desire of something is actually stronger than actually getting it. Thinking about going on vacation or Disneyland is actually more intense and more fun than the reality of just being there. They're two different things because your imagination is always perfect emotionally. Then the reality of something is never as perfect as you imagine it. So the fact that we could just have trailers and movies and it takes away and I think it's that thing where the two axes cross each other. And I think that mid 80s to mid 90s, you were at the zenith of entertainment, but you didn't have the internet and social media fucking everything up yet.
Yeah.
Because this thing is a problem because it can give us whatever we want, whenever we want it. And there's no bigger hell than that. That's hell. Having whatever you want, whenever you want, that's hell. That's terrible.
And if I can share one thing too, because I want to share this for people, just to give you a little bit of a time machine to this era. And I don't know if you guys would have watched this because it is it's something that, you know, I mean, maybe you did, maybe you sat around your TV and watched this, but for me, this was a big deal because I recorded this on VHS because that's the only way you could get footage. You couldn't go online to see the pictures and the videos. So this is 1989 Batman 2020 episode. And let me play this clip for you. Hopefully there's audio, but I want you guys to see because it shows people in comic shops, which I can't imagine a news article on The Dark Knight where they ever set foot in a comic shop. So it shows you what fans were like and what, you know, the move from 1960s Batman to comics. Here it is.
But in his new incarnation for the 80s generation, Batman is a complex hero of graphic novels, reflecting an era when crime has grown to create new levels of fear and frustration, and everyone seems to bend the rules, and Batman has had about as much as he can take. That's the image this generation of fans has in mind when they describe their Batman.
A dark hero. That's, I guess I call him, dark hero, in 2 words. Break the rules a little bit, but still get away with it. He's a big guy, you know. He's in the comic. He's 6 foot 210, so he's a big guy.
Yeah.
There was a controversy when actor Michael Keaton, who had previously worked with Burton in the film Beetlejuice, was cast to play Batman.
That is why I won't do 2 shows a night anymore, babe. I won't do.
Well, but Burton had his reasons.
Now, I had seen lots of actors who would fit probably a more physical image of Batman, but I just always had trouble when I imagined them putting on a bat suit. And Michael, you know, I just look at Michael and I could, you know, enough said, really. You know, I could see him putting on a bat suit.
Don't kill me, man! What are you? I'm Batman.
The film's producers were concerned enough about fan response to rush a trailer into movie theaters far ahead of schedule. It worked so well that the trailer drew applause in theaters, not only for Keaton, who looked convincing as an 80s-style Dark Knight, but also for the casting of Jack Nicholson as Batman's demented foe,
Me?
the Joker.
Wait till they get a load of me.
There it is.
And that is history right there. That is the stuff. And that's the time period we're in. And we have more resources to get to the audience. And it really is about quality rising above it all. I know I've said this before, but you know, Comicsgate is not, it's not a company. Everybody has their own business. And to rise and get your work noticed in Comicsgate, you have to work hard. YouTube is an even bigger sphere. And to get to the level of somebody like Jericho and have the audience that you have is a big deal. And what we need to keep doing is moving this thing forward and looking to the past and all this great work. If they want to erase the past and ignore it and attempt to do something great, more power to them. God bless them. We're not going to do that. We're going to champion the great stuff, and we're going to move this culture forward and stand on the shoulders of giants. Right. And that's what we've been doing.
Yeah, exactly. Just build on it. Don't forget what they did. It matters what they did, and it gave us so much stuff for free. An entire industry of vocabularies of how these stories work and the tropes and all this stuff. They did a lot of trial and error for us. It's foolish to try and recreate it. It's a waste of time.
Yeah,
so
why? And it's funny.
Ego. The answer is ego. It's fuck those people that made up Superman. I'm smarter. That's why Tom Taylor, the son of a bitch, that's why I quit Superman, because he comes in there and he calls it truth, justice, and a better world. So when he does that, he's doing this to all the creators of Forum, saying, none of you know shit. I'm the big brain. I know everything. Watch me go. Just stand back and watch me. You guys didn't do shit compared to me. That's what he's doing. That's what these social justice warriors that write and draw comics, they have no respect, no appreciation for what was given to them. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's this video came out in a time where, you know, kids won't know what it's like to run into a room and you just caught the last 10 seconds of the trailer.
Right.
I know, like,
now you gotta wait. You don't know when it's coming back on. If you ever come in the room and catch the last, rolling credits of a TV show, you gotta wait till next week There's no website to go to. There's, let me look up season 3, episode 4, minute 2. There's none of that shit. You just had to wait. Well, what I miss? And you got to get some fucked up version from whoever's telling you, and they're still laughing from the joke.
Right. Yep. And they're telling you on the school bus, and you're embarrassed that you're the one that didn't
you didn't know. You didn't see it.
Yep.
You didn't see that?
Right.
Oh, man. And you just didn't see it. You missed it. Oh, well. Sorry.
Right.
Try again next week. And there was no streaming. And things didn't come out. You know, they didn't drop the trailer 6 months before it came out. It was like coming out, next month or something like that. It was like, you got to see this. And the window's going to close. And if you miss it, it's another 2 years to the damn video store.
Right. The videos didn't come out 2 minutes after the movie.
Hell no.
It wouldn't come out for a year sometime.
You would forget. Oh, yeah. I remember. You would forget. Like when you go turn in the film and you forget the pictures you took because it took you 8 months to fill up the whole roll. You forget about shit because you just didn't know. There are benefits to being in the information age, but I think there are a lot more cons than pros when it comes to shit like that. Because
I remember when I was in college, I had a flip phone, and it could do email, but that was all it could do: phone, text, email.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember having a conversation with my wife, and the phone was still the monochromatic. It was like the gray, green, and black or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll never forget telling my wife this, like 2003. I said, once these things can give us whatever the fuck we want, it's over. Once you can order sex on Tinder, food on DoorDash, Netflix, like once this thing can just fulfill all your wishes, we're cooked as people. And you see it. It's destroyed relationships. Like it's replaced real socializing with social media, whatever the fuck that's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a funhouse mirror of relating to people. You know what I mean? So
but
it's such
remember
a double-edged sword.
The history of technology, and we saw this with the telephone, with things like phone sex and all of this kind of stuff. And I think I heard Joe Rogan say this once, and I thought it was damn profound. He goes, if there's one thing human civilization does is whenever we get a new technology, we go through this crazed period of trying to use it to solve everything. And once we burn out on it and we reach the end of that technology, we acclimate it. So it's like, when cars become the thing, it's like the drive-in, the drive-through, the drive everywhere, drive this, the road trip. Like at a certain point, it's car culture, right? Cars solve everything. And then it becomes, whatever it is, we take it to, excess. And the great thing is if you're smart enough to have a wider view of history, you can both use the new media because let's be honest, what we're doing on YouTube and what the thing is we're, when on my channel, it's like Bob Ross, with profanity occasionally, and Cheeto crumbs everywhere. But the point is that it's Bob Ross everywhere. Jericho to me is like great radio. Do you know what I mean? It is just great fucking radio, but it's radio that I can put a face to the voice. Howard Stern had to have clips of his show broadcast on VH1 or whatever the hell it was back in the day. I get to see the radio personalities, which builds a much more, intense connection with the message, right? So you can build your brand that way as opposed to, just your local station and hope you get out to a wider audience. It's the cream rising to the top. And when I look at Gabe, I think of you as being a mixture of both of those things. Because as you said, you were great at conventions. You were great at meeting people. You've just expanded your reach and the work you do. And you were excellent at team building, which is one of your great strengths. And you see that in Truth, Justice, American Way. You see that on this show. You see that in so many things that you do, but it would have been something you would have been doing in your community or at your work, not to a bigger group of people. And I'm grateful for all of this stuff. It's really, I'm grateful for the old school skills that we picked up, and thank God for them, that this, space that we're in, this platform that we're in, we actually have something to bring here. And that's what's so cool about it to me.
Right. That's a good way to look at it. Like it's what you make of it too. It doesn't have to be a curse.
Yeah.
But, humans will make it one. Don't you worry.
Well, it's upsetting to me.
Don't you worry.
I'm guilty of it too, but you're like at a family barbecue or something and everybody's just doing one of these.
Yeah.
And it's like, gosh damn it. Like, go put the fucking thing away. That's enough. Like, we just like looking at idiot videos on Instagram of someone falling off a bicycle. Like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Why am I looking at this? It's so dumb.
But in China, they don't let you see that shit on TikTok.
I don't have TikTok, but I know it's like lobotomizing a generation.
Yeah, it's horrible. My kids don't even say TikTok in my house.
Yeah,
I
it's
want that
disgusting,
poisonous
man. Some of the stuff happening in this culture is awful. But for those of you guys who want to support what we're doing, my OnlyFans is Brown Sugar 31.
Whoa! Wait, say that again.
Sorry, wrong thing. I'm sorry. No, Sphero the Crypt Walker is what I meant to say.
Got your wires crossed.
Yeah, no, seriously though, guys, I watch what TikTok does to people, which is gives them, the attention span of a gnat. Wikipedia does, as I've told you when I'm teaching. Yeah, John says our link provider disavow, no link for you. So, but this is the thing. I watch people, like I would say to my students all the time in college, can any of you guys tell me what Article 1 of the Constitution of the United States is? And they would say, they'd think I didn't know it, which was great. And they said, do you want me to look that up? And I said, I have a phone too. Anything your phone can do, you can't charge for because it's free to everybody who's got a phone. So make a list of everything you can do on your phone, and it's worthless to other people.
Right.
That's it. Can you draw an audience on YouTube? That's where the rubber meets the road. Can you get people to pay money for your art? Not give it a thumbs up, not like it, but put their money down and say, I want more of this. That is a deeper investment. And you know this, guys. We're seeing how this stuff plays out. SJWs are not faring well where they have to sing for their supper. No. They're waiting for the Joker to hand out, free cash and some poison gas. That's it.
That cash comes with the poison. That's the problem.
Right.
That's the problem.
Right. You mean shit can't be free? I mean, for people that claim to believe the science is like one of the laws of thermodynamics, energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred. So if I want this much, I have to give this much. You can't just like have something out of nowhere. That's literally not how the universe works. So my mind is boggled with all this free shit entitlement. It's weird.
First rule of Marxism, right? Wealth cannot be created by a Marxist. It can only be redistributed.
That's right. And I coined the phrase, in order to get through communism, you must go through capitalism.
That's right. So insightful. I remember you told me that like a week ago. I'm like, right. You can only fuck everything up and redistribute it after the capitalists build it.
Yeah, they've given you this pile of money to fuck up. Somebody has to create that shit for them to do that. And that mindset, that Marxist mindset is just the most evil thing on this planet. And it's just, to those of us who are normal, you don't understand how somebody could be that evil, because that's at the root of Marxism and communism, because millions of people end up dying when you go down this path. So, but humans' capacity for evil is boundless, bottomless,
As long as it has acronyms attached to it.
Someone asked me directly, do you have any thoughts about AI art Midjourney? Are you talking about those things where people type a few words in and it makes some bizarre AI art? I think it's like NFTs and all that. I think it's much ado about nothing. I think it will be useful for concept art and like quick things like that, but I don't think it'll ever have the exact customization that you'll want in a finished piece. I think if art directors want 50 iterations of something, the AI could be very useful, but I'm not worried about it. I know I'm good enough where that's not going to take my job. So
yeah,
that's what I think.
Yep.
So, but it's funny. So you can't have communism without capitalism first. And it's literally a mirror image in pop culture. You can't have the woke Lord of the Rings until the real guy builds the real Lord of the Rings. You can't have the stupid America hating bisexual Superman until the real guy builds the real Superman first. So these people cannot create. They can only steal, redistribute, destroy, and then act like haughty and arrogant and weirdly resentful about it. So, disgusting.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, how Marvel, they act too cool for school because they can't. That woke shit and real shit can't exist in the same space at the same time.
Right.
It's impossible. Yeah, they only take and destroy.
Right. I have this. I figured it out over the years. I'm a fan of Guy Fieri, Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dive. He seems like a really good person. Like I get a vibe like that's real off camera. He cares about these little family restaurants. I know he does all kinds of charities. He's a goofball. He bleaches his hair. He wears sweatbands. He talks like with old slang from the 80s and 90s. And you could tell it's real. And the way I know it's real is because narcissistic SJWs hate him. You don't have to like him. Taste is whatever. You could like him or be neutral or whatever. But when people have this animus for Guy Fieri, I know it's because they're a narcissist and they hate seeing someone like themselves and be comfortable.
Yep.
I figured that out years ago. Like, there's a weird energy some people have about this guy. He's like a harmless food TV host who's just jovial. Like, how could you hate him? I could see like, okay, the show's not for you, but like people like, do you know what I'm saying? Like people fucking hate that guy.
Yeah.
So
it's
and I
crazy.
feel, and to me, that's that same energy of the Marvel. They can't be vulnerable. They can't be wacky like Guy Fieri and just be themselves, even if yourself is a dork. You know, they have to be, oh, we're cool. We're cool. It's all sarcastic and insincere. And it really is immature. It's terrible narcissism.
It's a terrible way to live, too. It's depressing. Do you know what I mean? Look, I'm one of those people who watches, drive it. God, I can't even get it right because of all of the letters.
Triple D.
Triple D. Come on.
I watch that show all the time because I am a connoisseur of funnel cake and such.
Right.
And my wife and I love diners. Everywhere we drive, we'll stop at a diner if we see one.
So good, right?
We love that stuff. You know me, I started out on the tougher stuff on the Waffle House, as it's known, on Brainerd Road. But then I worked my way up to eating at various diners. And what was interesting to me is it was the aspect of getting food made by people who live in the area, seeing the people who live in the area, the young kids, it's their first job probably at this diner, coming and bringing you the food and things like that. And I have some of the best experiences hanging out in those places. I don't know if I will ever really set foot in any of the places that are shown on the more high-end food shows. And I don't know if I even want to eat there because it's not my thing. I mean, it'd be great if I've been in some pretty amazing places, but I don't know how to describe it. I can relate to that guy. I feel like if I had to sit at a table with him and talk over a meal, it'd be enjoyable.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah. I come from a food family. My grandparents had that Mexican restaurant for 50 years. That's my mom's side. On my dad's side, my dad's been a gourmet chef for over 50 years.
You know the good stuff.
So to me, restaurants and all that, it's a very special place. I've worked in kitchens forever growing up, catering with my father. And to me, there's a real dignity to that profession because it is hard work. I'm sure everyone watching, you guys, Jericho, Sean, we've all probably worked in restaurants at one point. And it can be miserable, man. You slice your finger, you burn your finger, you fuck the food up, it comes back to the kitchen, you feel bad. But you work so hard, and at the end of the day, you feel so good. We do catering for Jews with my dad, like bar mitzvahs and things.
Is that the company name?
It is. No,
Catering.
but it's funny.
Joker's competing for it. He's the leading provider of bar mitzvah Joker.
Right.
Stuff.
But my dad is an Arab Muslim, and his best friend is like a Jew from Israel. And he did catering in Denver for Jews. And it would be bar mitzvahs and different things like that. And we'd get there, 6 a.m. and make enough food for 600 people, 1,000 people. And we'd be done going back to the synagogue, putting away their silverware and all that stuff, 2 a.m. So you're like 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., almost 24 hours on a weekend party for these people. And you felt terrible, like terribly tired, but you felt fucking good. To work that hard is so rewarding sometimes.
Yeah, and to hear people say, "Oh, that was delicious."
Right.
Is that a recipe? And did you come up with that? Like those pats on the back and those little boosts, to your self-esteem are really nice.
Yeah, it was so I have a special place in my heart for the restaurant people and all that. And I agree with you, Sean. Going to some humble families, like little family-owned restaurant, it can be such a delight sometimes, man.
It can be.
It
can be. It's great. And don't, guys, a lot of the little things are the big things, and going to the movies, getting together with friends and all of that stuff that we do here. And you've got a super sticker there. And
I'm digging for it right now.
Miss Sunburn. We appreciate you guys because I think that this is,
Let's see. Oh, there it is. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a little dancing. Is kitsune how you say fox in Japanese? I don't know. It's a little Japanese fox. So thank you, Barb, for $5 Canadian. I don't know what that is in American money. That could be $1 million. I have no idea.
$1 million American dollars.
It could be. You never
1
know.
million USD.
And so here's a goal I have, or here's a hope I have at some point. You guys I'm outnumbered. Got 2 of you guys on the West Coast.
That's
How am I
right.
going to do? At some point, we got to go and get some food. We got to do Double Impact live. And I've got to get my ass out to the West Coast.
I'm telling you.
Gabe is the food guy.
Okay.
He knows the places to get the food.
The food. I don't gamble. The food city is Las Vegas.
I don't gamble either.
There's
I don't gamble
endless. Well, I go to Vegas a lot, but I'm not a gambler. That's not why I go. I go there to eat. I go there to eat, and I go there to watch UFC fights, and I go there to shoot my gun because the outdoor range is amazing there at the Clark County Shooting Complex.
I say we meet up in Vegas to shoot and eat.
Right.
I want to go
serious.
to the.
Look, I just got this in the mail yesterday. These are splatterburst targets, and the part right now, I got to turn off the thing. Give me 1 second. When you shoot this, it the neon shows through. So when you shoot him here, there'll be a neon thing around it. So from far away, you can see how you're doing.
Yeah.
So I'm serious about shooting. I just got these in the mail yesterday.
Yeah, I say we meet up. I went to last time I was in Vegas. I went to some shooting place where you can buy like different packages of guns. I got like the SEAL Team 5 gun package.
Right.
But you can go out shooting or outdoor, whatever. That'd be great, man. I've always wanted to go to the buffet at the Bellagio. Okay,
there's a buffet at Caesars called the Bacchanal. It's the most expensive one in Vegas. It's $65 a head. I just went and ate there last week with my son. Imagine a buffet that's like 4 times bigger than any buffet you've been to. They have everything. You name it, they have it. And it's all gourmet level.
Ugh.
You know what I'm
Let's
saying?
go.
They got ribs, they got prime rib, they got steaks, they got breakfast stuff. They have a plancha that's rotating with tortillas on it, and they make you Mexican street tacos. They got the full seafood if you like that, the crab legs. They got soup.
Yeah.
You name it, they have it. It's very expensive. It's $65 a head, but it's the best buffet in Vegas. It's insane.
Listen, guys, too. I haven't been shooting since I was a kid.
Really?
Oh, wow, man.
Like, so I haven't been shooting since this guy, Lee Wolf, really nice guy who was in law enforcement when I was growing up in Tennessee. We were on a trip and he took me out shooting, and that was when I learned, because this eye got hit by a matchbox car. That's where I learned that I was looking through my left eye and right-handed. So a nice guy at the shooting range helped me with it. He goes, "Kid, I see you struggling because you're left-eyed and right-handed." He's like, "Let me give you some things to work." And I did pretty well, but man, I loved it. And of course, going out with some of my friends, Lonnie and David and those guys out unsupervised, but not the same thing as not the same.
Not right, a little safer this way. A little bit
a
safer.
little safer this way, but I haven't done that in ages, so it would be great to get back to that. That would be fun.
Yeah, it'd be a
That'd be
lot.
awesome, man.
Happy memories.
We can hit the range. It sounds like we already found the buffet. So
You don't even know. Dude, they
I'm
have
down for that.
They got like full primals of beef at this thing. It's insane. Like you'll go there and they'll have the prime rib, but it's the primal, the whole piece, or they'll have the rack of ribs and it's the beef ribs, like 20 in one, and you name it, they have it. It's insane. Pasta, anything you want, breakfast and lunch, and and it's all delicious. It's all
sounds
good.
like we just have to decide when.
Right.
Absolutely right.
But you eat there, you're probably going to sleep afterwards.
That's fine.
So
I scoot up. I'll snuggle up next to some homeless person.
No,
on the
I know.
strip.
I have a list on my phone, a running list of more restaurants in Vegas. I keep adding them. My wife and I found a place called the Roadkill Grill. He would butcher people's meat that they hunted, like turkeys and local animals. And it wasn't a restaurant. And it's in a neighborhood. Like there's houses around, like regular 3-bedroom homes. And he turned it into a barbecue restaurant. So you're driving through this neighborhood, you're like, what the hell is that? You smell it. You find this little place there, ribs, brisket, all of it, cornbread, ridiculous. So good. There's a crowd of people like in this guy's yard, basically. I don't know how that's legal because you can't put a restaurant in the neighborhood, but it is. So
Hey, it looks like we found where to eat on day 2.
Oh, I got a list in my phone of Mexican. Hey, there's a place called Yum Cha, Chinese dim sum. You know how they have 400 items on the menu. You order like a million things. It's so authentic, guys. It's so good. They're rude to you there. just like a real, authentic San Francisco Chinese restaurant. Yeah, I'm sure you've been to those, right, Jericho, up there?
Yes, I
And
have.
they're
Yeah,
they're
I've
like
been to San Francisco
the
Chinese
food
restaurants.
in San Francisco. They're really good, and they're never nice. I don't.
Yeah.
What is that? I don't know.
You don't have to be nice when you're
The
good.
food's good enough. I don't care.
That's right.
There's a place in San Jose, south of San Francisco. It's called Berryessa Road, and there's a Chinese restaurant there that my stepdad and I went to. And I'm talking the glazed ducks in the window. You order something, she takes a meat cleaver and chops a chunk of meat off or whatever you want. Rice, the chow mein, because I judge a restaurant on its chow mein.
Right.
You can't do chow mein. Don't give me. I don't need to eat anything else. If you can't nail the basics.
Right.
Amazing. Some little old Chinese lady. You give her your order. She turns around and yells in Chinese and not the nice kind to her husband in the back. She yells angry food at him to cook, and you sit down. Like, get away from me. You sit down, and they start bringing out this train of food. And again, the food's good. I don't care what you say to me.
Right.
Just say it to me while you hand me that plate and that fork, please.
Yeah, I'm starting to now have second thoughts about this because I have this feeling there's gonna be all these embarrassing photos of me at a range with ribs in my mouth, and people are gonna be like, and I'm getting taken away from there. You don't eat ribs near the weapons, and I'm just gonna be like screaming, you don't know who I am, and then it's all embarrassing. It's on TMZ. Let's do it. I'm trying to say, let's do it.
The range master's like, sorry, you cannot have barbecue sauce on the range.
Sorry, who the fuck brought this guy?
Sir, you cannot grill at the shooting range, sir.
Sir, one thing at a time. Hey, well, at least we know what we're dealing with. We know how to deal with you, Sean, and I thank you for giving us that insight. But we will make happen.
What did I say about the buffet range? No, Sean, it's the range and the buffet, jackass.
Yeah, there's a range of food at the buffet, not the range.
Two different places. Two different
places, man.
To you, maybe.
All right. Well, we're going to be back here next Wednesday night, 7 p.m.
Yes.
I don't know if it'll be Silverado. I don't know what it'll be. We'll have to discuss something. We've got our list. I got a list on the computer, and you guys obviously text me, tell me whatever you what you're thinking. You know what I mean? This was a big movie. You know what I mean? Wow, this was a big one. So I'm kind of in the mood. I'm in the mood for more garbage like Stone Cold. That's where I'm always going to push it. So if you don't want to do that, suggest me something else. But I love the garbage. I think it's hilarious. So
yeah.
But we'll figure it out unless you have something you want to throw out right now.
No, I definitely want to do Lethal Weapon 2 in the near future, but there's no more garbage action movie than Double Team.
Yeah, that's right.
Chock full.
Oh, you're muted, Gabe. You're muted again. Hit the mic.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Yeah, I got to talk to my buddy Todd, the stunt man, for that. See if he's ready to come on. So, and we'll have to be nice to him. It's his work, and he's
good God.
But he's not here right now.
I think all of us were raised with some level of discipline. Thank God.
I might not show it, but I have it.
You're like, so what's the deal with this piece of shit?
Hey,
but let's all be real about our love of action movies. You're gonna be like, so what was Van Damme like?
Yeah. Would he come out with powder around his nose? Like,
how do you feel about ribs? Sean, shut the fuck up.
All right. Thank you guys for joining us. Hit the like, subscribe, check out Nosfero, check out True Justice American Way, and subscribe to Jericho's channel. It's all in the description. I will have Andy Smith on tomorrow, 10 a.m. We're going to talk about Gordrath, The Reckoning, his new book. Friday, I will have the great Irini with Fiendish 2 at 10 a.m. And then also Friday afternoon, I'm going to be on Jericho's channel talking Truth, Justice, American Way. Maybe David Williams will make an appearance. I don't know about that yet. I got to talk to him. So you'll keep seeing me more this week. Oof, but I've had enough for now. So have a great night, guys. Thank you so much for watching.
Take care.
Peace.